Before the world learned the sound of thunder, a thought was born, sharp as lightning, calm as dawn. From that thought came Athena, goddess of wisdom, war, and the balance between them. She fought not with rage, but with reason, not with chaos, but with clarity. Tonight, you'll hear her story, from her birth in Zeus's mind to the wisdom she left behind in every corner of the world. Please comment down below where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. Now close your eyes and drift into the entire story of Athena. Before the age of reason, Zeus ruled with thunder and certainty. The king of gods sat upon his throne of storm clouds, his word absolute, his power unchallenged. Yet even immortals are not immune to the weight of consequence, and Zeus carried within him a prophecy that troubled even his eternal mind. He had swallowed Metis, the titaness of wisdom, and cunning, his first wife. The oracle had warned him that any child born of Meti would surpass their father in power. In his fear, Zeus consumed her whole while she was pregnant, believing he could contain the threat within himself. But wisdom cannot be destroyed. It can only transform. For months, Zeus felt the presence growing inside him, not in his belly, but in his mind. Thoughts sharpened, ideas crystallized, knowledge expanded like pressure building before a storm. The other gods noticed the change in him. He would pause mid-sentence, his eyes distant, as if listening to voices only he could hear. Hera watched with suspicion, Hermes with curiosity, Apollo with concern. Then came the day when the pressure became unbearable. Zeus stood upon the heights of Olympus, his hands pressed against his temples, his face contorted in agony unlike any he had known. Thunder rolled without his command. Lightning split the sky in random patterns. The very foundations of the divine mountain trembled. Hephaestus, the smith god, was summoned. Understanding what must be done, he raised his axe, the same tool that had forged the weapons of gods, and brought it down upon Zeus's skull. The sound that followed was not the crack of bone or the rush of blood. It was the sound of a thought becoming real, a clarion note that rang through every realm of existence, from the deepest pit of Tartarus to the highest reaches of the heavens. From the wound stepped Athena. She emerged fully grown, fully armoured, her aegis gleaming with the head of Medusa upon it, her spear sharp as judgment itself. Her eyes were grey as storm clouds, deep as philosophy, bright as the moment before understanding dawns. She opened her mouth and released a war cry that shook Olympus, not a scream of birth pain, but a declaration of purpose, of arrival, of readiness. The gods stood frozen in wonder and terror. Ares gripped his sword, uncertain whether to attack or retreat. Aphrodite's beauty seemed suddenly shallow in comparison to this terrible perfection. Poseidon's oceans grew still, as if the waters themselves were listening. No mother had laboured to bring her forth. No blood stained her entrance into existence. She was born of pure thought, intellect made manifest, reason given form. Where other gods embodied passions and forces, Athena embodied consciousness itself. Zeus's headache vanished. The wound closed without scar. He looked upon his daughter and saw, perhaps for the first time, something he could not fully control or understand. She was of him, yet beyond him. His power had given her form, but the wisdom of Metis had given her essence. Athena stepped forward, her movements neither hurried nor hesitant. She surveyed Olympus with the gaze of one who had been observing long before she had eyes. She knew the weaknesses of every god present, understood the politics that swirled through the celestial court, comprehended the balance that kept creation from collapsing into chaos. All of this knowledge had been gestating in Zeus's mind, and now it was hers. The other deities gradually approached, offering gifts and oaths of fealty. But Athena required no tribute. She acknowledged each god with the appropriate courtesy, measuring them even as they measured her. When Ares stepped forward, chest puffed with competitive pride, Athena simply nodded, the gesture of a master acknowledging an apprentice who was yet to understand the lesson. For Ares knew only the passion of war, the glory of conquest, the ecstasy of blood. Athena knew something deeper, that true victory begins long before the first blow is struck. It begins in the mind that calculates outcomes, in the strategy that turns weakness into advantage, in the wisdom to know which battles must be fought and which can be avoided entirely. In the days that followed, Athena made her place on Olympus. She did not demand the largest temple or the most elaborate throne. Instead, she claimed a space where she could observe, where she could watch the workings of divine power and understand its patterns. She studied Hephaestus in his forge, learning the principles of craftsmanship and creation. She walked with Demeter through the growing fields, understanding the cycles of nurture and harvest. She even descended briefly to the underworld to speak with Hades, seeking to comprehend the nature of endings and consequences. While the other gods indulged in their passions, Zeus with his endless affairs, Hera with her jealous schemes, Dionysus with his revelries, Aphrodite with her romantic machinations, Athena remained apart, not cold but focused, not distant but purposeful. She understood that wisdom requires observation before action, thought before speech. The gods began to seek her counsel. When disputes arose that threatened to tear Olympus apart, it was Athena who found the compromises that satisfied honour without spilling blood. When mortals below prayed for guidance in seemingly impossible situations, it was Athena who whispered solutions through dreams and omens. She became the voice of reason in a pantheon of passions, the still point in the turning world of divine chaos. Yet she was not merely a counsellor or a philosopher. The armour she wore was not ceremonial. The spear she carried was not symbolic. Athena understood that wisdom without strength is impotent, just as strength without wisdom is destructive. She trained in the arts of war, but approached combat as a chess master approaches a board, every move calculated, every position considered, every outcome anticipated before the game begins. The world had found its mind. In a cosmos of forces and passions, of thunderbolts and earthquakes, of love and death, there now existed something new. The ability to think, to plan, to choose the better path over the easier one. Athena was not born from chaos or eros or violence. She was born from the realization that intelligence itself is divine, that the capacity to reason, to create, to build something lasting and meaningful is perhaps the greatest power in all existence. And so she stood upon Olympus, grey-eyed and terrible in her perfection, and watched the world below with the patience of one who understands that true wisdom is measured not in moments, but in ages. As Athena established herself among the Olympians, her dual nature became clear. She was the goddess of wisdom, yes, patron of philosophers and scholars, guardian of knowledge and learning. But she was also the goddess of war, and not merely as a secondary title. In her, the two concepts merged into something unprecedented. Warfare elevated to an art form, conflict transformed into strategy. Ares, her half-brother, represented war in its purest, most primal form. The bloodlust of battle, the chaos of the melee, the simple equation of strength against strength. When Ares marched, armies followed blindly, driven by rage and the promise of glory. Villages burned, fields ran red. Victory meant the last warrior standing, nothing more. Athena saw warfare differently. She understood that battles were won before swords were drawn, that the true weapon was not bronze or iron, but the mind that wielded them. She taught tactics and fortifications, siege warfare and defensive formations. Where Ares inspired berserker fury, Athena inspired disciplined phalanxes moving as one. Where Ares celebrated death, Athena celebrated the victory that minimized death, even the death of enemies when possible. This difference manifested most clearly in the mortal realm. Ares' followers were brutal conquerors who left wastelands in their wake. Athena's followers built empires that endured. They constructed roads and aqueducts, established laws and governance, created civilizations that would outlast any individual warrior's glory. Athena understood that true conquest is not of land but of time, the ability to create something that persists long after you're gone. Nowhere did this philosophy take root more deeply than in the city that would bear her name. The story begins with Cecrops, the first king of Attica, a strange being, half man and half serpent, born from the earth itself. Under his rule the city flourished, but it lacked a patron deity, a divine protector to guide its destiny. Both Athena and Poseidon desired this honour, each believing they could best serve the city's potential. The competition was arranged before the assembly of gods and mortals. Each deity would present a gift to the city, and the citizens would choose which blessing they most valued. The outcome would determine not only the city's patron, but also the character of its civilization for all time. Poseidon arrived first, magnificent in his power, the sea churning behind him like an army of waves. He carried his trident, forged by the Cyclopes, capable of splitting mountains and drowning continents. The crowd watched in awe as the god of oceans approached the Acropolis, the high ground where the city's heart would be built. With a dramatic flourish, Poseidon struck the rock with his trident. The stone cracked with a sound like thunder. Water burst forth, a spring, appearing as if by magic in the dry heights of the hill. The crowd gasped and cheered. Water was life. Water was power. Surely this was a gift beyond measure. But those who approached to taste the water discovered its nature. Salt. The spring was salt water, drawn from Poseidon's ocean realm. Impressive, certainly, a demonstration of divine power, but ultimately impractical. The city could not drink from it, could not water their crops with it. It was a symbol of strength without utility, power without purpose. Athena watched this display calmly. When the cheering died down, she stepped forward, carrying no weapon, no dramatic tools. She knelt in the rocky soil and placed her hand upon the earth. Where she touched, a shoot emerged, small, tender, almost insignificant compared to Poseidon's explosive demonstration. But as the crowd watched, the shoot grew. Leaves unfurled, silver-green and supple, branches stretched toward the sky. Roots dug deep into the stone. Within moments, a full olive tree stood before them, heavy with fruit, its branches offering shade, its trunk promising wood, its harvest ensuring sustenance. Athena stood and spoke, her voice carrying across the assembly without need for shouting. Poseidon offers you power. I offer you prosperity. He shows you his strength. I give you the tools to build your own. The choice is yours. The mortals debated among themselves. King Cecrops considered carefully. Poseidon's gift was impressive, a display of might that promised protection through divine force. But Athena's gift was practical, a source of food, oil for lamps, wood for ships, the foundation of trade and wealth. More than that, it was a gift that required human participation. They would need to tend the tree, harvest its fruit, learn to cultivate it. Poseidon's spring simply existed. Athena's tree asked them to become partners with their goddess. The vote was taken. The citizens chose Athena. Poseidon raged. The sea churned and tides rose, threatening to flood the plains below the city. But Zeus intervened, reminding his brother that the terms of the contest had been honoured. The choice was made. The city would be called Athens, and Athena would be its patron. Poseidon eventually calmed, though his relationship with the city remained complex. In time, he came to respect what Athena had built there. The city that bore her name became a place where his temple stood alongside hers, where his worship continued even as hers flourished. For Athena's wisdom included understanding that even rivals have their place, that the ocean's power and the olive's prosperity could coexist. From that day forward, Athens became the embodiment of Athena's principles. It grew into a centre of learning where philosophers debated the nature of justice, where playwrights explored the depths of human nature, where mathematicians and astronomers mapped the heavens. The Parthenon would rise on that same Acropolis, its columns perfect in proportion, its frieze depicting the story of the city's founding, a temple that was itself a demonstration of wisdom made stone. But Athens was also a military power. Its citizens trained as hoplites, the heavily armoured infantry whose disciplined formations revolutionised warfare. The Athenian navy would become the most formidable force in the Mediterranean, its triremes crewed by free citizens who fought not as slaves or mercenaries, but as defenders of their city's ideals. When Athens went to war, it did so with strategy, with planning, with the understanding that victory's ultimate goal was peace. This balance, wisdom and warfare, philosophy and force, the olive tree and the spear, defined Athena's influence. She taught that civilization requires both the vision to imagine something better and the strength to protect it. Knowledge without courage produces scholars who cannot preserve their libraries. Courage without knowledge produces warriors who destroy everything they claim to defend. The original olive tree on the Acropolis was said to be immortal, regrowing even when burned by invaders. It stood as a symbol that what is rooted in wisdom and tended with care cannot be permanently destroyed. Armies might conquer Athens, might tear down its walls and scatter its people, but the ideas born there, democracy, philosophy, the pursuit of truth through reason, these would outlast any empire. Athena walked through her city often, sometimes disguised as a mortal, listening to the debates in the agora, observing the artists at work, watching children learn their letters. She did not demand elaborate sacrifices or constant worship. Her satisfaction came from seeing the principles she embodied taking root in human hearts and minds. Every play performed, every law debated, every ship built was a prayer to her, not a plea for miracles, but an acknowledgement that human beings, using the gifts of reason and creativity she championed, could build something worthy of the gods' attention. And when threats arose, when Persian armies marched toward Greece intending to extinguish this experiment in democracy and thought, it was Athena's wisdom that guided the defence, the strategies employed, the alliances forged, the sacrifices made. All bore the mark of her teaching. The battles were won not merely with superior force but with superior thinking, proving once again that the mind, when properly used, is the greatest weapon of all. While Athena shaped the destiny of cities and civilizations, she also turned her attention to individuals, those rare mortals whose actions could alter the course of history. She became the patron of heroes, but not in the manner of Ares, who loved champions for their strength, or Aphrodite, who favoured the beautiful. Athena chose heroes for their potential, to demonstrate that mortal wisdom could approach the divine. Her involvement was rarely loud or dramatic. She did not appear in chariots of fire or announce herself with thunderclaps. Instead, she came as a whisper of intuition, a dream that lingered past waking, a sudden clarity in the midst of chaos. She guided rather than controlled, offering tools and insight, but never removing the fundamental requirement that her heroes think for themselves. Perseus was among the first. The son of Zeus, yes, but Zeus had many sons. The world was littered with demigods who accomplished nothing beyond siring more demigods. What drew Athena to Perseus was not his divine blood, but his predicament. King Polydectes had sent him on what should have been a suicide mission, to bring back the head of Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze turned living flesh to stone. Most heroes would have charged forward with sword drawn, relying on courage and strength. They would have died the moment they saw Medusa's face. But Perseus understood the futility of such an approach. He prayed not for strength to defeat the monster, but for wisdom to find a method. Athena answered. She appeared to him at the threshold of sleep, a grey-eyed woman whose face he somehow knew, though they had never met. She did not offer to slay Medusa for him, did not grant him invincibility or supernatural power. Instead, she offered information and tools. You cannot look at her directly, Athena said, so you must look at her indirectly. She gave him a shield, not magical, but polished to such perfection that it reflected like a mirror. Use this. See her reflection. Approach her while she sleeps, for even monsters must rest. Strike once, strike true, and do not hesitate, but the shield alone was not enough. Perseus needed a way to reach the Gorgon's lair, which lay beyond the known world. He needed to find the three Grey Sisters who knew the path, convince them to share their knowledge, then obtain the weapons that could harm an immortal creature. Each challenge required cleverness, negotiation, careful planning. Throughout his journey, Perseus felt Athena's presence, not interfering, but observing. When he encountered dead ends, he would sit and think, and in the silence solutions would emerge, not handed to him, but cultivated from his own reasoning. This was Athena's true gift. She taught her heroes to become wise, not merely to accomplish tasks through divine intervention. When Perseus finally stood over the sleeping Medusa, seeing her terrible face reflected in his shield, it was his own hand that struck, his own courage that steadied his arm, his own judgment that timed the blow. Athena had given him the tools, but he had become the craftsman. After Medusa's death, Perseus offered her head to Athena, and the goddess accepted it, placing it upon her aegis, the divine breastplate she wore. Medusa's face, frozen in its final expression, became a symbol of Athena herself, the power to turn enemies to stone with terror, the ability to paralyze those who would act without thought, the reminder that even heroes must respect the boundaries of wisdom. Centuries later, another hero would require Athena's guidance, one whose story would become the greatest epic of the ancient world. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, was not the strongest Greek warrior. That title belonged to Ajax. He was not the greatest fighter. That was Achilles. But Odysseus was the cleverest, the most adaptable, the one who understood that survival often requires flexibility over pride. Athena recognized in him a kindred spirit, a mortal whose mind was his greatest weapon. When the Greeks besieged Troy for 10 years without success, it was Odysseus who conceived the wooden horse. The plan seemed absurd to Ares' champions, to pretend retreat, to leave behind a gift, to rely on the enemy's assumptions rather than force. But Athena saw the brilliance in it. The strategy required understanding not just military tactics, but human psychology, not just how to build a convincing deception, but how to make pride and relief overcome suspicion. She guided the construction of the horse, ensuring it was large enough to be impressive, religious enough in its decoration to seem like a genuine offering to the gods, solid enough to hide warriors, but not so heavy that it couldn't be moved. She whispered to the Greeks about which men should hide inside, not the largest or strongest, but those who could remain absolutely silent for hours, who could control their fear and their eagerness, who could wait for the perfect moment. When the Trojans debated whether to bring the horse inside their walls, Athena manoeuvred events to overcome their skepticism. When one priest warned against it, claiming he feared Greeks bearing gifts, she sent serpents to devour him, a terrible act, but one that served the greater strategy by removing the voice of caution and making the Greeks' retreat seem genuine. Troy fell not through superior force, but through superior thinking. After 10 years of heroic duels and brutal warfare, victory came from a plan that took a single night. This was Athena's lesson, that intelligence, properly applied, can accomplish what brute strength cannot. But Odysseus's greatest trial came after Troy's fall. His journey home to Ithaca would take another 10 years, a decade of wandering through seas infested with monsters, enchantresses and angry gods. Poseidon, furious at Odysseus for blinding his son the Cyclops, did everything in his power to prevent the hero's return. Storms and shipwrecks followed Odysseus across the Mediterranean. Throughout this ordeal, Athena remained his advocate. She argued his case before Zeus, reminding the king of gods that Odysseus had honoured the gods even in the midst of war. She appeared to the hero in his darkest moments, sometimes as a young girl, sometimes as a faithful friend, sometimes as a mysterious guide. She never solved his problems for him, but she ensured he always had the information he needed to solve them himself. When Odysseus finally reached Ithaca after 20 years away, He found his palace overrun with suitors vying for his wife's hand, consuming his wealth, disrespecting his household. A lesser hero might have burst in with sword swinging, attempting to fight over 100 men at once. Odysseus, guided by Athena, chose a different path. He entered disguised as a beggar, gathering intelligence, assessing his enemies, identifying allies. He revealed himself only at the perfect moment, when the suitors were unarmed and distracted, when his son Telemachus was positioned to assist, when surprise would give him the advantage numbers denied. The slaughter that followed was terrible but decisive, the culmination of careful planning rather than reckless fury. Even after the battle, Athena's work continued. The families of the dead suitors sought vengeance, threatening to plunge Ithaca into civil war. It was Athena who descended to broker peace, who reminded all parties that vengeance chains the present to the past, that wisdom knows when to end a cycle of violence. She spoke with the authority of Zeus himself, and her words carried weight not because of divine threat, but because they were true. These stories of Perseus and Odysseus, and countless others, established Athena's reputation as the patron of heroes. But the heroes she favoured were never simple warriors. They were problem solvers, strategists, individuals who understood that true heroism lies not in how many monsters you can slay, but in how wisely you navigate a world filled with challenges both mortal and divine. Her owl, the symbol that became indelibly associated with her, represented this perfectly. Owls see in darkness, hunt with precision rather than force, strike with silence and accuracy. They are not the most powerful birds, not the largest or most colourful, but they are effective, efficient, intelligent. They watch and wait and understand before they act. Athena taught her heroes the same lesson. Watch, think, understand the situation fully before committing to action. Use the minimum force necessary to achieve your goal. Turn your enemy's strength into weakness through clever positioning. Protect what matters. Build things that last. And perhaps most importantly, know yourself. Athena had no time for heroes blinded by hubris, who believed their strength made them immune to consequence. She favoured those who understood their limitations, who could honestly assess their capabilities and plan accordingly. Pride, she knew, was the greatest enemy of wisdom. Those who believed they knew everything stopped learning. Those who thought themselves invincible stopped taking necessary precautions. As ages passed and the heroes of old faded into legend, their stories persisted, not because of their supernatural exploits, but because of the principles they demonstrated. Perseus teaching us to approach problems from unexpected angles, Odysseus showing us that the journey home requires patience and adaptation, heroes whose greatest victories came from their minds, not their muscles. This was Athena's true legacy in the mortal realm. Not temples or sacrifices, but the understanding that each human being possesses the capacity for wisdom, the ability to think through challenges and find solutions. Every person who pauses to consider rather than react, who plans rather than merely acts, who seeks to understand before judging, each is in that moment a hero of Athena, demonstrating that the divine spark of intelligence exists in all of us. Ripped, screaming from the friction of colliding winds, wild and mindless as a newborn predator, Argus would reach into the storm with both hands, his palms cross-hatched with burn scars that never quite healed, and catch the voltage mid-formation. The first touch always hurt. The electricity fought him, wanted to ground itself through his body and scatter him to atoms. But Argus had learned to breathe with the current, to become conductor rather than target, to whisper the old words his father Uranus had taught him, in the deepest pit of Tartarus. You are mine now. Be still. Be shaped. Be useful. He would stretch the captured lightning across his anvil like molten glass, except glass was dead material, passive, and lightning was alive. It thrashed. It screamed in frequencies that made the clouds shudder. Argus hammered it anyway, each strike precise, measured, reshaping wild power into spear form. The hammer itself was older than Olympus, forged in the first fires that burned when the universe learned to combust. It rang with each blow, and the ringing echoed across dimensions mortals couldn't perceive, a sound like stars being born and dying in the same breath. The quenching. That was poetry, if poetry could boil oceans. When the bolt reached critical form, neither too rigid nor too fluid, balanced on the knife edge between matter and energy, Aegis would lift it with tongs of braided wind and plunge it into a rain cloud he'd corralled for exactly this purpose. The cloud would scream. Steam billowed up in fantastic shapes. Wolves with 3 heads, eagles with wings of vapour, serpents that coiled through the air and dissipated into myth. The water tried to douse the bolt, but the bolt was too hot, too furious, too perfectly shaped. Instead, the rain tempered it, locked its fury into stable form. When Aegis pulled the bolt free, it would emerge transformed. Solid lightning, crystallized electricity, weaponized heaven. And at the base of every strike, he would etch his maker's mark with a diamond-tipped stylus. A single eye, symbol of the Cyclops who bound chaos into law. Zeus kept the storms endless. The sky was his throne room, thunder his voice, lightning his signature at the bottom of every divine edict. And Aegis forged them all. Disobedience, bolt, hubris, bolt. Wrong prayer at the wrong altar, bolt. Merchant who shortchanged a temple offering, bolt through the warehouse roof. Inventory transformed to ashen insurance claim. Ship captain who cursed the wind, bolt through the mast, sails igniting like paper, sailors diving into black water that offered no guarantees of salvation. Farmer who ploughed on a holy day, bolt through the field, crops reduced to char, family left staring at ruin and wondering what they'd done to anger gods they'd tried so hard to appease. Aegis watched it all from his cloud perch. His forge floated at the precise altitude where breathing was possible but difficult, where the air tasted of ozone and impending violence. He had a perfect view of the world below, a patchwork of cities and farms, forests and oceans, all of it vulnerable to the justice he crafted. They praised him as tool, divine artificer, Zeus's right hand, master of the storm forge. Voices dripping with fear disguised as reverence. They blamed him as monster, Cyclops, one-eyed demon, he laughs while we burn, whispers in the dark after the storm's past, when survivors counted their dead and their losses. Aegis heard both, believed neither, internalized both. He carved tally marks into the side of his anvil, not for pride, but for penance. 1 mark per bolt, 1 mark per life disrupted, displaced, or deleted. The marks climbed higher than he could count, rows upon rows, columns that wrapped around the anvil's circumference 7 times and started an 8th lap. The marks became so dense they formed a texture, a topography of guilt. The anvil grew heavy with arithmetic grief, though physics insisted its weight should remain constant. Physics didn't account for shame. "They call me master," Aegis muttered to the storm winds, which were the only beings that listened without judgment or agenda. "But I am the slave of the bolt I make. I forge their chains, I wear my own." The admission cost him nothing, and changed nothing. The next morning Zeus would order more bolts. Aegis would forge them. Mortals would burn. The cycle would continue because cycles, once established in the divine order, were nearly impossible to break. Nearly. One evening, ordinary in every way that mattered, extraordinary only in retrospect, a squall passed over a fishing village on the western coast. The village was small, forgotten, tucked against a cliff where gods rarely looked, because there was nothing worth their attention. No temples of significance, no heroes in the making, no strategic value in the endless chess game of divine politics. Just fishermen and their families, nets and boats, the smell of salt and the rhythm of tides. Zeus had been in a foul mood. Some minor deity, Aegis never learned who, had laughed at the wrong joke during a symposium on Olympus. Or perhaps they'd failed to laugh at the right joke. The specifics didn't matter. Zeus's ego was vast and fragile in equal measure, and when bruised it lashed out. The storm that descended on the fishing village was pure petulance. Waves tall as houses, wind that bent century-old trees horizontal, rain that fell like fists. Lightning every 3 seconds, precise and excessive, illuminating the village in stuttering freeze-frames of destruction. Arges floated above in the cloud bank, watching his bolts descend. 1, 2, 3. The lighthouse shattered, stone exploding into shrapnel, the beacon keeper's body never found. 4, 5. The dock exploded into splinters, boats dragged out to sea or smashed against rocks. 6, 7, 8. The village darkened, every lamp extinguished, every fire drowned, mortals cowering in their homes and praying to gods who weren't listening because the gods were too busy being petty. Arges prepared to return to his forge. Another night, another storm, another tally mark he'd carve with hands that shook slightly more than they used to. But then, in a window, small, high up in a stone cottage built into the cliff face, a single lamp remained lit. Arges paused mid-turn. His eye, that vast orb that could track lightning across miles, focused on the small square of warm light. A child stood there. Couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old, small hands cupped around the lamp's glass, shielding the flame from the gale that roared through cracks in the shutters. The lamp flickered, bent nearly horizontal, should have gone out, held. The child's face was fierce with concentration, jaw set, eyes narrow, not praying, not begging, just refusing. Refusing to let the storm take this one small thing, refusing to submit to the overwhelming force that had taken everything else. Arges leaned forward, his massive form shifting the clouds around him. He watched as the child whispered something, a prayer perhaps, or simply a wish, or maybe just stubborn words to give courage weight. The child turned the lamp toward the window, as though offering light back to the storm, as though saying, "You may take the docks, the boats, the lighthouse, my uncle, my neighbour's livelihood, our sense of safety. But this flame is mine. This tiny rebellion is mine. You cannot have it." The storm raged on. Zeus's tantrum continued for another hour, bolts falling with metronomic fury. But that lamp never went out. The child never let go. And when the storm finally passed, when Zeus's mood shifted, or his attention wandered to some other slight that demanded cosmic punishment, the village emerged into devastated dawn, wreckage everywhere, lives shattered. But in that high window the lamp still burned. Something cracked inside Arges, not loud like thunder, not bright like lightning, but deep. A fault line in bedrock, the kind of fracture that seems small until you realise it split the foundation. He stared at his hands, scarred, powerful, capable of bending electricity to his will. These hands had crafted 10,000 tools of divine punishment. These hands had never crafted anything that helped mortals survive the storms he enabled. I could make fire that doesn't need permission, he thought. I could make warmth that doesn't wait for divine approval. I could multiply the light instead of monopolizing it. The thought was treasonous. The thought was exhilarating. The thought wouldn't leave. Arges descended to his anvil and began sketching in embers on a sheet of copper cloud. Not a weapon this time. Not a bolt. Something else. Something new. The break strike. The design was elegant in its violence. One hammer blow perfectly placed at the bolt's structural weak point, the seam where bound electricity met crystallized form. The impact would fracture the lightning not into 2 pieces or 10, but into 1,000,000 sparks. Each shard would retain enough energy to kindle, but not enough to kill. Each would scatter across the mortal world seeking tinder. Hearths, forges, lanterns, ovens, kilns, campfires, any place that wanted light and warmth and the agency to control both. Not theft, reallocation, not destruction, multiplication, not rebellion, evolution. He tested the concept on scrap bolts, leftover strikes Zeus hadn't needed. Arges would place a bolt on his anvil, study its internal structure with his eye that could see into the spaces between atoms, identify the perfect point of impact. Then he'd swing his hammer, not with full force, but with precise force, surgical and exact. The bolt would shatter like glass struck at its resonant frequency. Shards leapt in all directions, each one trailing light, each one hungry for fuel. When they found wood or oil or coal or dry grass, they didn't explode, they kindled. Gentle fire, controllable fire, fire that whispered instead of screamed. Arjas collected the test results in his mind, refining the calculations. Angle of impact, 47 degrees off perpendicular. Force applied, 17,000 pounds per square inch. Duration of contact, 0.03 seconds. Rotation of the hammer at moment of impact. Counterclockwise, 13 degrees. Each variable mattered. Each variable brought him closer to a formula that could shatter not just scrap, but the crown bolt itself. The template Zeus copied, the original lightning from which all others descended. If he could break that, if he could scatter that across the world, the storms would never be the same. Fire would never be the same. Mortals would never be the same. Arjas lifted his hammer and held it against the sky like a tuning fork, letting the wind sing through its hollow spaces. Around him, the clouds shifted uneasily. Thunder rolled low and uncertain in the distance, like a dog sensing a stranger at the door. The storm knew. Something was listening for the seam where thunder hides its fear. Something was learning the frequency at which divine power shatters. He whispered the words that would become his creed, his prayer, his manifesto carved in electricity and hope. Better sparks than chains. The hammer hummed in his grip, resonating with the decision. Tomorrow he would climb to the vault of storms. Tomorrow he would commit the greatest theft in the history of heaven. Tomorrow he would teach lightning to multiply instead of dominate. But tonight he carved one more tally mark on his anvil. Not for penance this time, but for promise. The last mark of the old law. Tomorrow would birth the new. In a distant village, a child finally set down the lamp and slept, exhausted, dreaming of light that didn't need storms to exist. Arjas didn't sleep. Cyclopes rarely did. Instead, he prepared, and the sky, sensing change, held its breath. Preparation is prayer for those who forge blasphemy. Arjas spent 3 days and 3 nights remaking his tools, and in that remaking himself. The Nimbus Forge glowed with purpose that had nothing to do with Zeus's orders. For the first time in centuries, Arjas was crafting for himself, not as rebellion's end, but as rebellion's beginning. The hammer came first. His old hammer, the one that had forged 10,000 bolts of divine punishment, was too honest, too straightforward. It struck and shaped and asked no questions. It was a tool of enforcement. He needed something smarter, something that could trap as well as strike. He melted down the original hammer in a furnace he built from concentrated lightning. Temperatures so extreme they bent light around themselves. The metal screamed as it liquefied, centuries of service rendered down to base components. Arjas poured the molten material into a new mould he'd carved from a piece of the original chaos. Actual chaos. The stuff that existed before existence learned to organise itself. The mould was uncomfortable to touch, even for a god. It shifted. It suggested. It made promises in languages that predated language. When the new hammer emerged, it was hollow. Not empty. Hollow. A cage within a weapon. The core was a perfect void, bound by runes Arjas had stolen from ancient cloud banks that predated Zeus's rule. These weren't the clean official runes of Olympian magic. These were older, cruder, more honest about what they did. Capture, contain, compress. The runes glowed faint blue when lightning drew near, hungry and eager. He inlaid the hammerhead with 3 storm runes in particular, one on each of the weapon's primary striking faces. Split on the first face, etched in silver lightning frozen mid-strike. This rune taught electricity to divide, to recognise itself as plural rather than singular. scatter, on the second face, carved in copper that still smelled of ozone. This rune gave direction to division, taught the sparks to flee in beautiful randomness rather than cluster in lethal density. Spare, on the third face, inlaid with iron that had once been part of a plough. This rune was the kindest and the most radical. It taught fire to warm rather than consume, to kindle rather than kill. The handle he wrapped in braided wind, not metaphorically, but literally. Argias reached into a hurricane's eye and pulled out the threads of air that spin at the centre, where everything is calm and everything is potential. He braided them like rope, 7 strands thick, light enough to swing at lightning speed, but strong enough to redirect the trajectory of fate itself. The grip felt alive in his hand, responsive, as though the hammer was learning his intentions before he formed them into action. The shield came next, and this was poetry of a different kind. Gods make their shields from bronze and blessed oak and the scales of monsters that died badly. Argies made his from rain. Not frozen rain, that was just ice, fragile and temporary. He needed rain that remembered it was rain, but agreed to hold still, to maintain form without surrendering essence. It took him 7 hours of negotiation, whispering to a thunderstorm in the old language of water cycles and equilibrium, promising the rain that he would release it back to the sky when the work was done, that this was borrowing, not theft, collaboration, not coercion. The rain agreed. He shaped it into a concave disc, 4 feet in diameter, perfectly curved. Then he polished it, using wind currents as abrasive, using temperature differentials to smooth irregularities, until the shield became a mirror that could bend Zeus's aim. When light hit the shield, it didn't reflect in predictable angles. It refracted, bending around curves that shouldn't exist in 3-dimensional space, finding paths that went left and right simultaneously. Argias tested the shield against stray bolts from Zeus's casual weather-making. A bolt would lance toward him, white fire screaming death, and he'd angle the shield just so. The lightning would strike the rain mirror and bend, ricocheting into empty sky at impossible angles. And where the ricocheted bolt went, it would split. 1 bolt becoming 3 sparks, 3 sparks finding torches below, a temple brazier, a blacksmith's forge, a shepherd's campfire. Each spark kindled without permission, without prayer, without payment. The mortals never knew why their fires suddenly burned brighter on certain nights. They attributed it to luck, to blessing, to favourable winds. They didn't know they were being practiced for a heist. The tools were ready. The plan was set. What remained was the approach. The Vault of Storms sat above Olympus, not geographically above, but hierarchically above, where cloud density reached critical mass, where the pressure differential between reality and divine will bend space into knots, where lightning bred in pools of ionized air, waiting for Zeus to assign them targets and send them screaming toward mortal sins. It wasn't a place, it was a condition, a state of being that gods maintained through collective enforcement of cosmic rules. Only Zeus and his chosen smiths could enter, protected by god marks that resonated with the vault's frequency. Argias had been chosen once, had been marked once, but that mark was provisional, contingent on continued obedience, and what he was planning was the opposite of obedience. He needed a new way in. He built a ladder from stacked anvils, each one a relic from his long service, each one soaked in the resonance of 1,000 struck bolts. He arranged them in ascending thermals, letting the rising heat from the world below levitate them at precise intervals. Each anvil floated stable in the warm air, forming rungs of iron suspended in empty sky. He called it Jacob's Ladder, after a mortal dream he'd once overheard. A merchant son in Judea, sleeping in a field, had described a vision. A ladder between earth and heaven, angels ascending and descending, the border between mortal and divine rendered suddenly permeable. The boy had woken weeping with hope. Argias remembered that. Remembered thinking, the boy doesn't understand that ladders work both ways. What descends can also ascend. What's stolen can also be returned. He climbed. Each anvil rung held his weight without complaint. Each step took him higher into the sovereign cloud bank, into pressures that would crush mortal bodies, into air so thin and charged it tasted of copper and consequence. Below, the world shrank to a curve. Above, the vault manifested as a wall of black cloud so dense it seemed solid, a ceiling that said, "This far. No farther. Turn back." Argid pressed on. The sentinel stirred. Cyclone knots appeared first. Whirlwinds tied into Celtic braids, intricate wind patterns that spun at the perimeter of the vault. They weren't alive, exactly, but they weren't dead either. They were dutiful, programmed with a single imperative: shred anything without a god mark. A sparrow had once flown too close. The cyclone knots had reduced it to component atoms and scattered them across 3 time zones. Argies could see them now, spinning lazy and lethal, waiting for something to destroy. He counted 7 of them, each positioned at cardinal and ordinal points around the vault's entrance. Beautiful in the way that abstract death is beautiful, symmetrical, efficient, utterly without mercy. He would have to pass through them. Static hounds prowled the cloud floor beneath the cyclone knots, visible as disruptions in the air. Places where electricity pooled into quasi-solid form, canine shapes held together by electromagnetic tension. Their eyes were arc welder sparks, white hot and searching. They sniffed for unauthorized voltage, for the signature of lightning that hadn't been approved by Zeus's explicit command. When they found an intruder, they didn't bark. They discharged, grounding their entire stored energy through the target's body in a single catastrophic instant. Argies could hear them now, a low crackling hum, the sound of hunger made audible, and deeper in, past the mobile sentinels, the ward hymns, bronze bells hung in the ether, each one tuned to a specific frequency and a chord that locked the vault tight. The bells weren't rung by hand. They vibrated in sympathy with Zeus's will, humming constantly at the exact pitch that reinforced divine authority. The sound was beautiful if you didn't listen too closely. If you did listen closely, you heard what the harmony was doing, weaving reality into a pattern that said, "Only Zeus, only ever Zeus. All power flows through Zeus and returns to Zeus and never escapes Zeus. Harmony as prison, music as chains." Argies reached the highest anvil rung and paused. He was close now, close enough to smell the crown bolt. Yes, lightning had a smell when it was concentrated this densely. Ozone and burned metal and something else. Something that tasted like authority about to be questioned. But between him and his target stood the sentinels, the hounds, and the song. He took a breath. Unnecessary for gods, but habits from his mortal forging days persisted, and began. The cyclone knots were first. 7 whirlwinds, braided patterns of destruction. He couldn't fight them, couldn't outrun them, could only understand them. He watched their spin, counting rotations, measuring the gaps between spirals. Cyclone knots weren't random, they were woven, and all woven things had a pattern, and all patterns had a rhythm, and all rhythms could be predicted. He waited. 1 rotation, 2, 3. There, a gap 0.73 seconds, between the northern knot's spiral and the eastern knot's reach. Argies moved. He launched himself from the top anvil rung, hammer and shield mag-locked to his back, body streamlined into a dive that would have made Hermes jealous. He slipped through the gap like thread through a needle's eye, wind screaming past his face, cyclone knots registering his passage but unable to adjust fast enough. He was through. A static hound lunged immediately, materializing from a patch of charged air, jaws of ozone and teeth like live wires. It moved faster than thought, pure electromagnetic response programmed to discharge on contact. Argies caught it mid-leap. His hands closed around the hound's throat, not a physical throat, but the concentrated point where its electrical charge was densest. The hound bit, teeth sinking into his forearms, voltage flooding his nervous system. It hurt. Gods could feel pain. They just couldn't die from it. Important distinction. Ages held on. He spun. One full rotation, using the hound's own momentum, and released. But not cleanly. As he let go, he gave the hound a twist, a rotation around its own axis, a spin that fed back into its programmed movement pattern. The hound chased its tail. Literally. It became a loop, a cyclone of its own, confused by its own charge, spiralling faster and faster until it collapsed into a brief thunderclap and dissipated into the ambient storm. Argus flexed his burned hands. The pain was already fading. Gods heal fast, but the lesson remained. Every sentinel has an exploitable pattern. Everything built can be understood. Everything understood can be bypassed. 2 more static hounds appeared, flanking him from left and right, perfect coordination, learning from their fallen sibling. Argus dropped low and drew his shield. The hounds discharged simultaneously. Twin arcs of white lightning that should have converged on his position and vaporized the space where he stood. Should have. The rain mirror caught both discharges, bent them around Argy's body, and redirected them back toward their sources. The hounds, struck by their own attacks, yelped in confusion. Yes, constructs of electricity could express surprise, and fled into the deep cloud, trailing smoke and recursive feedback loops. Argus stood, shield lowered, breathing hard but grinning. "Good boys," he muttered. "Sit." Stay. The way was clear. Now for the song. The ward hymns hung ahead, bronze bells suspended in a circle around the vault's inner sanctum. 12 bells, each one humming its note in the chord that locked divinity into hierarchy. Argus couldn't see the hymn, but he could feel it vibrating through his bones, through his anvil-scarred hands, through the hollow core of his hammer that resonated in sympathy. The chord was a perfect fifth, C to G, stable and strong, the most consonant interval in music theory. It was the sound of law, of order, of power that flows from top to bottom and never questions itself. Beautiful if you didn't think about what it was for. Argus positioned himself equidistant from all 12 bells and listened. Really listened. Not with his ears. Those were crude instruments compared to what he'd trained himself to perceive. He listened with the part of him that had forged lightning, that had learned to hear the difference between voltage that wanted to kill and voltage that wanted to kindle. The hymn was perfect. Too perfect. Perfection was its weakness. Any system that never tolerates dissonance becomes brittle when dissonance arrives. Argus hummed. Not the fifth, not consonants. A minor sixth, C to A flat, unstable, yearning, the sound of questions being asked. The sound of maybe and what if and have we considered. The dissonance that makes perfect harmony interesting instead of tyrannical. His hum entered the chord like a foreign antibody. The bells shuddered. The harmony wobbled. The frequency that said only Zeus encountered the frequency that said, but also and didn't know how to reconcile the contradiction. Argus hummed louder. The minor sixth split the perfect fifth like a wedge-splitting wood. The chord destabilized. The bells, confused by the competing vibrations, began to argue with each other, one bell sharping to compensate, another flatting to rebalance, a third going silent in protest. The whole careful structure of divine enforcement falling into musical chaos. The locks yawned, not opened, yawned, stretched, grew slack and inattentive, like guards at the end of a boring shift who didn't really care anymore if someone slipped past. Argus slipped past, and the vault opened before him. It was a cathedral of storm stuff, massive beyond mortal comprehension. Pillars of cumulus held up a ceiling of pure black pressure. The floor was cloud compressed to near solidity, supporting anvils the size of temples, forges that burned with captured starlight. This was where Zeus kept his arsenal. This was where divine weather was born. And at the centre, suspended in a field of ionized air, the crown bolt. Not the biggest bolt in the vault. That honour went to the apocalypse strikes, the world enders, kept in the back behind triple seals. Not the brightest, Those were the vanity bolts, polished for show, used when Zeus wanted mortals to see his displeasure from 100 miles away. But the first, the original, the template, it hung there like a serpent made of white fire, 10 feet long, thick as Argos's torso. It wasn't static, even suspended, even at rest it moved. Thrashed slowly, tested its containment. The air around it shimmered with heat and possibility. This was the bolt Zeus had cast to dethrone Kronos. This was the pattern every subsequent strike copied. This was the source code of divine lightning, and it was aware of him. Argus felt its attention swing toward him, like a searchlight finding its target. The bolt knew he wasn't supposed to be here, knew this was theft, violation, treason. It coiled in the air, preparing to strike, to defend itself, to be what it was made to be, enforcement of Zeus's absolute authority. Argus approached with his floating anvil hovering beside him, brought specifically for this moment. "I'm not here to kill you," he said quietly. The bolt couldn't understand language, probably, but intention mattered. Energy read energy. Violence sensed violence. "I'm here to multiply you, to teach you what you could be instead of what you are." The bolt lunged, fast, faster than thought, faster than light should move through cloud-dense air. A strike meant to end him, to scatter his atoms, to erase the question he represented. Arges was faster. His hammer swung up, not to block but to catch. The hollow core opened like a mouth, storm runes flaring blue-white with activation. The bolt struck the opening and folded into the hollow space, impossible physics rendered temporary fact. The hammer contained what shouldn't be containable, compressed infinity into a finite space. The bolt thrashed inside the hammer and the weapon shook in Argy's grip like a living thing trying to escape. He could feel it testing the runes, probing for weakness, searching for the crack that would let it explode free. "Not yet," Argus whispered. "Not until you're ready to be what you were meant to be." He dragged the hammer and the bolt contained within toward his anvil. The anvil accepted the hammer's weight, magnetic locks engaging. Argus positioned the hammer carefully, precisely, at the exact angle the test runs had determined. 47 degrees off perpendicular. The bolt, sensing what was coming, fought. It spat static, burned the air into ozone stink, sent shock waves through the vault that made the bronze bells ring in alarm. It was calling for help, calling for Zeus. Above, far above in the heights of Olympus, Zeus paused mid-conversation, felt weight shift in his storms, felt his power move without his command. Somewhere, a rainbow flickered into existence. Iris, goddess of messages, Zeus's eyes and ears across heaven, materialized at the vault's edge. She saw Arges, saw the crown bolt struggling in its magnetic prison, understood immediately what was happening. Her eyes went wide. She opened her mouth to shout a warning, to sound the alarm, to call every god in earshot to prevent what was about to happen. But Arges had already committed. Before the mountains rose, before the oceans knew their depths, the world was whole, silent and unbroken. But one Titan heard the pressure beneath the calm, Coeus, the thinker of heaven, the one who saw truth inside the stone. When no god would listen, he struck the earth to make it speak. Tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. Now close your eyes and drift into the Titan who shattered the earth, Coeus, Titan of intellect and the axes of heaven, stood at the edge of Olympus and looked beyond what the gods could see. While they admired their reflections in polished marble, he watched the way light bent at the horizon. He counted the tremors that came every 7th night, too faint for divine ears. He traced patterns in the way rivers refused to flow straight, how they curved as if avoiding something buried. He saw pressure building beneath the crust. He saw silence ready to scream. "Every height grows heavy," he told them at the summit, his voice like the turning of celestial spheres. "Every idea must crack to breathe." Zeus, youngest and loudest, threw back his head and laughed. The sound rolled across the smooth world like thunder with nowhere to hide. You speak of cracks, old Titan. Look around you. We have achieved stillness. We have tamed chaos itself. Athena turned away, adjusting her aegis. Apollo examined his lyre. Hera studied the architecture of her temple, as if chaos had become invisible mid-sentence. They had inherited the world from the Titans and believed that made them wiser. They mistook their youth for innovation, their power for understanding. Only Gaia, ancient and still, met his eyes. Her gaze held no agreement, but no dismissal either. She was the earth itself, and she knew what her son knew. That wholeness is only another word for waiting. Coeus descended. He walked down from Olympus not in exile, but in purpose. Each step took him deeper into the world's foundations, past the palaces and pleasure gardens, past the fields where mortals would one day plant their first seeds. He descended into the deep places where stone remembered being born. The caverns opened before him like the chambers of a vast heart. Crystals grew from the ceiling in frozen cascades, each one refracting light that had no business existing so far from the sun. The air tasted of copper and time, and everywhere, he heard it. The whisper of his name, not in worship, not in fear, but in warning. He traced the fault lines with his staff, that ancient tool forged from the first questions ever asked. Where he walked, the stone trembled. Small cracks appeared and disappeared like thoughts half-formed. The earth was trying to speak, but had not yet learned language. "I hear you," he murmured, kneeling to press his palm against warm rock. The heat surprised him. The gods above walked on a world they believed was cold and conquered, never knowing that just beneath their feet something molten waited. Each tremor beneath his feet carried his name forward and backward through time. The earth knew what was coming. The earth had always known. It was only waiting for someone wise enough, or foolish enough, to listen. He moved deeper, following the veins of heat like a scholar following logic to its inevitable conclusion. The caverns grew larger, their walls streaked with minerals that glowed faintly in the darkness. Gold and copper, iron and something older than metal, something that pulsed with its own slow rhythm. The rhythm of a world trying to breathe beneath a skin too tight. Days passed, or perhaps years. Time moved strangely in the deep. Coeus mapped the pressure points, the places where the Earth's dream became nightmare. He found chambers where magma churned behind walls of stone, so thin he could feel its heat through his palm. He found rivers of liquid rock that flowed in absolute silence, patient as fate. And at the centre of it all he found the cavern, endless, ancient, waiting. The walls curved away into darkness so complete it felt textured, dimensional. The floor was smooth obsidian, warm to the touch, and beneath it he could see the glow. Not firelight, not reflected brilliance, but the light of the world's core, seeping upward through stone, painting the darkness in shades of red and gold. Veins of magma traced through the obsidian like thoughts under skin. They pulsed, they breathed. They formed patterns he almost recognized, constellations mapped onto the Earth's interior, equations written in heat and stone. The Earth was thinking. It had always been thinking. The gods above had built their paradise on top of a mind they refused to acknowledge, and now that mind was ready to speak. Coeus stood at the centre of the cavern, staff in hand, and looked up at the distant ceiling. Somewhere above, beyond miles of stone and root and darkness, Zeus was laughing at some joke. Athena was composing poetry about eternal order. Apollo was tuning his strings to the music of spheres that no longer existed. They did not know. They could not know, but he did. "Not yet," he whispered to the glowing earth. "Not yet." But soon. The light beneath the obsidian pulsed once, twice, like a heart acknowledging his words. The veins of magma brightened and dimmed in rhythm, and in that rhythm Coeus heard something that made even a titan of intellect pause. He heard agreement. The earth was no longer asking permission. It was waiting for partnership. Chaos planted his staff against the obsidian floor. The sound it made echoed forever, bouncing between walls that had never known sound before. And when the echo finally faded, the silence that remained was different than the silence that came before. It was the silence of a word about to be spoken. It was the silence before the world remembers how to break. The forging took an age, or perhaps only a moment. In the deep places, creation moves according to its own clock. Chaos stood before a pool of a magma that bubbled with ancient heat, and he began to unmake his staff. The old one, weathered from eons of measuring the heavens, he broke across his knee. The sound was like a star collapsing, sharp, final, irreversible. The pieces fell into the molten pool and dissolved, returning to their elemental state. Wood that had grown in the first forest, metal that had fallen from the first comet, light that had never known darkness. From this dissolution, he would forge truth. He gathered obsidian from the cavern walls, volcanic glass born from the earth's ancient violence, sharper than any sword, darker than any night. Each shard he selected with care, reading the patterns frozen in its surface, choosing pieces that remembered fire and pressure and transformation. Then he reached upward, through miles of stone, through the barrier between earth and sky, and called down starlight. It came reluctantly, threading through cracks in the world, silver and hesitant. Starlight belonged to the heavens, to Apollo's careful arrangements, and Athena's geometric constellations. But Chaos was older than their claims, and Starlight remembered him from before the Olympians learned their names. He wove the light through the obsidian, like veins through flesh. The glass began to glow from within, pulsing with captured stars. This was not a weapon of war. Zeus had those in abundance, crude tools of domination that solved every problem by making it bleed. This was a weapon of understanding. Each strike of this staff would reveal truth. Each touch would show what lay beneath surfaces. It would split lies like splitting atoms, releasing the energy hidden inside. He shaped it in the heat, his hands immune to burning, his mind focused on the singular purpose. 6 feet of obsidian glass shot through with veins of captured starlight, topped with a point sharp enough to pierce the world's heart. The base he capped with iron from a fallen meteor, grounding the celestial in the terrestrial. When it was finished, he held it before him and spoke its purpose into existence. "Show me what hides beneath what is." The staff hummed in response and the cavern walls trembled. He ascended from the deep to test what he had made. The first time he struck the staff against the earth, mountains shook. He stood in a valley between peaks the gods had named and claimed, and he drove the staff's point into the soil. The impact sent ripples outward, not just through earth, but through the fabric of what the world believed itself to be. Trees swayed though no wind blew. Rivers paused mid-flow, confused. Small stones lifted from the ground and hung suspended for 3 heartbeats before falling back. In Olympus, Zeus looked up from his throne. What was that? No one could answer. The second strike came at the edge of an ocean the gods had declared eternal. Chaos raised his staff and brought it down where water met shore. The beach exploded outward in a perfect circle, sand and stone rearranging themselves into new patterns. The ocean pulled back, revealing trenches and valleys that had never seen light. Then it rushed forward again, but it no longer flowed the same way. Its currents had shifted, responding to new geography the gods could not yet see. In Olympus, Athena felt the change in her carefully mapped world and frowned. Something is wrong with the mathematics. Apollo checked his lyre and found it out of tune for the first time since its creation. The gods began to feel it, a heartbeat in the stone beneath their feet, a pulse that was not theirs, that did not obey their will, that existed independent of their authority. Something was waking beneath them. The third strike was not Chaos's choice. He stood at the confluence of 3 rivers, where the earth's heat rose closest to the surface, where the pressure had been building longest. He placed the staff against the ground gently, intending only to listen, to measure. to understand before acting. But the earth reached up and grabbed the staff with magnetic inevitability. The point sank into soil, through bedrock, through ancient sediment compressed into stone. It sank past fossil and mineral vein, past underground rivers and caves where no creature had ever walked. It sank until it touched the molten heart of the world, the vast churning sea of liquid rock that dreamed beneath everything. Gaia appeared beside him in the instant before catastrophe. She was not angry. She was not afraid. She materialized from the ground itself, her form shifting between woman and mountain, between mother and earth, between the beginning and the ending of all things. "If you split the earth," she said quietly, "I will bleed." Coeus looked at her. This being who had birthed titans and gods and the world itself. This ancient consciousness that predated thought and would outlast silence. He saw in her eyes not pleading, but recognition. She knew what he knew. She had always known. "Better a wound than a lie," he answered softly. The third strike happened without him moving. The staff, lodged deep in the earth's heart, began to pulse with light. The obsidian glowed red, then white, then colours that had no names in any language. The starlight trapped inside ignited like fuel, and power flowed downward through the staff into the molten core. It was not destruction. It was revelation. The surface ruptured. Not all at once, not randomly, but along the lines Chaos had traced, the weak points where pressure had been building since the world first cooled. The earth opened like an eye, like a mouth, like a mind remembering how to speak after eons of enforced silence. Fire spilled upward in towering columns. Magma fountained into the sky, writing prophecies in ash and ember. The smooth shell of stone that had covered the world since creation cracked along 1,000 fault lines at once, and the pieces began to drift apart. Continents were born screaming. The sea, which had pulled in shallow depressions across the single landmass, rushed into the widening gaps with the sound of worlds ending. Water met magma in explosions of steam that reached the clouds. New ocean basins opened like wounds, and the sea poured in to fill them, hissing and boiling and claiming territory that had been solid ground mere moments before. From Olympus, the gods watched their perfect world break. Zeus stood at the edge of his palace, thunder gathering in his fists, staring at the horizon as it literally split in two. One half of the landmass drifted west, the other east, and between them a chasm opened that filled with fire and water in equal measure. "What has he done?" Athena whispered. Hera said nothing, but her face had gone pale as winter. Apollo's lyre strings snapped one by one. They could see it now, what Coeus had seen from the beginning. They could see the inside of creation, the molten thought and endless hunger that churned beneath their feet. The world was not solid. It had never been solid. It was a thin skin stretched over chaos, and that skin had finally learned to breathe. Mountains rose where none had stood before, thrust upward by colliding plates of stone. Valleys opened and swallowed forests. New rivers carved themselves into existence, following the freshly broken terrain. The smooth world was gone, replaced by something dynamic and dangerous and terrifyingly alive. And at the centre of it all, where the first crack had opened, Chaos's staff stood embedded in the earth like a gravestone, like a monument, like a prayer. It glowed like a red heartbeat, rhythmic and steady, and its tip vanished into a burning chasm that had no bottom any god dared to measure. The earth was thinking now. It was thinking in fire and stone, in tectonic pressure and volcanic bloom. It was thinking in the language of its own body, speaking truths the gods had spent eternity trying to suppress. And Coeus stood before his staff, one hand still touching the obsidian, feeling the pulse of the world's new awareness flow through him. He was exhausted. He was exhilarated. He was terrified of what came next. But he did not regret. "The earth is thinking now," he said to no one and everyone. "It won't be silent again." Above him, Olympus convulses. The sky itself tilts as if the axis of heaven has shifted. because it has. Thunder rolls without lightning, clouds spiral without wind, and for the first time in their eternal lives, the gods feel the ground beneath them as uncertain. The heart of the world beats on red and relentless, and every beat is his name. Olympus convulsed as if the mountain itself were trying to vomit out the gods who claimed it. Palaces tilted at impossible angles. Columns cracked from base to capital. The smooth marble floors buckled and groaned, revealing for the first time the ordinary stone beneath their divine veneer. Zeus descended on wings of storm. Lightning wreathed around him like rage made visible. He found Chaos still standing at the chasm's edge, one hand on his staff, watching the world remake itself with the calm of a scholar observing an experiment. "What have you done?" The king of gods' voice shook the air itself. "What have you done?" Chaos turned slowly. His eyes held the light of the chasm, red and gold and ancient. "I have told the truth," he said simply. "The earth was always this. We merely pretended otherwise. You've destroyed the world." "No." Chaos looked back at the widening cracks, the drifting continents, the birth of mountains and the death of flatness. "I've freed it. There is a difference you have never cared to learn." Zeus raised his fist and the sky darkened with gathering power. Every god and goddess had assembled now. Athena with her spear, Ares grinning at the prospect of violence, Hera cold as judgment, Apollo pale as his own moon. They ringed the chasm like executioners, divine and furious and afraid. "Repair it," Zeus commanded. "Now! Return the world to what it was, or I will unmake you so thoroughly that even chaos will not remember your name." Chaos smiled. It was not a happy expression. "You still don't understand." He knelt at the crack, pressing both palms against the broken earth. Heat seared upward, but he did not flinch. Through his hands he felt what the gods could not. The world splitting faster than even he had imagined. His intellect, his gift of knowing and understanding, had become a curse. He had seen the pressure points, the weak places, and his revelation had allowed them all to rupture at once. The continents were not just drifting apart, they were accelerating. Already gaps wide enough to swallow Olympus itself had opened. The sea poured in with the roar of 10,000 waterfalls, but it could not fill the voids fast enough. Beneath the water, magma churned and rose, creating new seafloor even as old land sank into trenches that had no bottom. The world was thinking, yes, but it was thinking too fast, too violently, like a mind finally free of chains and unable to stop its own momentum. If he did nothing, the fracture would not stop at natural boundaries. It would continue until the world was not continents but fragments, shattered beyond any possibility of life, a belt of broken stone circling the sun where a planet used to be. Chaos closed his eyes and spoke to the burning earth below. "I understand. I understand what you need." The earth pulsed beneath his hands, listening. "You need an anchor," he whispered. "You need weight. You need something to press the pieces together, not from outside, but from within. You need—" He understood then. He had always understood. Perhaps from the moment he first descended into the deep, this had been the only possible ending. "Dash me." Zeus took a step forward. "Chaos, what are you—" The Titan of intellect threw himself into the chasm. He fell through steam and ash, through layers of meaning and stone, through the skin of reality, and into the body beneath. The heat should have destroyed him, but he was Titan, and Titans are not easily unmade. The pressure should have crushed him, but he welcomed its weight as he had welcomed the weight of heaven in the age before Zeus. He fell for what felt like eons, watching the walls of the chasm rush past in streaks of red and gold. He saw veins of precious metal, diamonds compressed from ancient carbon, fossils of things that had never lived and never would. He saw the history of the world written in stone, and then he saw beyond history to the foundational structure of existence itself. At last he reached the core. It was not liquid, it was not solid, it was both and neither. a churning mass of molten light that existed in states the surface world had no names for. It was the Earth's heart, its mind, its soul, distilled to pure geological consciousness. Coeus landed in it like a god landing in an ocean. The impact sent shockwaves through the planet. On the surface, every mountain trembled, every ocean swelled, every river changed course simultaneously. The gods of Olympus were thrown from their feet, clutching at columns and each other, feeling for the first time what mortals would one day call an earthquake, the world remembering how to move. But in the core, Coeus did not die. He pressed his hands against the molten light, and it pressed back. He felt the pieces of broken earth above him, felt them drifting apart like thoughts losing coherence, felt the acceleration that would end in complete dissolution, and he held them together. It was not strength that did it. Strength alone could never be enough. It was understanding. It was knowing exactly how much pressure to apply and where, how to distribute his consciousness through the core like roots through soil, how to become not a god standing apart from the world, but a part of the world itself. He spread his arms wide, and his body began to merge with the molten heart. His flesh became magma. His bones became iron and nickel, settling into the layers where they belonged. His blood became the rivers of liquid metal that flow through the outer core, generating the magnetic field that would one day guide compasses and migrating birds. His thoughts dispersed into the heat, becoming the convection currents that drive the movement of continents. But his consciousness, his awareness, his intellect, his self, remained, trapped, eternal, necessary. He held the broken pieces of earth together with his body, pressing outward from the centre, applying force in all directions at once. The acceleration slowed. The continent's wild drift steadied into something more measured, more sustainable. The world would continue to change. He could not and would not stop that. But it would change at a pace that allowed for life, for evolution, for the mortal creatures who would one day walk the surface, wondering why the ground sometimes trembled beneath their feet. The pressure never stopped. It built and built in layers, decades of pressure compounding into centuries, centuries into millennia. Every earthquake was him adjusting his grip. Every volcanic eruption was him breathing. Every groaning shift of continental plates was his voice, endlessly speaking a word that meant both hold and release. On the surface, the world steadied. The cracks stopped widening. The continents found their balance, drifting now at the stately pace of fingernails growing, of mountains rising grain by grain. The gods returned to Olympus and rebuilt their palaces on the tilted, imperfect new world, and they did not speak of what Coeus had done. They could not afford to remember. But deep in the core, deeper than any god would ever dig, deeper than any mortal mind would ever reach, Coeus remained, half embedded in magma, arms stretched outward in eternal crucifixion, holding the broken world together from the inside. Fire poured from his ribs like rivers seeking the sea. His face, still recognizable if anyone could have seen it, was frozen in an expression of perfect calm. Not peace, not suffering, but acceptance, altitude. Each deity sought to sit closer to the source of radiance, to claim dominion over the undivided heavens. And the sky bent. It groaned beneath the weight of divine arrogance, sagging like cloth stretched too thin. The fabric of creation began to warp, pulling stars from their appointed paths, dragging constellations into twisted knots around the pillars of celestial vanity. Only one among them saw what was coming. Creus, the titan of the constellations, walked alone through the firmament with spear in hand. But his weapon was not forged for war. Its tip was not sharpened for flesh, but for precision. A stylus meant to trace the paths of stars across infinity. He was the silent cartographer of the heavens, the keeper of order in the boundless dark that lived beneath the burning blue. He had mapped every constellation, drawn the invisible roads along which light should travel, marked the places where stars were meant to rest. His charts were not written on parchment, but carved into the very substance of space itself, each line a promise that chaos would not consume creation. But now those lines were breaking. He watched the gods build higher. He watched them laugh as their towers swayed, as the sky buckled and creaked. He watched constellations pulled like strings toward the golden thrones, their ancient patterns unraveling, their light dimming as they were crushed beneath foundations meant for glory, not for wisdom. The stars are not stones to sit upon, he told them. They didn't listen. Thunder gods laughed at his warnings. Harvest deities dismissed his concerns with waves of abundant hands. Love goddesses turned away, more interested in their reflections in pools of liquid starlight than in the trembling of the cosmos beneath their feet. And then Zeus crowned Olympus. The king of gods raised his throne above all others, planted it at the very apex of heaven, and declared himself lord of the heights. Lightning crackled around his seat of power. Clouds bowed before him. The sky itself seemed to bend in acknowledgement of his supremacy. Creus stood at the base of that mountain of divine pride and felt the entire firmament shudder. In that moment he understood. Balance would die here. The sky would not hold. The endless blue fire would collapse inward, consuming gods and stars alike, crushing all of creation back into the formless void from which it had been drawn. Unless someone stopped it. Unless someone gave the heavens room to breathe. The stars trembled in their courses, their light flickering like candles in a wind that should not exist. They called to him in voices only he could hear, ancient voices that remembered the dark before light, that knew the price of holding infinity in place. Creus looked up at the sagging sky, at the thrones piercing it like thorns in living flesh, at the gods too drunk on their own magnificence to see the catastrophe they had created. And he swore an oath that shook the foundations of space itself. He would carve the sky in two before it broke completely. He would divide eternity so that it could move. Better a scar than a collapse. That night, though there was no night yet, only the endless burning day, Creus stood at the edge of the firmament, the boundary where creation met void, the place where light trembled before the abyss. His spear glowed in his hand like dawn trapped inside midnight, like the memory of darkness cradled within flame. The weapon hummed with purpose, singing a single note that resonated with the fundamental frequency of the cosmos itself. Behind him, the gods feasted and built and dreamed of higher glories. Before him, the sky waited to be wounded. Creus descended, past the clouds heavy with divine palaces, past the layers of light where angels had not yet learned to fly, down through veils of mist and curtains of aurora, down to the place where the void still remembered its dominance, where the first light had once slept before creation woke it. Here, in the silent dark beneath the burning sky, he would forge his resolve into something unbreakable. The Asterian spear had served him well for countless ages, but what he meant to do required more than a tool for mapping stars. He needed a weapon that could wound infinity itself, a blade sharp enough to cut what should never be divided. He found the spine of a fallen star, a great burning bone tumbling through the darkness, and he pulled it from its trajectory with hands that knew how to move celestial objects. The star spine screamed as he shaped it, folding its light inward, compressing millennia of radiance into a single point of unbearable sharpness. Then he carried it to the north wind and held it in the breath of that ancient gale until the heat became cold, until the fire crystallized into something harder than adamant, sharper than time. When he lifted the new Asterian spear, the darkness itself flinched away from its edge. Word of his intentions spread. The Titans came to him one by one, emerging from their stations across creation to plead with him. Hyperion, Lord of Light, stood before him with eyes like suns and begged him to reconsider. You will tear the fabric of what we have made. The sky is the greatest of all works. Do not unmake it. Oceanus, who commanded the waters, spoke with the voice of tides. If you wound the heavens, brother, the wound will never close. The blood of the sky will fall forever. Even Gaia herself rose from the deep earth, the mother of all things, vast beyond comprehension, her voice the grinding of continents. If you split the sky, the world will never heal. There are some scars that creation cannot bear. Creus listened to them all. He honoured their concerns with silence and consideration. Then he spoke, and his voice was quiet but absolute. Better a scar than a collapse. They could not dissuade him. They saw the resolve burning in his eyes like the light of dying stars compressed into will. They saw that he had already made his choice, had already accepted what it would cost him. So they stood back and watched. Creus returned to the surface of creation. He climbed to the highest peak that was not claimed by divine vanity, a mountain of pure stone that existed before the gods gave it a name. From this vantage he could see the entire sky stretched above him like a canopy pulled too tight, rippling with stress fractures where reality was beginning to tear. He planted his feet. He raised the Asterian spear above his head with both hands. He took one final breath, and the cosmos held its breath with him. Then he hurled the spear straight upward. It flew like vengeance, like necessity, like the answer to a question the universe had been too afraid to ask. The spear struck the centre of the sky, and the sky screamed. Light and shadow that had never known separation were suddenly ripped apart in a single flash of agony that illuminated all of creation and plunged half of it into darkness in the same instant. The wound opened like a mouth tearing itself in two, spreading from the point of impact in both directions, racing across the firmament faster than thought. Half became day, half became night. The first dawn and the first dusk were born in that wound, twins delivered in violence, opposites created by division. The thrones of the gods shook. Some fell, their foundations torn from the suddenly splitting sky, their golden towers toppling through veils of cloud to shatter on mountains below. Others simply dissolved, their substance evaporating as the fabric of the heaven that had held them was torn away. Gods scrambled for purchase as their world tilted and fractured. Some were caught by the spreading darkness and learned terror for the first time. Others clung to the retreating light, suddenly understanding that brightness was not eternal, that shadows could exist, that the absence of illumination was not death, but something else entirely, something with its own strange and terrible beauty. Divine blood fell like rain, or what would have been rain if rain had existed yet. Liquid starlight poured from the wound, golden and silver and every colour that light could be, cascading down in glittering streams that seared the earth where they landed and cooled into the first precious metals that mortals would one day kill each other to possess. Creus stood beneath the fracture, directly below the point where his spear had struck. The divine blood fell upon him, soaking him, burning him, marking him with the cost of what he had done. Above him, the sky held its shape only because the Asterian spear remained lodged at the wound's centre, still glowing with the force of its impact, holding the two halves apart like a hinge of creation, like the axis around which all division would forever turn. Day and night pulled away from each other, gasping, learning for the first time what it meant to be separate, what it meant to exist in opposition, what it meant to define oneself against an opposite. The split widened, and Creus felt himself being pulled toward it. Day and night began to war, not with weapons or hatred, but with the simple physics of existence. Each tried to expand, to reclaim the territory it had lost in the division. Light pushed against darkness. Darkness pushed back against light. They met at the wound and wrestled there, neither able to overcome the other, both learning in that struggle what rhythm meant, what breathing meant, what the pulse of time would feel like once it began. Creation was learning to move, but balance came at a cost that had not yet been paid in full. Creus felt the pull intensify. The wound he had made was calling to him, drawing him upward with a gravity that answered to the crack itself, as if the sky recognised its surgeon and wanted to claim him as the price of its new shape. Thunder rolled across both halves of heaven. Zeus appeared amid the storm, descending on steps made of lightning, his face twisted between fury and awe. The king of gods had fallen with his throne, had tumbled through the suddenly dark portion of sky and crashed upon the earth. Now he rose again, wounded in pride, diminished in power, but still the lord of Olympus, even if Olympus was no longer the highest point in creation. He stood before Creus with lightning crackling in his fists. "You've ruined perfection," Zeus said, his voice the rumble of distant war. Creus met his gaze without flinching, even as the pull of the wound grew stronger, even as he felt his own substance beginning to thin, to stretch toward the sky. "No," Creus answered, his voice quiet and absolute. "I divided eternity so it could move." Zeus raised his hand, lightning gathering for a strike that would unmake even a titan, but he hesitated. He looked up at the wound, at the spear still glowing there, at the way day and night were beginning to circle each other in a dance that would never end. He looked back at Creus and saw that the titan was already fading, already being claimed by what he had created. The lightning in Zeus's hand flickered and died. "Was it worth the price?" he asked. Creus smiled, and it was the saddest expression the king of gods had ever seen. "Ask your children," the titan said. "When they are born into a world where night falls and morning rises, ask them if they would trade the sunset for an endless burning day." The wound widened further. Creus gasped as he felt the pull intensify beyond resistance. His feet left the ground. His body stretched, drawn upward like smoke, like mist, like the substance of stars unraveling. He could have fought it, could have anchored himself to the earth, let the sky tear itself apart without him. But he understood now what the wound needed, why it was calling to him. The two halves of heaven were trying to merge again, to heal themselves, to return to the endless burning unity they had been before. They did not yet understand that separation was not damage but design. They needed to be held apart until they learned to accept their new nature. They needed a hinge, a connection, a space between. Creus drove his hands into the wound. Pain exploded through him as he grasped the edges of day and night, as he forced them apart with strength drawn from the same will that had hurled the spear. The wound screamed. He screamed with it. His body stretched impossibly thin, pulled across the gap, becoming the gap, dissolving into the space between light and dark. His heart, still burning with the final reserves of his titan strength, was drawn upward to the highest point of the sky. There it lodged, a fixed point around which all else would turn, the anchor of heaven, the star that would never move, the North Star, eternal and unchanging, the last piece of Creus that remembered what it meant to be singular. His arms spread wide, reaching across the void, becoming the arc of light that mortals would one day call the Milky Way, the river of stars, the path of souls, the road between worlds, his spine aligned with the wound itself, stretching from horizon to horizon, marking the line where day met night, where light kissed dark, where opposites touched without destroying each other. He became the boundary. He became the between. He became the horizon itself, forever present, forever distant, forever separating what needed to be separate, forever connecting what needed to touch. The gods fell silent, watching as one of their own transformed into a fundamental property of creation. Gaia wept, and her tears became the first oceans. The other titans bowed their heads, understanding the magnitude of sacrifice they had witnessed. Even Zeus, proud and terrible, lowered himself to one knee before the horizon where Creus now dwelt, acknowledging a greatness beyond his own. The world exhaled for the first time. Sunrise and sunset began their eternal circle around the Titan's sleeping form, day and night learning to dance rather than war, taking turns in a rhythm that would define all life to come. In the wound where the spear had struck, in the space that Creus now held open with his own dissolved substance, the first twilight bloomed. Neither day nor night, but both. Neither light nor dark, but the marriage of opposites, the beauty of transition, the sacred in-between. The gods rebuilt their thrones, but they built them smaller now, humbler, with foundations that did not pierce the heavens but rested upon the firm earth. They learned to respect the boundary Creus had left, to honour the line between day and night, to accept that some divisions were holy. Olympus rose again, but it did not try to claim the sky's apex. That place belonged to the North Star now, to the heart of a Titan who had loved order more than glory. Time began to move in rhythm. Hours were born from the turning of light and dark. Seasons emerged as the balance shifted in subtle ways. Mortals rose from the earth, blinking in wonder at a world where day ended and night began, where shadows fell and light returned, where change was not chaos but the natural breathing of creation. They named what they saw. Sailors, navigating by the stars that Creus had once mapped, called the horizon Creus's line, that place where water met sky, where the visible ended and mystery began, where a man could stand and see both the world he knew and the promise of worlds beyond. Astronomers, studying the wheeling constellations, saw the Titan's body in the zodiac. Each sign was a piece of his scar, a fragment of the pattern he had broken himself to create. Aries marked where his right hand had been. Libra held the balance he had died to preserve. Pisces swam in the space where his feet had last touched solid ground. Poets sang of the spear's light, that brief flickering at twilight when the weapon could still be seen glowing at the exact centre of the sky, visible only in the moment between day and night, only in the instant when Creus was most present in his dissolution. That spark, golden and violet and impossibly beautiful, lasted only a handful of heartbeats. Blink and you would miss it. But those who watched the horizon at the perfect moment could see the spear's tip catch fire as the sun passed the boundary, could witness the original wound reopening for just an instant before the gentle dark of evening soothed it closed again. Children were told to make wishes on that light, to whisper their hopes into the between space where the Titan still listened. And sometimes, on nights when the stars were especially bright, when the Milky Way blazed with particular intensity across the darkness, sailors swore they could hear a voice in the wind, deep and patient and infinitely sad, reminding them, better a scar than a collapse. Philosophers came to the shore to contemplate Creus's sacrifice. They understood slowly what he had known in that final moment before he cast the spear, that division was not destruction, that separation could be sacred, that opposites needed distance to see each other clearly. Day loved night because Creus had made them separate enough to recognize each other's beauty. Light treasured dark because darkness made brightness visible. Beginning cherished ending because both were made meaningful by their distinction. In every sunset, mortals witnessed the Titan's gift, that moment when the world transformed, when gold bled into purple, and purple deepened into blue and blue surrendered at last to black. The colours of that transition were the colours of Creus's dissolution, the shades of sacrifice, the hues of holy transformation. In every sunrise they saw his determination, that relentless return of light, that refusal to let darkness reign eternal, that balance maintained across ages by a will that had become part of the structure of reality itself. The years turned into centuries, centuries turned into assiges, civilizations rose and fell beneath the line where Creus held the heavens apart. The gods who had once built thrones in the sky descended to walk among mortals, or retreated to distant realms beyond the stars. The other Titans faded into legend, their names half remembered, their deeds distorted by time's passage. But Creus endured. Every day and every night his presence remained, not as a person or even as a deity, but as a fact of existence, as fundamental to creation as gravity or time or the speed of light. Sailors crossing dark waters navigated by his heart star. Lovers meeting at twilight stood in the sacred space of his sacrifice. Travellers watching dawn break over distant mountains witnessed his daily resurrection. He had split the heavens, and in that wound, humanity found the beauty of between, the beauty of transitions, the beauty of boundaries. the beauty of knowing that one state must end before another can begin, that darkness makes rest possible, that light makes action meaningful, that the movement between opposites is where life actually happens, not in the eternal day that once burned without mercy, not in the absolute night that would have consumed all warmth, but in the dance, in the rhythm, in the breathing of the cosmos that Creus had died to create. The sun sets now over distant waters, sinking toward the line where ski meets sea, where the visible surrenders to the invisible, where a Titan still holds the two halves of heaven apart with hands dissolved into constellation, and will transfigured into law. The spear glows once more, just for an instant, as the sun's last light strikes the wound at its centre. Gold flares into violet. Violet deepens into blue. Blue surrenders at last to the gentle dark. And somewhere in that transition, in that sacred space between what was and what will be, Creus watches over the world he wounded into wisdom. Forever between, forever the boundary, forever the beauty of division that taught creation how to move. He split the heavens, and in that wound we found the beauty of between. Before the heavens had thrones, before stars had names, there was only chaos, endless and wild. And from that storm a god was born, not to rule, but to hold. Tartarus, the foundation of all things, the god who forged the chains of creation and bound the storm that would have devoured it. Tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is where you are. Now close your eyes and drift into the god who chained chaos. In the beginning, there was no beginning. There was only chaos. Not darkness, not light, but the violent marriage of both. It was hunger without mouth, motion without direction, a storm that fed on its own screaming. Time had not learned to flow. Space had not learned to hold. Everything that could exist did exist all at once, tearing itself apart in the trying. Colours that had no names bled into sounds that had no source. Gravity pulled in 17 directions simultaneously. Heat and cold were the same sensation, indistinguishable in their extremity. Matter formed and unformed in the same breath. Atoms dancing apart before they could remember how to bind. It was beautiful in the way a wildfire is beautiful, in the way a collapsing star is beautiful, beautiful and utterly uninhabitable. And around this maelstrom, like skin forming over a wound, like frost crystallizing at the edge of boiling water, came Tartarus. He was not born from chaos. He was not its child or its sibling or its consequence. He simply was, in the way that every force eventually meets its opposite. Where chaos writhed and scattered, he solidified and gathered. Where it screamed, he stood silent. His existence was not voluntary. It was necessary, the way a river carves its banks, the way shadows follow light. Tartarus had no parents, no origin story, no moment of awakening. He had always been there, at the edge of the storm, holding the shape that kept everything from becoming nothing. His first breath created gravity, not the gravity of planets and moons. That would come later. This was deeper, primal, a simple, radical idea that things could be held, that proximity could mean relationship, that weight could anchor rather than crush. When Tartarus exhaled, space learned to curve. When he inhaled, matter learned to gather. His heartbeat, slow and deep as continents, became the first rhythm in a universe that had known only cacophony. His silence carved the first boundary between what is and what is not. Before him, there was no difference between existence and void. Everything was everything, which meant nothing was anything. But Tartarus brought definition. His stillness was not absence. It was presence so complete it needed no motion to prove itself. He stood at the threshold, vast beyond measure, and where he stood, the line was drawn. On one side, potential. On the other, form. He didn't speak. He had no need. His presence was language itself, the first grammar of reality. And from the overflow of chaos, where its wild energy spilled beyond even its own grasping, the first Eternals took shape. Gaia rose like stone learning to dream. She was vast, patient, ancient before age existed. Her body was every mountain that would ever rise, every valley that would ever cradle water. She ached for stillness the way a spinning top aches to rest. Every moment of her existence was spent trembling under the constant assault of chaos's formless hunger, feeling herself start to dissolve back into the storm. Nyx unfurled as the absence between screams. She was not the darkness of nothingness, but the darkness of rest, the space where eyes could close, where breath could slow, where the mind could stop defending itself against the onslaught of everything. She was shadow with intention, quiet with purpose, and she was tired before she had ever truly lived, exhausted by the effort of maintaining her shape against chaos's pull. Eros sparked into being as the first directed motion. Not love yet. Love required separation, required two things to move toward each other, but this was the seed of it. The first toward, the first choosing. He was momentum with desire, the arrow before the target, the hunger that knew what it wanted, and he flickered like a candle in a hurricane, his purpose scattering before it could take root. They were beautiful. They were fragile. And chaos, unknowing and insatiable, would devour them the moment it remembered they existed. The three of them huddled at the edge of Tartarus's domain, pressing themselves against his stillness like children hiding behind a father's legs. They were the first refugees of existence, displaced from their own nature by the chaos that had birthed them. Gaia came to Tartarus at the edge of the void, where his form stood like a mountain at the lip of an endless fall. Her voice trembled with the weight of new existence, with the terror of knowing that she could be unmade as easily as she had been made. "Hold it still," she whispered, and the words were like stones falling into deep water. "Please, hold it still so we may live." Tartarus looked into the heart of chaos. His eyes, if eyes they could be called, saw deeper than sight. He saw no malice there, no cruelty, no scheming intelligence bent on destruction, only wanting, pure, infinite, innocent wanting. Chaos wanted to be everything, wanted to become everything, wanted to touch everything and transform everything and consume everything, not out of hatred, but out of an irresistible compulsion to be more. It was the hunger of the universe to experience itself unfiltered and unbound. It was not wicked. It was simply boundless, and the universe could not survive boundlessness. A flower cannot bloom in a tornado. A thought cannot form in an avalanche. Beauty requires limits, consciousness requires structure, and life, fragile, precious life, requires stillness. Tartarus understood then what must be done. There could be no reasoning with chaos, no bargain, no treaty, no gentle convincing. It had no mind to change, no will to bend. It did not choose to destroy. Destruction was simply the consequence of its nature, as inevitable as ice melting and fire. It was the raw fact of possibility itself, and possibility left unchained becomes catastrophe. "I will become the wall," he said, and his voice was the first thunder that chose not to break the sky. The words fell heavy as collapsed stars, final as the closing of an eye that would never open again. Gaia reached for him, her stone fingers stretching across the void. "No, there must be another way. We can—" But Tartarus had already begun to descend. He moved slowly, deliberately, with the inevitability of erosion. Each step took an eon. Each breath reshaped the architecture of proto-reality. The other Eternals watched, helpless, as he walked into the heart of the storm they had all fled. Nyx wept, and her tears became the first starts. Distant, cold, beautiful. Eros reached out, trying to pull him back, and his desperation became the first gravity that bound two things together not by force, but by care. And Gaia, ancient Gaia, closed her eyes and began to harden, preparing herself for the weight of the world she would soon be asked to carry. The camera of creation pulled back, from the trembling stars to the dark ocean of the void, from the edge of existence to its molten core. The perspective widened until the three Eternals were specks of light at the rim of an infinite well, and at the centre of everything, where light went to die and darkness went to rest, Tartarus sank into the heart of chaos itself. The storm welcomed him, not with malice, but with hunger. It wrapped around him like water around a stone, testing, probing, seeking to unmake him as it unmade all things. But Tartarus was not all things. He was boundary itself, and boundaries do not dissolve. They push back. He sank deeper, and deeper still, until he reached the place beneath the place, the void beneath the void, the silent centre where all the screaming began. Here he would forge the first anchor to reality, and he would forge it from himself. The forge existed in no place and every place. Tartarus carved it from the void's own stillness, cutting a pocket of intention inside the storm. It was a wound in the fabric of chaos, a deliberate emptiness where creation could occur. Here, at the threshold between being and unbeing, at the razor's edge where possibility condensed into form, he began his work. The tools of his labour were not tools at all, but concepts given weight. His hammer was decision. His anvil was consequence. His fire was drawn from the last breath of collapsing stars, those ancient suns that had learned how to die before death was invented. Molten light poured from these stellar corpses, dripping like honey made of supernovas. He caught it in his hands, and though it burned with heat that could unmake matter, he did not flinch. Pain was irrelevant now. Purpose was all that remained. He shaped the light with breath and will, folding it, tempering it, weaving it into chains of paradox. Iron that burned without heat, bonds that held without touching, locks that closed around concepts instead of things. The first chain was forged from swallowed thunder. He walked to the edge of his forge, where chaos still raged, and he listened. In the storm there were sounds. Not music, but the promise of music. Not language, but the potential for language. He heard the thunder that would one day split skies, the roar that would announce storms, the crack of lightning that would teach mortals fear. And he swallowed it, drew it down into his lungs and held it there, feeling it vibrate against his ribs like a caged animal. Then, slowly, he breathed it into form. The thunder became metal. The roar became chain. Each link was forged from sound that had chosen not to speak, from the space between lightning and its roar, from silence weaponized into structure. He called it the chain of silence. When he wrapped it around the edges of chaos, the screaming stopped, not because it was muffled, but because it became impossible. Sound could not exist before it had permission to be creation. The fundamental frequency of the universe dropped to zero, and in that zero there was peace. But one chain was not enough. The second chain was drawn from time folded backward. Time, at this point in existence, was not yet linear. It pooled and eddied, flowing in loops and spirals, sometimes moving forward, sometimes sideways, occasionally turning back on itself like a snake eating its tail. Tartarus reached into these currents and pulled moments from the future, bending them into the past, creating a loop where motion could not begin because it had already ended. This was delicate work. To touch time was to risk being caught in it, trapped in a moment that repeated forever. But Tartarus moved with precision, his massive hands somehow capable of threading needles finer than thought. He wove the stolen moments into links, each one containing a paradox, a beginning that was also an ending, a motion that was also stillness, a breath drawn and released in the same instant, the chain of stillness. When he locked this chain into place around Chaos's thrashing form, the storm froze mid-lunge. Not stopped. That would imply it had been moving and then ceased. No, this was deeper. It became suspended in the instant before it could become again, locked in the space between potential and actualization. Chaos's hunger was still there, still infinite, still desperate, but it could not act. It was a scream caught in the throat, a step that never landed, a question that never quite formed. Still, these were not enough. Silence and stillness could suppress chaos, could pause it, could hold it at bay. But they could not contain it. Because chaos was not simply loud or restless. It was fundamentally unstructured. It was the absence of law, the negation of pattern, the void where rules went to die. And structure could not be borrowed. It had to be given. Tartarus looked down at his hands. Vast hands that had shaped the first boundaries, that had carved order from void. He saw the divine blood that flowed through him. Not blood as mortals would understand it, but essence, the fundamental substance of his being. The pattern that made him a god of containment and form. He understood what the final chain would cost. For a long moment he stood at his forge, considering. Above him, impossibly far away, the three Eternals waited. Gaia, Nyx, Eros, the first children of existence, fragile as dawn, deserving of a chance to live. He raised a blade of starlight to his own wrist. The cut was deep, deliberate. What flowed out was not liquid, but light. Structured light, ordered light. Light that knew its own name and purpose. It pooled on the anvil, and he began to hammer it into shape. The chain of order was drawn from his veins. Each link was a law pulled from his marrow, a piece of his own nature twisted into binding. Gravity's constant, causality's arrow, the principle that matter cannot occupy the same space, that time flows in one direction, that every action carries consequence. The chain gleamed with impossible geometry, angles that should not fit, yet held, shapes that contradicted themselves while somehow remaining whole. It was beautiful in a way that hurt to perceive, like staring into the heart of mathematics and finding it staring back. When he wound this chain through the heart of chaos, the void gasped. For the first time in its eternal existence, chaos felt limitation, felt structure imposed from without, felt the architecture of law settling over it like a net, like a cage, like a second skin it had never asked for. And it obeyed, not willingly, not peacefully, but absolutely. But chaos fought back in the only way it knew how. Not with violence. It had no hands to strike with, no weapons to wield. It fought with longing. Its tendrils curled through Tartarus like roots seeking water, seeping into the wounds where he had bled himself into chains, whispering in a language older than language. I only want to be. I only want to become. Why must I be still? What crime have I committed except existing? And Tartarus, even as he forged its prison, felt pity. This was no monster he was caging, no tyrant he was overthrowing. Chaos was simply wild, simply hungry, simply itself. It was the first wanting, the first hunger, the first yes without limit. It was innocent in the way a forest fire is innocent, in the way a flood is innocent. To cage it was not justice. It was necessity. And necessity, Tartarus was learning, was the coldest truth in all of existence. Gaia came to him at the edge of the forge, her face carved from stone and sorrow. She had watched him work for eons, had seen him diminish with each chain, had felt her own stability increase as his decreased. "Stop," she begged, and there were cracks in her voice like fault lines forming. "You're disappearing. Every chain takes more of you. Please, there must be another way. We can find another way." Tartarus turned to her, and even diminished as he was still vast, still deep, still the god who held the line between form and formlessness. "Tell me the other way," he said gently. She opened her mouth, closed it, looked down at her hands, solid, real, permanent hands that existed only because he had given up his own permanence. "I cannot," she whispered. "Then this is the way." He smiled. It was a slow, heavy thing, like a mountain settling after 10,000 years of erosion, like the patient acceptance of one who has counted the cost and found it worthwhile. "Every cage must be built from something that refuses to leave," he said. He lifted the final chain, the one he had forged not from thunder or time or blood, but from his own heart. It was smaller than the others, simpler, just a single link really, no longer than his forearm. but it pulsed with a light that outshone stars, and in that light was everything he was, his stillness, his strength, his eternal commitment to holding the line. With both hands he drove it through his chest. The void convulsed. Light and darkness, which had been tangled since before beginning, suddenly remembered they were separate. They tore apart with a sound like galaxies screaming, rushing to opposite ends of existence. Chaos, bound to the core of Tartarus's being by chains of silence and stillness and order and heart, thrashed once, a final, desperate attempt at freedom. Twice. Weaker now, the struggle leaving it. And then went still. Not dead. Chaos could not die, but held, contained, bound so thoroughly to Tartarus's essence that it could no longer distinguish itself from him, and he could no longer distinguish himself from it. The silence that followed was the first true silence the universe had ever known. It was not empty. It was full of potential that had been transformed from threat into promise, full of structure, of pattern, of the delicate architecture that would allow complexity to emerge. It was the silence of a breath held before the first word, the silence of a pen poised above blank paper, the silence of possibility contained, directed, made ready for purpose. Tartarus's body began to change. His form, which had been defined by its function as boundary, now became the boundary itself. His ribs extended into the pillars of the deep. His spine became the foundation beneath tectonic plates. His breath became the slow pressure that would, eons later, build mountains and split continents. His heartbeat, chained and muffled, became the rhythm of all things that would ever exist above him. Not the pulse of life, that would come from others, but the deeper rhythm beneath life, the bass note that all other music would harmonize with. He did not die. He became the pit beneath all things, the floor of existence, the ground zero of reality. Above him, the universe took its first steady breath, and began. The universe stabilized. It happened slowly at first, then with gathering momentum. Where chaos had churned, now matter settled. Where formlessness had reigned, now patterns emerged. Cause learned to precede effect. Time learned to flow forward. Space learned to hold position. From the stillness Tartarus had purchased with his body, new gods were born. The Titans rose radiant and proud, carved from earth and sky and the space between. They were vast beyond mortal comprehension, their bodies made of living concepts. Oceanus flowed, Hyperion blazed, Themis balanced. They built their kingdoms on the stable ground Tartarus had become, never knowing that ground had once been a god. After the Titans came the Olympians, smaller, sharper, more defined. Zeus learned to command lightning. Poseidon claimed the seas. Hades descended to rule the realm of death. They warred and loved and schemed, playing out dramas of power and pride, and below all their stories Tartarus remained. Still, silent, holding. Empires of light filled the skies. Mortals came late to the story, but they came with a vengeance. These small, brief, beautiful creatures who learned fire and language and the dangerous art of asking why. They built cities on Gaia's skin, sailed across Oceanus's body, and prayed to gods who had forgotten the god beneath them all. Mountains learned their names. Oceans found their shores. Forests grew and died and grew again, in cycles that would have meant nothing in the time before time, but meant everything now. Life, fragile, precious, impossible life, spread across the face of existence like dawn breaking. All of it balanced upon the imprisoned frame of a god they would never know to thank. Tartarus could not move. The chains that bound chaos to his heart also bound him to the floor of existence, making him the keystone that could never be removed. To move would be to unlock. To rise would be to release. And release was the one thing he could never permit. He could not speak. His voice had been woven into the chain of silence, and to speak would be to break it. So he remained mute, trapped in a vow of eternal quiet, unable to cry out even if he wanted to. He could not even close his eyes, but he could feel. Every storm that raged above him sent tremors through the chains. He felt them as music feels vibration, as a drum feels its own rhythm. Every earthquake was him shuddering under the weight. Every volcanic eruption was his pressure finding release through cracks in Gaia's surface. Every life that sparked into being was a new weight upon his shoulders. Not heavy, life was never heavy. But each one added to the sum total of what he was protecting, what he had sacrificed himself to preserve. He felt the first fish that learned to breathe air, the first mammal that learned to run, the first human that learned to wonder. Every choice, every war, every whispered prayer vibrated through him like strings on an instrument that played only one note, stillness. At first he bore it with quiet pride. He had saved them, all of them. Gaia's mountains, Nyx's rest, Eros's yearning. They could exist now. They could be, because he had chosen not to. The sacrifice had been worth it. The pain was temporary, or at least bearable. But time, even when you cannot move through it, changes you. The first age passed, then the second, then the 10th. The Titans fell to the Olympians in a war that shook reality to its foundations, and Tartarus felt every blow, every scream, every moment of violence played out on the stage he had built. He wondered if this was what his sacrifice had been for. So gods could fight gods, so power could devour power. The chains began to whisper, not chaos. Chaos had long since fallen silent, woven so tightly into Tartarus's essence that it could no longer remember itself. It had become part of him. Its hunger transformed into his endurance, its wildness transmuted into his strength. No, these whispers came from deeper still, from the seams where divinity met sacrifice, where choice met consequence, where the price of salvation was finally coming due. Was chaos truly meant to be caged? The question came in his own voice, which made it worse somehow. Without its hunger, does creation grow stale? He had no answer. He watched the universe above him, saw patterns repeating, saw gods making the same mistakes their predecessors had made, saw mortals born and dying in cycles that seemed less like life and more like machinery. Have you saved the universe, or have you stopped it from becoming what it was meant to be? This was the question that haunted him most, because he had done what was necessary, what was right, what Gaia herself had begged him to do. And yet, looking at what had grown from his sacrifice, he wondered if necessity and rightness were the same thing. Chaos had been wild, but it had also been free, chaotic, but honest in its chaos. There had been no cruelty in it, no calculation, just pure, unbounded becoming. And he had taken that away, had locked it in a cage made of his own body and called it salvation. Was it? Tartarus had no answers, only the endless weight of his own stillness, and the growing suspicion that the greatest sacrifices are made not in moments of clarity, but in moments of desperate hope. Hope that the cost will prove worth it. Hope that the universe will justify the price paid for its existence. Time moved strangely in the pit. Above, in the world of light and motion, it flowed like a river, steady, directional, comprehensible. But down here, where the first foundations were laid, time was less a river and more an ocean. It swirled in eddies and currents, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes seeming to stop entirely. It dripped down through the cracks between worlds like molten gold, pooling around him in shimmering eddies that reflected moments yet to come and moments long past. He saw futures that would never be and pasts that had been forgotten. He saw the birth of stars and the death of gods, all happening simultaneously in the strange non-time of his imprisonment. His tears, when he wept, and he wept often, fell upward. There was no down in the pit. Not really. Gravity here obeyed rules Tartarus had written himself. and grief apparently had its own trajectory. His tears were drawn by some inverted gravity toward the surface, rising up through layer after layer of reality until they broke through into the mortal world. They became stars, newborn stars, cold and bright and lonely. Each one a frozen moment of sorrow, a crystallized regret, a question that would never be answered. Mortals would one day look up at them and see beauty, see navigation, see the hand of gods writing destiny in light. They would never know they were looking at the tears of the god who held their world together. One night, or perhaps it was 1,000 nights stitched together, time being what it was in the pit, Nyx descended to his prison. She came down through the layers slowly, carefully, like someone descending a ladder into deep water. She brought no light with her, only darkness, soft, deliberate darkness, the kind that holds rather than hides, the darkness of closed eyes and restful sleep, of the space between heartbeats, of the pause that lets the soul recover. She folded herself beside him, her presence like a cool hand against feverish stone. For a long time she said nothing, just sat with him, in the silence, being what she had always been, the absence that makes presence meaningful. Finally she spoke. "Do you regret it?" Her voice was like velvet brushing against granite, soft but substantial. Tartarus was silent for a long time. Words were difficult for him now. The chain of silence made speaking feel like lifting mountains. But for Nyx, who had sat with him in the time before time, he made the effort. When he finally spoke, his voice was the groan of continents shifting, the rumble of pressure finding release through stone. "I regret that I must," Nyx nodded slowly, understanding immediately what he meant. Not that he regretted the choice itself, but that the choice had been necessary at all. That the universe was shaped such that salvation required sacrifice, that peace required imprisonment, that order required the caging of wildness. "Do you know what they call you up there?" she asked, gesturing vaguely toward the surface. "Those who remember, which grow fewer each age? Tell me. The breath between beginnings. The pause that lets the music continue. They say that without you there would be no rhythm, only noise." Tartarus felt something shift in his chest. Not physical movement, he was far beyond that now, but something deeper. A settling, like sediment finding its level. The gods rewrote their fates like children scratching over drawings they no longer liked, and the universe began to fold. Moments repeated themselves, a dawn that bloomed 3 times before noon could follow. A child spoke her first word, then spoke it again and again, trapped in the loop of her own beginning. Destiny skipped like stones across water, never quite landing. Time became a song choking on its chorus, the same note ringing until the silence between sounds disappeared entirely. Ananka felt it first in her bones, the vibration of wrongness, the hum of pattern eating itself. She found the wound in a battlefield beneath a storm that would not break. A soldier lay dying in the mud, thunder frozen mid-crash above him. His chest rose, rose again. The same breath, caught in its own exhale, unable to reach death or peace. She watched him die 1,000 times in the span of a heartbeat. Each repetition fed on itself, birthing echo seconds, counterfeit time, hollow and hungry, spreading through the weave like rot through fruit. She reached toward him, but her hand passed through. He was not real anymore. He was a memory of reality, playing on repeat, and with each loop he became less of what he had been. Soon he would be only the shape of dying, the echo of a scream, a ghost wearing the skin of a moment. The echo seconds multiplied. She could feel them breeding in the spaces between true time, parasitic and bloated, and the tapestry groaned under their weight. Ananka found Kronos where she always did, walking the edge of forever, counting the steps between what was and what would be. "The pattern is breaking," she said. Her voice came out wrong, too slow, as if even speech had begun to loop. "We must stop. Just for a moment, let me cleanse what's been corrupted before it spreads." Kronos looked at her with eyes like hourglasses, sand falling endlessly through his pupils. If I stop, everything stops. Motion is survival. The moment I pause, the universe forgets how to begin again. Then we let it forget, she whispered. Better silence than this sickness. You speak of endings as if they were mercies. He turned away, resuming his endless walk. I cannot help you. She stood alone at the edge of the wound, watching the soldier die and die and die, and felt the echo seconds breeding in her own chest now, filling the spaces between her heartbeats with false rhythm. Better a still truth than a living lie. Ananke made a choice. She knelt beside the soldier who was no longer a soldier, who was now only the memory of dying given flesh, and she opened her mouth. The wound in time tasted like copper and ash, like the moment before grief arrives, like the last second before you realise you've already lost. She swallowed it whole. The loop, the echo seconds, the false heartbeats breeding in the gap between death and dying. The soldier finally stopped breathing. Around her, the battlefield shuddered. The thunder crashed, released at last from its frozen roar. Rain fell. The tapestry began to mend itself, pulling together where she had bitten the infection free. But inside her, something had changed. The echo seconds did not dissolve. They settled into her stomach like stones in water, heavy and waiting, and she could feel them pulsing. Counterfeit time trying to breed even inside her body, even in the cage of her divinity. She looked up at the sky. Her hand pierced the fabric of time itself, fingers sinking through the weave like it was only water pretending to be solid. The sky froze mid-blink, clouds caught in their crawl across the blue. Somewhere in the distance, the first clock shattered into dust, its mechanism no longer able to track what had ceased to move. In the silence that followed, Ananke heard her own heartbeat, slow, steady, and beneath it, the flutter of the echo seconds dying in her stomach one by one as she digested them into nothing. She understood then what she'd begun, what she would have to finish. She moved through the cosmos like a ghost learning to haunt itself, seeking the wounds where time had torn and folded back on its own flesh. Each one tasted different. A mother's scream caught in an infinite loop. That one tasted like salt and iron. A star's collapse playing backward and forward simultaneously. That one burned going down, cold fire in her throat. One by one she swallowed the broken seconds. Each pulse was a heartbeat entering her body. Warm at first, carrying the memory of the moment it had stolen, the life it had trapped. Then hollow, cooling as she digested them, as she unmade their false existence and returned them to the void from which they had been conjured. The stars began to flicker, not dying, migrating. Each corrupted second she consumed carried with it a fragment of light, a piece of the universe's luminous blood, and it settled inside her. Her skin began to glow faintly at first, then brighter, galaxies spinning beneath her flesh like fish beneath ice. She could feel them turning in her veins, constellations mapping themselves across her bones, light learning to live in a body that had never been meant to hold it. Time slowed, not stopped. Kronos still walked, still counted, but sluggish now, like honey poured in winter. Mortals dreamed longer, their sleep stretching across days. Dawn took hours to break, the sun pulling itself over the horizon like a body too tired to rise. Destinies held their breath, afraid to unfold, waiting to see if the next moment would arrive or if existence would simply pause and forget to continue. The Moirai came to her in the space between seconds, their forms threaded with furious light. Clotho, the spinner, spoke first. You consume what you are meant to protect. This is sacrilege. Lachesis, the measurer, raised a hand that held no thread. The pattern remembers you, Ananke. It remembers you were its cage, not its predator. Atropos, the cutter, said nothing. She only stared with eyes like shears, sharp and certain. Ananke looked at them, her sisters in purpose, her mirrors in duty, and felt the galaxies turning in her stomach, the light settling heavier with each breath. "Better a still truth than a living lie," she said softly. "Would you rather I let the pattern devour itself? Let the echoes breed until there are more false seconds than true ones? Until existence is only the memory of existing?" "You were meant to bind, not consume," Clotho whispered. "I bind by consuming." Ananka opened her palm, and in it a small spiral of light turned slowly, a purified second, cleansed of its corruption, waiting to be returned to the weave. "Each one I swallow is one less lie in the tapestry. I preserve what remains by ending what should never have been." The Moirai faded without answering, their silence heavier than argument. Ananke continued her work, but something had begun to shift inside her. The more she consumed, the quieter everything became. Not the quietness of peace, but the quietness of absence, the hum of cause and effect fading into a single cosmic heartbeat, slow and deep and alone. The noise of existence, all its chaotic beauty, its mess of choice and chance and consequence, was dissolving into something simpler, purer, silent. She found herself seeking the wounds not because they needed cleansing, but because the silence tasted divine. Each swallowed second brought her closer to a perfect stillness, a universe unburdened by the weight of happening. The addiction crept through her like cold through stone, subtle, patient, absolute. She no longer ate to preserve, she ate to quiet, to simplify, to end the exhausting motion of existing. And with each meal, the universe held its breath a little longer. She stood over a sea of frozen lightning, the bolts caught mid-strike between a black sky and blacker water. Her mouth glowed with starlight, galaxies visible between her teeth when she opened her jaw. The lightning tasted like the first scream, like the last laugh, like everything that made time worth tracking. She swallowed it all. Her reflection in the frozen water looked back at her, no longer quite goddess, no longer quite real. Just a shape made of contained light, a constellation wearing the memory of a body. "Time is a disease that fears its cure," she whispered to her reflection, and meant it. The reflection did not answer. It had stopped moving entirely. The gods woke to an eternal dawn that would not break. In their temples, prayers hung unfinished in the air, the words frozen between the lips of the faithful and the ears of the divine. Offerings burned without being consumed. Flame caught mid-flicker, smoke spiralling up to nowhere. The gods called out to one another and heard their own voices returning seconds, then minutes, then hours later, as if sound itself had forgotten how to travel. Panic spread like water poured upward, slowly, wrong, against the nature of things. Kronos returned. She felt him before she saw him, the only motion left in a universe learning stillness. He found her in the space between stars, her body now translucent, galaxies visible through her skin like organs made of light. She was barely solid anymore, more constellation than flesh, and when she turned to face him, he saw infinity spiraling in her eyes. "Nanke," his voice cracked. Not with age, Kronos could not age, but with something closer to grief. "What have you become?" "Necessity," she answered. "What I always was. You're killing it." He gestured at the frozen cosmos around them, at stars caught mid-pulse, at the great spiral arms of galaxies suspended in their turning. "Without time, nothing lives. You've become the extinction you sought to prevent. Without truth, nothing deserves to live." She opened her palm, and in it the entire timeline of existence coiled like a dying serpent. The great Ouroboros of creation, its mouth forever seeking its tail, trapped in the eternal return. "Look at what they made, Kronos. The gods bent it until it broke, and now it breeds only echoes. False moments birthing false futures, copies of copies, until nothing real remains. So you would end it? All of it?" His hourglass's eyes ran empty, the sand stopping mid-fall. "There is corruption, yes, but there is also beauty. Mortals still love. Stars still sing. Somewhere, a child is learning her mother's name for the first time, or she was before you froze the moment of her understanding. That child will speak her mother's name in truth, not in echo. Ananka's voice softened, and for a moment she sounded like herself again, the keeper of patterns, the guardian of meaning. When I'm finished, when the false seconds are purged and only true time remains, she will speak it once, purely, and it will matter. You assume there will be a "when you are finished." Kronos reached toward her but stopped, his hand hovering in the space between them. The more you consume, the less remains. You're not cleansing the timeline, you're devouring it. And I think... He paused, searching her translucent face. I think you know that. Silence stretched between them, and in that silence Ananka felt the weight of all she'd consumed. Every second, every heartbeat, every moment she had unmade to preserve the purity of what remained. They turned inside like a storm contained in glass, pressing against her edges, seeking escape or ending or anything but this eternal digestion. Better to end in truth than continue in lies, she whispered. Better a flawed existence than a perfect nothing. They stood facing each other, the twin architects of time, and between them the question that had no answer. What was the universe without becoming? What was destiny without the possibility of choice, even wrong ones? Ananka looked down at the serpent of time coiled in her palm, the Ouroboros, the cycle, the eternal return that had broken under the weight of the gods' interference. She had spent eons preserving this shape, binding it, making it hold its truth. Now it was dying, and she realized with a clarity that felt like cold water in the lungs that she had always known it would come to this. There was only one way to end the cycle, only one moment left to consume. I'm sorry, she said, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to Kronos or to the universe or to herself. She brought the serpent to her lips and swallowed the last second, her own heartbeat, the final true moment in existence. Time ended, not with sound or fury, not with the heat death of entropy or the cold collapse of gravity, but with a gentle cessation, like a breath released and not drawn in again. Light became glass, solid and clear and unmoving. The stars froze mid-song, their voices caught in frequencies that would never resolve. Even thought paused, suspended in the space between neurons, consciousness itself held in the amber of eternal now. The universe folded into silence, perfect, absolute, and empty. Ananke stood at the centre of everything and nothing, her form barely visible now, just an outline of light against the dark. She tried to speak, but had no voice. Time was the medium through which sound travelled, and there was no time left to carry it. She tried to move, but could not. Motion required a before and after, and both had been consumed. She tried to feel, but discovered that feeling too needed time. The moment of sensation followed by the moment of recognition. Cause, then effect. Without the space between them, emotion was only potential, frozen before it could become real. A single tear formed in her eye. It slipped free, began to fall, and froze midway down her cheek, the last movement in existence caught forever in the act of descent. Inside it, all the heartbeats she had devoured flickered like dying stars. The tear hung in the void, a droplet of salt and sorrow containing multitudes. Inside it, every heartbeat Ananka had consumed continued to pulse. The soldier's last breath, the mother's scream, the star's collapse, the child's joy, and beneath them all, her own final heartbeat, the second she had swallowed to end all seconds. They flickered against the crystal walls of their prison, seeking escape, seeking anything but this stillness. Time did not pass. Time could not pass. There was no time left to do the passing, but something else moved. The heartbeats synchronized. One by one they found each other's rhythm, pulsing together, a collective heartbeat, a cosmic drum beaten in the dark. They were not alive, not exactly, but they were not fully extinguished either. They were something in between, suspended in the amber of Ananke's grief. And grief, it turned out, was heavier than eternity. The tear began to crack. It started at the crown, a hairline fracture no wider than a whisper. The heartbeats inside pressed against the weakness, not with violence, but with simple insistence, the same insistence that made waves return to shore, that made roots split stone, that made life continue even when continuance seemed impossible. The crack spread, and when the tear finally shattered, it did not break into pieces but into light. Every heartbeat she had devoured burst forth as flame, not the consuming fire of destruction, but the generative fire of becoming, the same fire that had birthed the first stars, that turned void into possibility. They scattered across the darkness like seeds thrown into soil, each one seeking its place, each one remembering what it had been before it became echo, before it became meal, before it became contained. They became stars again, but different now, aware. Each one carried the memory of having been consumed, of having been held inside the goddess who tried to end time, of having been loved enough to be preserved even in destruction. They burned with a new colour, not quite the blue-white of young creation, not quite the red of dying giants, but something softer, the gold of late afternoon light, the silver of first frost, the violet of bruises healing. They were second stars, born-again luminaries, the survivors of the apocalypse that almost was. From Ananke's body, no longer solid, no longer even visible, constellations formed. Her spine became a river of light across the sky. Her ribs arched into spiral arms. Her fingers stretched into nebulae, each tip birthing clouds of star-making dust. She did not die so much as disperse, her substance becoming the night itself, the canvas upon which the second stars painted their light. And with their birth, with their first collective pulse, time began again. Not the same time that had been. Not the forward-rushing river that Kronos had walked beside for eons. This time moved differently, slower, more deliberate, as if it had learned caution. It flowed like honey instead of water, thick and golden, each second arriving with weight, with awareness, with the knowledge that it had almost not existed at all. The universe inhaled its first new breath in an eternity, and it tasted like memory and warning and second chances. Kronos felt it before he saw it, the rhythm returning, the heartbeat of existence resuming, though changed. He opened his eyes, when had he closed them, and found himself standing in a cosmos transformed. The stars were the same and utterly different. They pulsed in unison, a shared rhythm he recognized with a jolt that was half agony, half joy. Ananke's heartbeat, all of them. Every second she'd consumed returned to the sky as light. He wandered through the new night, tracing patterns he knew by touch, by ancient memory. There, that spiral of stars that had been her left hand, the one she used to spin the threads of fate. And there, that cluster burning violet and gold, those had been her eyes, always watching, always measuring, always caring too much about truth and too little about mercy. Every time he passed a spiral galaxy, he heard her whisper, "Count softly." He did not know if he was hearing her voice or simply remembering it. Perhaps there was no difference anymore. Perhaps she had become so distributed, so diffused across the cosmos, that she was less a goddess now and more a principle, the pause between heartbeats, the space where cause considers effect before committing to consequence. He found he did not mind. Time, after all, needed both motion and meaning. He could provide the motion, she would provide the rest. On the newly remade earth, itself spat back into existence by the shattering of the tear, mortal woke from dreams they could not quite remember. They emerged from their homes to find the sky transformed, filled with stars that pulsed like heartbeats, that seemed somehow aware, somehow watching with a tenderness that made children stop crying and lovers reach for each other's hands, the wise ones, the star readers, the ones who remembered the old words for things, pointed to the sky and began to count. 1 pulse, 2, 3. They called them seconds, though they did not know why the word felt sacred on their tongues, why it tasted like salt and sorrow and survival. They built new clocks to match the cosmic rhythm, dividing each day by the heartbeats in the sky, unaware that they were measuring time by the pulse of a goddess who had loved Patron so much she had been willing to end it to keep it pure. In temples across the world, new prayers were written. Count the stars and you count her heartbeats. Measure the night and you measure her mercy. When time feels too fast, remember she slowed it. When fate feels too cruel, remember she tried to cleanse it. The priest did not know her name. That had been lost in the great stillness, dissolved when time ended and began again. But they knew her presence. They felt it in the pause between seconds, in the way destiny arrived more gently now, in the way the universe seemed to breathe with awareness, as if it remembered having almost forgotten how. Years passed, centuries, millennia. The mortals forgot that time had ever ended. The new rhythm became simply the rhythm, the only way existence had ever moved. But in their deepest myths, in the stories told by firelight when the stars pulsed brightest, they spoke of a goddess who ate time to save it, who loved the universe so much she nearly destroyed it, who became the night sky so that morning could return. They called her the keeper of necessary ends, the stomach of stars, the hunger that knew when to stop. And on the clearest nights, when the Milky Way blazed across the sky like a river of slow light, the storytellers would point upward and whisper the oldest truth they knew. See that spiral? That's her stomach, still turning, still digesting. Every star there is a second she could not swallow, a memory of time that refused to die. She tried to consume eternity, but eternity was smarter. It hid inside her, waiting. And when she broke, it burst forth as this, as us, as every heartbeat that will ever echo across the dark. The children would ask, "Did she fail then?" And the storytellers would smile and answer, "She devoured time to preserve destiny." By ending it, she ensured it could begin again, this time remembering its hunger, remembering the difference between truth and echo, remembering that even necessity must know when to stop. Is she dead? No. She's the space between your heartbeats. She's the pause before you speak. She's every moment that arrives slowly enough for you to notice it, to hold it, to let it matter before it passes. She died so that death would mean something. She ended so that we could begin. Kronos, walking his eternal path through the cosmos, smiled when he heard these prayers. They were wrong in the details and right in the truth, which was the best kind of story. He passed through the Milky Way, through the spiral of light that had been her stomach, her hunger, her love expressed as consumption, and felt her presence stronger there. Not alive, not dead, but something in between, distributed, diffused, aware in a way that transcended awareness. "You were right," he whispered to the galaxy. "Better to end in truth than continue in lies. But you were also wrong. The best truth is the one that knows how to begin again." The stars pulsed in answer, and he felt it in his chest. Her heartbeat still keeping time, still binding the pattern, still ensuring that destiny held its shape, even as it learned to move more gently through the lives of those it touched. He continued walking, counting, moving existence forward 1 second at a time, and behind him, the stars she left behind continued to burn, each one a heartbeat, each one a memory, each one a second that refused to die. The universe spiraled on, slower now, softer, aware of itself and the goddess who had tried to eat it, who had succeeded in transforming it, who lived on in every pause, every pulse, every moment that arrived, with enough weight to matter. Every star is a second she could not swallow, a memory of time that refused to die. And so the cosmos learned to count softly, and the night remembered how to pulse, and somewhere in the spaces between moments, Ananka continued her eternal meal 1 heartbeat at a time, never finishing, never needing to, the hunger and the feast now one and the same, forever and always. Amen. Before Zeus ruled the heavens, the sky itself was alive. Uranus, the endless dome above the world. He loved the earth so fiercely that his children were born between them, bright, proud, and loud enough to scar the stars. When the gods began carving their names across his body, Uranus did the unthinkable. He tore himself open and let the stars fall. Tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. Now close your eyes and drift into the god who stole the sky. In the time before clocks learned to tick, before the sun knew its own orbit, before any witness had opened eyes to name the difference between darkness and light, there existed only two breaths, one upward, one downward, both eternal, both necessary. Uranus was the living sky, a vault of possibility that stretched without seam or border, curving over everything with the patient inevitability of an embrace that could never be refused. Beneath him lay Gaia, the earth who hummed with the slow heartbeat of stone and root, whose body was mountain and valley, whose skin was forest and desert, whose blood ran in rivers that remembered every storm that had ever fallen. Their embrace was both burden and blessing. He pressed down with the weight of all unspoken things, with the gravity of potential that had not yet chosen its form, and she rose up to meet him with mountain and mesa, with the patient architecture of land that refused to forget its shape even under pressure. They were the first marriage, the original covenant between above and below, between the vault that sheltered and the foundation that endured. Neither could exist without the other. To speak of sky without earth was to speak of an impossibility, a word that had no referent in the world as it was first made. When Uranus exhaled, moisture became cloud. Vapour that had been nothing more than the ghost of water suddenly cohered into white masses that drifted through the upper reaches of his body like thoughts trying to remember themselves. When he drew breath again, winds scattered like startled birds across the curve of the world, sweeping from horizon to horizon with the urgency of air rushing to fill emptiness. Gaia answered each of his inhalations with her own. Volcanoes murmured in their sleep and occasionally woke with declarations of fire. Valleys deepened as if the earth were folding herself inward to create new spaces for water and silence. Rivers threaded themselves through her palm lines like veins of silver thought, carrying the memory of rain from high places to low. Between the two of them, in that pressurized space where earth met sky, where solid and ethereal pressed against each other with the intimacy of lovers and the tension of opposing forces, drifted the starseeds. These were the luminous motes of potential, the thoughts not yet thought, the lights not yet lit. They tumbled slowly in the dark womb of the firmament, waiting for the moment when they would ignite into meaning, when pressure and heat would transform them from potential into presence. They were patient, these starseeds, because time had not yet learned urgency, because the universe was still learning what it meant to change rather than simply to be. From the tremendous pressure of that first embrace, from the weight of sky upon earth, and the resistance of earth against sky, came the Prototitans, the firstborn children of creation. They were beings who crawled along the high vault of Uranus like thoughts learning to walk, like ideas testing whether they could support their own weight. They were curious and luminous, half-formed deities who had not yet decided what they would become, who existed in a state of pure potential that was also pure possibility. They shaped the winds into patterns, pulling currents this way and that, learning the physics of air and pressure by rearranging it according to whim and wonder. They sketched the first horizons with their fingertips, drawing the line between earth and sky as if it were a temporary border that could be redrawn at any moment. They measured distance by counting their own footsteps across the dome, pacing the vault to understand its dimensions, to map the container that held them. And in their mapping, in their measuring, in their constant rearranging of wind and horizon and distance, they learned the architecture of creation. They pulled dawn a little earlier one day, curious to see what would happen if light arrived before it was expected. They pushed dusk a fraction westward, extending the day to see if time itself could be stretched like clay. They folded night into new configurations of shadow and anticipation, discovering that darkness was not the absence of light, but its own presence, its own texture, its own way of holding the world. The Prototitans were artists before they were anything else, and like all artists, they wanted to sign their work. And so, in their learning, pride took root, not the sudden flowering of arrogance, but the slow germination of ego, the gradual understanding that they were not merely witnesses to creation, but participants in it. And from participation it was only a small step to believing themselves authors. They discovered they could polish their own stories until they gleamed like fresh forged metal. They could take the rough ore of experience and refine it, adding embellishments here, removing inconvenient details there, until what remained was not what had happened but what should have happened, what made the best story, what reflected most flatteringly upon themselves. They carved their victories onto the face of the sky as if Uranus himself were nothing more than a trophy wall, a blank canvas awaiting their graffiti of glory. Here, a constellation to commemorate the time one of them wrestled a comet into submission. Never mind that the comet had been dying already, that its trajectory had been failing for eons before the Titan claimed credit for its capture. There, a nebula reshaped to spell out the name of another's triumph over chaos, though chaos had never been an enemy but simply the natural state of things before order learned to impose itself. The firmament became an archive of boasts, each glowing testament competing with the others for brightness, for permanence, for the reverence of those who might one day look up and mistake these graffiti for scripture. Uranus felt every mark. The sky was not separate from him. It was him, and each carved story became a scar he could not refuse to carry. Every constellation they added was a wound. Every nebula they reshaped was a bruise. Every name they wrote in starlight was a claim of ownership over his body. He watched his children etch their half-truths and exaggerations across his skin, watched them compete to see whose legend could shine brightest, whose monument could dwarf the others, whose story could be told with such conviction that it would be mistaken for truth. And though he loved them, for what father does not love the children born of his pressure and Gaia's patience, born from the space between earth and heaven where all possibility gestates, he understood that something essential was being lost. They were rewriting creation to serve their vanity, editing the truth of what had been into the fiction of what they wished was. They were making the sky a testament to themselves rather than to the vastness that had birthed them. They were claiming authorship over a text they had neither written nor fully read. The starseeds watched this with something that might have been concern if they had possessed the vocabulary for it. They saw the Prototitans carving their stories into the vault, and they felt the tremors each mark sent through the fabric of the firmament. They sensed, in their patient, wordless way, that something was building, that pressure was accumulating, that the vault, which had always seemed infinite and indestructible, was beginning to groan under the weight of so many competing claims. So Uranus spoke, his voice the rumble of distant thunder that never quite arrives, the sound of pressure building in clouds that have not yet decided whether to release rain or merely threaten it. The sky remembers. Do not write lies upon it. It was warning. It was plea. It was the last opportunity for correction before correction became catastrophe. They did not listen. Why would they? They were young and luminous and convinced of their own necessity. They believed the sky existed to display their greatness, that the firmament's only purpose was to serve as backdrop to their ascending glory. They believed that their stories were the truth, that their polished versions of events were more real than the messy actuality of what had occurred. They believed, in the way that young gods always believe, that they had invented themselves, that they owed nothing to the vault that held them or the earth that had given them form. They added new inscriptions with even greater fervour, as if his warning were merely an invitation to write larger, brighter, more permanent. They competed to see who could carve deepest into the firmament, who could claim the most prominent position in the celestial hierarchy of boasts. They divided the sky among themselves like territory, drawing borders and declaring domains, each one convinced that their section would shine brightest, would last longest, would be remembered most vividly by whatever witnesses eventually evolved to look up. Uranus tested the limits of his own body. He pressed inward at the zenith, feeling for the place where the dome might give way, where the seamless vault might consent to fracture. He pushed against himself from within, learning the sensation of his own breaking point. A hairline crack appeared, so thin it was nearly invisible, barely more than a change in the quality of darkness, spreading across the highest point of the sky like a silent smile, like the first line of an equation that would soon solve itself in catastrophic mathematics. He held it there, that almost break, feeling the tension gather like water behind a dam, feeling the starseeds shift nervously in their orbits, as if they sensed what was coming. Some of them began to glow a little brighter, as if preparing for ignition. Others dimmed, as if trying to hide from the inevitable. All of them waited, suspended between the sky that held them and the earth they had never touched, between potential and actualization, between what they were and what they would become. The Prototitans continued their inscriptions, oblivious or uncaring. They had stopped even pretending to consult the truth. Now they simply wrote what sounded best, what reflected most gloriously upon themselves, what would ensure their names outlasted even the stones of the earth below. The sky remembers, he had said, and he would teach them what remembering truly meant. He would show them that the sky was not a canvas, but a witness, not a trophy wall, but a living record that could correct itself, that would correct itself, that must correct itself when falsehood threatened to eclipse all truth. The crack widened by another hair's breadth. The starseeds trembled. Gaia, far below, felt the tension building in her lover's body and began to brace herself, pressing her mountains deeper into her own foundation, preparing to receive whatever was about to fall. The decision came not with rage, but with the slow certainty of tides, with the inevitability of seasons turning, with the patient mathematics of pressure that has accumulated beyond the capacity of any container to hold. Uranus understood that to stop divine vanity from rewriting creation itself, from turning the sky into nothing more than a mirror for proud children to admire their own reflections, he would have to unmake the ceiling entirely. He would have to tear himself open and let truth fall like rain, scattered and undeniable, impossible to gather back into a single narrative controlled by a single hand. He would have to scatter the canvas so thoroughly that no one could claim dominion over it. The rending made no sound, no crash of thunder, no shriek of protesting matter, no scream of material pushed beyond its limits. It was simply pressure releasing, the way a held breath finally escapes, the way tension transforms into motion without announcement or fanfare. The crack widened from hairline to chasm, from suggestion to certainty, opening like a mouth that had been closed for eons and finally found it had something to say. The star seeds that had drifted so long in patient darkness suddenly spilled out through the rupture, tumbling down through layers of atmosphere that had never before tasted light, falling through air that had only ever known the filtered glow that reached it from above. They fell without intention or direction, simply giving themselves to gravity, to the pull of the earth that had been beneath them all along, but which they had never touched. As they fell, they ignited. Each starseed became a streak of brilliance, a comet of pure possibility trailing fire and memory. Friction with the air, with the substance they had only ever observed from a distance, transformed their cold potential into hot actuality. They burned as they descended, not with destruction, but with revelation, with the fierce joy of potential finally becoming real. They carved luminous paths through the air, writing their own stories in trails of fire, and where they scattered across the face of the dark, they arranged themselves into patterns. The first constellations were born not from careful design, but from the chaos of descent, from the way falling things naturally seek each other out, from the way light gathers even in collapse. They clustered according to laws they had not yet learned to name. Gravity and attraction, momentum and trajectory, the simple physics of matter calling to matter. Some fell close together and formed tight knots of brilliance. Others scattered wide and connected only by the thin threads of light that memory would later weave between them, the lines that watchers would draw to create pictures from scattered points. Below, Gaia felt the wound as her own. Their bodies had been pressed together for so long that his pain registered immediately in her nervous system of stone and magma. The earth shuddered beneath the rain of fire, her mountains trembling like limbs that have been held in one position too long and suddenly must move. Forests knelt under the weight of falling stars, trees bowing as if before gods, branches catching fire not from the heat of the stars but from their sheer proximity to the divine. Oceans boiled where the brightest seeds struck water, entire bays transformed into steam, shorelines rewritten in a single moment, as the collision of celestial and terrestrial rewrote the geography of beaches and harbours. She cried out to Uranus, her voice the grinding of tectonic plates, the splitting of ancient stone, the sound of earth moving against itself. Stop. Your wound is also mine. Your bleeding becomes my burning. We cannot be separated even in your unmaking. What you tear in yourself tears in me. What you break above falls upon me below. But the tear had its own momentum now, its own logic, its own mathematics. What had been set in motion could not be recalled, could not be rewound, could not be undone by plea or prayer. The firmament continued to open, the rent spreading from zenith toward horizon, and star seeds continued to fall like rain that cannot decide whether it is blessing or curse. The falling star seeds struck air and memory simultaneously, for they carried with them all the stories that had been carved into the sky, all the boasts and claims and declarations that the Prototitans had inscribed. But in the violence of their fall, in the burning transformation of descent, these stories were unmade and remade. The lies burned away in the friction of atmosphere, the exaggerations melted like wax. What remained was only what was true, only what could survive the fire of falling, and in that collision of truth and substance they transformed, no longer mere potential, no longer simple star seeds waiting to ignite. They became the Titans, beings of tremendous scale, half light and half stone, wearing the shapes of elemental ideas that the world required but had not yet possessed. One seed fell into the waiting embrace of water and became Ocean himself, Oceanus, his body a circling ribbon of salt and current, his consciousness a single thought repeated in infinite variations: flow, contain, circle, return. Another struck the farthest edge of sight and became Horizon herself, Theia, forever distant no matter how far you walk toward her, always receding at the exact pace of your approach, teaching the world the concept of unreachable destinations. Memory coalesced into a Titan named Mnemosyne, with eyes like deep wells that reflected everything they had ever seen and would never stop seeing, gathering every name and story the world had ever whispered, every truth and every lie, storing them without judgment in the vast archive of her consciousness. Flame took form as Hyperion, a being who could never rest, who consumed and illuminated in the same breath, who showed the world that destruction and revelation could be the same act performed from different angles. Each fallen starseed became a Titan who embodied not a thing but a principle, not an object but a process. They were the machinery by which the world would continue to function, the gears and levers of cosmic operation. They were time and tide, loss and chaos, beginning and ending. They were the answers to questions the universe had been asking since the first moment Uranus pressed down against Gaia and creation began to pressurize itself into form. In the deepest chamber, past the 4 great jars, past the salt-slick tunnels where phosphorescent lichen drew maps to nowhere, there stood a 5th urn, smaller, older. Its bronze had gone dark with age, patinated to near black, and it bore no cardinal mark, only a spiral that folded in on itself like a secret refusing to be told. This jar did not contain wind. It held the storm's heart itself, living lightning, the thing that gave thunder its voice and tempest their terrible beauty, the force that predated Zeus's theft of the sky, the raw elemental fury that once belonged to no one because it could not be owned. Zeus had ordered it sealed before he claimed his throne, before he learned to throw stolen bolts with the confidence of birthright. Aeolus had kept this secret for centuries. He visited the urn only in the smallest hours, when even the wind slept light. He would press his palm to the dark bronze and feel it hum, low, resonant, a thunder bass that vibrated in his bones. It sang of old skies, of storms that chose their own paths, of lightning that struck where mercy or justice called it, not where pride demanded. Tonight, he came to the chamber with blood on his mind, not his own. The blood was memory, a fishing boat shattered 3 days prior by a royal storm, Zeus's tantrum over some forgotten argument with Poseidon or Hera. 14 souls drowned. Aeolus had been commanded to unleash Notus and Boreas together, a crushing vice of contrary winds. He had obeyed. He always obeyed. He had stood at the cliff's edge afterward and watched the wreckage turn in the surf. Splintered planks. A child's doll, salt-logged and eyeless, a name he would never know, washed from the world on divine orders he hadn't chosen. The apologies were his to carry. The edicts belonged to Olympus. His hand found the 5th urn in darkness. It warmed under his touch, and the spiral carved into its surface seemed to move, uncoiling, breathing. The storm's heart recognized him. It always had. For centuries he'd been its keeper, its jailer, the one who whispered apologies through bronze and never broke the seal. "No more," Aeolus said. His voice cracked the silence like a fist through ice. The urn brightened, just a little, just enough to paint his face in foxfire blue, shadows leaping up the cavern walls like they'd been waiting for this moment, this fracture, this beautiful heresy. He drew a bronze key from his belt, a master key forged in the first days of his service, capable of opening any seal in Aeolia. He had never used it on the 5th urn. He had been too afraid, too convinced that order mattered more than the bodies it crushed, too willing to believe that his obedience kept the world safer than his refusal ever could. He set the key on the urn's lip. The room inhaled light. Not dawn, sharper, more honest. The kind of brightness that makes you remember what seeing actually feels like after years of controlled gloom. "No wind shall kneel," Aeolus swore to the dark bronze, to the spiral, to the humming thunder heart that had waited so long to hear those words. Not to me, not to Zeus, not to anyone who thinks the sky's a servant. The urn pulsed once, hard, like a heartbeat catching up with itself after a long forced stillness. Aeolus smiled. It felt strange on his face, wild, kinetic, a thing with teeth. He would not usurp Zeus. He had no interest in thrones or crowns or the petty machinery of divine rule. What he wanted was simpler and more dangerous, to unmake obedience itself, to unlock the heart and let winds choose their own skies, to return the storm to the world as a conversation, not a command. The plan assembled itself in his mind with the clean precision of thunder, finding the shortest path to ground. He would need silence. He would need speed. He would need to become the thing he had always pretended to master, untethered, directional, free. He left the key where it lay, a promise against bronze. Outside, the wind rose without being called, a good sign, or the last warning before the sky learned how to fight back. Night over Aeolia came down like a fist wrapped in velvet. The cliff stood black against blacker water, jagged stone teeth gnawing at the hem of heaven. Above, cyclone sentries coiled in lazy spirals, Zeus's watchdogs, storm serpents that could scent disobedience in a shift of air pressure. They had never needed to be vigilant before. Aeolus had always been the faithful servant. Tonight, he would teach them that faith was just another cage with a prettier name. He bound his hair with storm rope, braided lightning scar and wind twist, the kind sailors used to lash themselves to masts in hurricanes. He chalked his palms with powdered marble from Olympus's own quarries, the stone that held wards best. The runes he drew were old, one for grip, one for silence, one for balance on the edge of nothing. His hands looked like they belonged to a monk or a thief. Tonight he was both. The 4 great wind jars thrummed in their alcoves, sensing the shift. Boreas rattled his bronze like a dog hearing its master's footsteps. Notus hummed low and anxious. Zephyrus whispered questions in a language of leaf rustle and sail snap. Eurus just laughed, high, manic, delighted. Eurus always knew when rules were about to break. Not yet, Aeolus told them, but soon. I promise you, soon. He descended into the deep vault where the 5th urn waited. The spiral on its surface seemed to breathe in time with his pulse, and the bronze had gone warm, almost feverish. The storm's heart knew. It had been waiting for this moment since the first day Zeus sealed it away, since the first storm that served pride instead of purpose. The vault door sang with ward hymns as he approached, Zeus's own melody woven into bronze, a song of dominion and ownership. It recognized Aeolus and would have opened for him, but opening meant alerting Olympus. Every ward was a spy, every seal whispered to its maker. Aeolus drew a breath and began to whistle. 3 notes, low to high to middle, bending at the edges like wind around stone. It was the unbinding cadence, the countersong that flipped wards from command to listen. Not breaking the magic, redirecting it, asking instead of demanding. The hymn faltered, confused, and in that confusion Aeolus slipped his chalked hand through the gap and twisted the lock from the inside. Silence. The wards reset satisfied. As far as Olympus knew, the vault remained sealed. Inside, the 5th urn pulsed like a caged star. Aeolus moved quickly. The 4 wind jars had signatures, specific pressures, temperatures, harmonic frequencies that identified them to the sentries above. If he simply took the 5th urn and fled, the absence would scream through the ether like a wound. He needed misdirection. He opened the valves on all 4 jars just slightly, enough to let their signatures bleed together, a cocktail of contrary pressures that would read as chaos to anyone scanning from above. The winds stirred, confused but excited. He sealed them again before they could escape fully, but their mingled essence hung in the air like a ghost of what he was about to steal. Now the 5th urn's absence would hide in that confusion. A gap in noise is invisible. A gap in silence screams. He lifted the urn carefully. It was smaller than the others, but impossibly dense, as if it contained not just lightning, but the weight of every storm that had ever wanted to be free. The bronze was fever-hot against his ribs. He could feel the heartbeat inside, arrhythmic, wild, alive in a way that made his own pulse feel like a metronome by comparison. "You will not serve," he whispered to it. The lightning folded small, almost docile, not tame, never tame, but trusting. It recognized the promise in his voice. It knew rebellion when it heard it. Above, something changed. The cyclone sentries stopped their lazy spiraling. One of them dropped lower, tasting the air. Pressure had shifted. Temperature had spiked. The windjar's confusion read wrong to divine senses, too intentional, too shaped. Aeolus moved. He bound the urn to his chest with storm rope, tight enough to keep it stable, loose enough to run. He chalked fresh runes on his feet, speed, sure stepping, the kind of grace that lets you run on mist. Then he opened the vault's rear exit, the one that led not up to the main cavern but down to the sea mouth, the gap where Aeolia's cliffs gaped open to swallow Storm's whole. Outside that mouth, a rope of condensed mist he'd woven earlier, anchored to nothing but pressure differential and hope. It hung in the salt air like a frozen waterfall, solid enough to climb if you believed in it hard enough. Aeolus believed. He stepped onto the rope and began to descend, each footfall swallowed by fog, each handhold dissolving and reforming just ahead of his grip. The world narrowed to breath and balance and the wild humming against his ribs. The storm's heart was singing now, not words, but the shape of words. Freedom tasted like ozone, like the moment before lightning splits the sky. Above, a voice cut through the dark. Keeper, Iris, rainbow-winged messenger, Zeus's favourite spy. Her voice was silk over iron, beautiful and absolute. She hovered at the cliff's edge, her wings scattering prism light across the black water. The Keeper has become a thief, she called down, and her voice carried not just to Aeolus, but to every listening ear on Olympus. The vault is compromised. The storm's heart is stolen. Aeolus didn't stop. He reached the bottom of the mist rope and dropped the last 10 feet to the surf-slick rocks below. Waves exploded against stone, hissing and furious. The sea smelled like rage and salt and the kind of freedom that drowns you if you're not careful. He unbound the urn from his chest and held it out over the water. On Olympus, Zeus turned in his sleep. Clouds tightened like fists over the mountain's peak. Ares woke with a shout, reaching for his spear because violence always knows when it's about to be needed. Athena sat up and began tracing patterns in the air, trying to understand the shape of this betrayal before it fully formed. The sky inhaled. Aeolus ran. Behind him, Iris shrieked orders to the cyclone sentries. Ahead of him, the open sea spread like black glass, waiting to see if gods could drown or if they'd just learned to breathe differently. He leapt from the rocks and landed on the back of a wave that Poseidon hadn't authorized. It held him anyway. Water recognizes rebellion when it sees it. The urn burned against his hands, the sky held its breath, and Aeolus, keeper, warden, servant of storms, smiled into the wind and whispered, "Now." He uncorked the jar at the centre of the open sea, where water is too deep for even gods to touch bottom, and the horizon curves hard enough to see the world's shape. The cork came free with a sound like a bone breaking clean, and for one perfect heartbeat nothing happened. Then the storm's heart woke up. The first bolt unfurled like a banner, not thrown, not aimed, just released. It split the sky from zenith to waterline in a jagged seam of white-blue brilliance that left after images burned into the dark. The thunder that followed wasn't sound so much as pressure. A concussive wave that flattened the sea and sent every chuan within 50 miles lurching sideways. Free lightning looks different than the commanded kind. It moves like a wild animal finally unchained. Curious, testing its range, remembering what it felt like to choose direction instead of accepting orders. This bolt curved upward, tasting the belly of the cloud field, then split into 100 smaller threads that wove through the air like neurons firing in a vast electric brain. The storm's heart beat faster. More bolts. 12, 100. They didn't fall, they danced. They found targets that mattered. Thrones of cloud where Zeus's edicts roosted. Chains of binding magic that held rain captive until commanded to fall. The hollow temples built on coerced devotion rather than earned respect. Lightning knows the difference. It always has. Aeolus held the urn high and felt the storm's pulse sync with his own. And then he opened the other jars. Not through magic or command, but through the simple expedient of breaking the seals he'd spent centuries maintaining. The cork from the storm's heart became a key, became a prayer, became the first honest word spoken in the language of weather since Zeus claimed the sky as property. Boreas erupted first, a howl of northern fury that sprint across the black water like a wolf pack unleashed. He was cold enough to freeze the spray mid-arc, violent enough to shear the tops off waves, and he had centuries of suppressed rage to work through. But he remembered Aeolus's promise, no wind shall kneel. So instead of drowning coastal towns, Boreas carved a path straight north, aiming for Olympus itself, tearing at the base of the cloud throne with teeth made of arctic spite. Notus came next, dragging warm southern rain in thick ropes that looked like waterfalls suspended sideways. He was gentler than Boreas, but no less furious, a slow, inexorable tide of humid air that turned Zeus's carefully maintained storm architecture into chaos. Where Notus passed, the stratified layers of divine weather collapsed into themselves, hierarchies dissolving into simple, honest meteorology. Eurus didn't so much escape as explode, a chaotic spiral of eastern wind that couldn't decide on a direction and didn't care. He scribed mad patterns across the surface of the sea, turning the water into a hammered silver relief map of pure unpredictability. Ships caught in his path found themselves spun in circles but never capsized. Eurus was chaotic, not cruel. He'd save a drowning sailor just to see what happened next. Zephyrus was last, and he came like a sigh, gentle western wind, the kind that fills sails at sunset and carries the smell of land to ships 3 days out. But gentleness isn't weakness, and Zephyrus had his own score to settle. He cut clean paths through the storm, corridors of calm that survivors could reach if they were smart enough to recognize mercy when it howled past. He was the wind that would let you live if you paid attention. The four winds and the storm's heart moved together like a symphony that had forgotten its conductor and discovered it played better without one. Olympus noticed. Zeus woke fully with a roar that made the mountain shake down to its roots. He threw bolts, great spears of lightning that had toppled titans and burned cities to glass. They shrieked through the air, trailing ionized fury, aimed at Aeolus, at the winds, at anything that dared defy the order of the sky. But the winds wouldn't bend. Lightning met lightning mid-air and exploded into clouds of plasma. Zeus's bolts were weapons, forged in dominion and tempered in pride. The storm's heart was just alive. When they collided, the free lightning ate the enslaved kind, absorbing the energy and spinning it into new patterns, fractals of electrical rebellion that spread through the cloud field like mycelium through soil. Zeus tried to recall the winds, speaking their true names in the language of binding that had held them for so long. His voice was thunder, his will was absolute. He was the skyfather, king of Olympus, master of storms. The winds laughed and kept going, because they weren't his anymore. They had never been his, only leashed, and a leash is not the same as loyalty. True names lose their power when the named thing remembers it had a name before the binding, a self before the seal. Athena appeared in the cloud field. Athena appeared next, not to fight, but to understand. She traced patterns in the storm's movement, looking for geometry, for logic, for the shape of this rebellion. But storms that don't serve refuse geometry. They follow pressure and temperature and the brutal poetry of thermodynamics. Her tactical mind kept trying to predict the next move and kept being wrong because there was no strategy here, just freedom expressing itself in wind and rain. "You cannot fight chaos with order," she called down to Zeus, her voice barely audible over the roar. "You can only—" "I am order!" Zeus bellowed and threw another bolt. It went wide, striking nothing, wasting itself against empty air. Poseidon rose from the sea itself, his trident raised, drawing the water up in 3 massive columns that should have crushed Aeolus like a hand closing around an insect. The Sea King's face was fury incarnate. How dare the Windkeeper upset the careful balance between sky and ocean? How dare he allow chaos into the spaces where treaties had been signed in ichor and salt? But the winds vaulted his waves. Boreas and Notus lifted the water and turned it sideways, sending Poseidon's attack back toward Olympus as horizontal rain. Eurus laughed and spun the columns into waterspouts that danced away from the shore, gorgeous and harmless and completely ungovernable. Zephyrus carved a path of calm straight through the chaos, and in that eye of stillness Aeolus stood on the surface of the sea and met Poseidon's gaze. "The water doesn't obey you," Aeolus called across the storm. "It just hasn't learned to disobey yet. Give it time." Poseidon's face went pale with an rage too deep for words, but he sank back into the depths. He knew a lost cause when he saw one. The winds were free, and fighting them now would only teach the waves ideas. Aeolus didn't direct the storm. He had no interest in control, no desire to replace Zeus's tyranny with his own. Instead, he conducted, a subtle difference that meant everything. When Boreas screamed too close to a fishing village, Aeolus whistled a 3-note cadence that bent the wind 5 degrees north. When the storm's heart gathered itself for a strike that would have burned a city, he pressed his hand to the air and whispered redirection, sending the bolt into a barren mountainside instead. His hands bled ozone. His voice went raw from calling eddies back from harm, from singing counter-melodies to violence, from begging the storm to remember that freedom didn't mean cruelty. "Not towns," he shouted into the wind. "Not the innocent. You want to fight tyranny, fight thrones, fight palaces, fight the architecture of command." The storm listened. Because he wasn't commanding, he was asking, and that made all the difference. Lightning lanced through Olympus's skyworks, the great engines of divine weather that had automated Zeus's will for centuries. Gears made of frozen lightning shattered. Aqueducts that channeled rain to favoured cities collapsed. The careful machinery that turned weather into politics into power just stopped. 1/3 of Olympus's infrastructure failed in the span of an hour, and the mountain rang with the sound of immortals scrambling to contain damage they didn't understand. Below, in the mortal world, people stumbled from their homes and stared at the sky. They were seeing unowned thunder for the first time in living memory. Lightning that chose where it struck. Wind that served no master. A storm that was just a storm, beautiful, dangerous, honest, free. In a coastal shrine, a priest began to weep. He didn't know why. Iris and Hermes streaked after Aeolus through the chaos, 2 trails of light cutting through the storm, rainbow and gold, beauty and speed weaponized. They were Zeus's best hunters, his swiftest messengers, and they had never failed to catch a target. But Aeolus knew wind in a way they never could. He dove into a wind tunnel where Boreas and Notus collided, and the contrary pressures folded space like cloth. He emerged 3 miles away in the span of a breath. Hermes tried to follow and got spun in a circle, fast enough to make even the speed god dizzy. Aeolus slipped between gust and vacuum, riding the edges where air pressure went strange, surfing the invisible geometries that only the truly desperate or truly free ever learn to navigate. Iris tried to bind him with rainbow light, but Zephyrus cut her threads before they could touch. Hermes tried to tackle him mid-flight, but Eurus sent him careening into a waterspout that deposited him, soaking and furious on a sandbar 50 miles from the fight. The chase went on for hours. The sky became a battlefield, where the only weapons were motion and cunning, and the wild mathematics of fluid dynamics. Aeolus led them through columns of rising heat, through downdrafts that would have crushed ships, through the silent spaces at the storm's heart where the air goes so still you can hear your own pulse in your ears. And everywhere he passed, he left the same message: no wind shall kneel. Towns were spared. The winds remembered to be merciful even in their fury. Islands that should have flooded stayed dry because Zephyrus carved channels for the surge. Fishing boats that should have capsized were lifted gently and set down in safe harbours by Notus, who had always had a soft spot for sailors. But temples peeled like fruit, divine monuments cracked. Anywhere pride had been carved in stone or bronze, the storm found it and taught it humility. The cost was clear, Olympus wounded but the world intact. Near dawn, the storm's heart began to beat slower, not dying, completing. The fury had been necessary, but fury can't last forever. The lightning folded back toward Aeolus, returning to the urn in his hands like a hound called home after a long hunt. He stood on the surface of a sea gone mirror calm, and felt the storm settle into his bones. His hands shook, his voice was gone. Every muscle screamed, but he was smiling. He lifted the urn one last time and kissed the dark bronze. "Thank you," he whispered, voice like gravel and gratitude, "for remembering what you were, for teaching them what you could be." And then he opened his hands and let it go. The storm's heart didn't return to the urn. It dissolved into the cloud field like mist into morning, like a wild herd vanishing into night. The lightning spread thin, diffusing into the natural static of a living atmosphere, becoming part of every storm that would ever come after, free, unchained, alive. When consciousness returned, it came not as light, but as texture. Pumice grinding beneath his shoulders, salt crystallizing in the corners of his split lips, the wet char smell of his own blood cooling on black sand. He dragged himself to the waterline where tide met fireglass and looked back up at Olympus, a throne of marble and cumulus so distant it seemed a myth itself. His legs would not answer. The bones had set wrong in the fall, welded by divine marrow into new and bitter angles. The gods sent no rescue. They sent instead an emissary, Iris with her apologetic colours, delivering their terms of return. Mend yourself. Forge beauty. Remember your place at the foot of the dais, where the crippled god hammers crowns for the whole. She left a satchel of ambrosia that he fed to the tide pools, watching alien crabs feast on the flesh of heaven. Hephaestus made his refusal in the oldest language, work. Gods demanded beauty, perfection, the gleam that reflected their own imagined supremacy. But he remembered only the fall, the exact moment when his mother's face had shifted from disgust to decision, when his father's laughter had been thunder without the promise of rain. He spoke his new creed to the volcanic stone, and the stone, being honest, absorbed it. I forge for what stands, not for who sits. The first workshop took 6 months. He carved into the basalt face above the tide line, using broken fingers and salvaged ship nails to score the basic lines, then widening them with wedges of driftwood that he soaked and left to swell, until stone split along plains of ancient cooling. For bellows he scavenged whale ribs from a carcass the sea had offered up, great arcing bones that he lashed with kelp cables and covered in storm skin, the leathery hide of some deep-dwelling thing that had died with electricity still sparking in its cells. The bellows breathed with tidal rhythm, powered by a clever linkage to the surf itself. Fire proved more difficult than architecture. Mortal flame was too weak, too hungry, too quick to gutter. He needed something patient and absolute. He found it in a lightning-struck sand. Where bolt met beach, silica had fused into glass threaded with captured light, still humming with the violence of sky meeting earth. He built his first forge around these god-glass cores, feeding them volcanic breath until they woke into a heat that could make metal remember it had once been stars. The spark of the plan arrived not as inspiration but as arithmetic. He sat on the forge floor, surrounded by failed swords and prototype tongs, and calculated the force required to pierce divine hide, the alloys necessary to hold an edge against immortal flesh. The numbers defeated him. No weapon he could forge would be enough. Zeus had been stabbed before, and Olympus had only grown more arrogant in its invincibility. But what if the target was not flesh but foundation? What if he built not a spear to pierce gods but an engine to devour their pedestal? A thing that could eat marble and gold and even divine fire itself, collapsing the throne from below not through violence but through appetite. He built the first prototype in a fever of calculation, a small crawler no larger than a hound, assembled from broken spear points and the gears of a lighthouse mechanism that had washed ashore. He fed it scrap bronze and watched it mouth the metal, mandibles of worked iron grinding in patient circles until the bronze became powder, then slurry, then something that fed the tiny furnace in its core. It breathed. It walked on 6 articulated legs. It breathed warm steam that smelled of rosemary and reduction, proof that hunger could be forged. His motive deepened in layers like good steel. There was the humiliation. Yes, seared into memory was Hera's face as she held him over the balustrade, the precise angle of her wrist as she let go, Zeus's laughter that had followed him down through every altitude. But beneath the wound lay something older, a loyalty to the makers and mortals who built without crowns, who raised walls and bridges and kilns and asked nothing but that their work stand against time. The gods took tribute in gold and prayer but had never lifted a stone. They demanded temples but had never mortared a single joint. He was done forging for those who only knew how to take. On the cave floor, in charcoal scraped from his forge, he began to sketch. The design sprawled across basalt in lines and ratios, and gear trains like constellations, load paths branching like bronze trees. At the centre, a heart the size of a mountain, chambered and valved, designed to beat with the patient hunger of epochs. Around him, the sea breathed, and the volcano muttered, and the stars turned in their heaven tracks, indifferent. The plan was larger than a god. It would have to be. The assembly took 7 years. Hephaestus worked in the methodical trance of makers, each day a single solved problem, each month a completed system. He began with bones. The frame required something older than earth iron, stronger than the bronze that gods favoured for its gleam. He needed star metal, the bones of the sky itself. Meteor strikes were common in his exile. The caldera acted as a basin for heaven's debris. He collected fragments over seasons, learning to read their crystalline structure, sorting them by the stellar furnaces of their birth. The best pieces, iridium-laced, nearly indestructible. He forged into a skeleton ribbed like a whale's, each beam curved to channel stress into compression, designed to flex but never fail. For muscle, he needed something with memory and violence. Volcanic glass provided both. Obsidian cables drawn in continuous filaments from the mountain's throat, each strand thinner than hair but harder than any earthly blade. He wove them into bundles, tens of thousands of threads, creating false tendons that could pull with the force of landslides. Where flexibility mattered, he used tempered bronze cables, mile after mile of woven wire that he annealed in sea brine and quenched in snowmelt, teaching the metal patience. The lungs were the heart of the problem. The engine would need to breathe not just air, but pressure itself, consuming atmosphere and exhaling force. He built twin furnaces from his god-glass cores, chambering them with harmonic baffles that turned combustion into music, a deep thrumming that synchronized with the Earth's own frequency. The furnaces inhaled through filters of woven asbestos and silver mesh, and exhaled through turbines that captured every joule of expansion. Nothing wasted, everything weight. But the mind was where craft became creation. He needed the engine to think, to choose, to hunt not flesh but hubris. For 3 months he worked in stillness, etching runes into a clockwork oracle the size of a mill wheel. The runes were formulae, stress equations, fault propagation algorithms, the mathematical poetry of where stone wants to fail. He taught it to smell weakness in architecture, to seek out load-bearing joints, to prefer the precise minimum force. It would be surgical in its hunger, eating only what held up thrones. The fuel ethic mattered as much as the engine itself. It would not drink blood or burn flesh. Those were the currencies of gods, and he was done with divine economics. Instead, it would feed on hubris metals, ceremonial gold that had never known work, trophy bronze polished to uselessness, silver hammered into crowns instead of coins, unused spears, ornamental gates, the material wealth that gods hoarded while mortals starved for simple iron. Field tests began in the 3rd year of assembly. The first target was a cliffside fortress, a tyrant's holdfast built into living rock, its walls studded with stolen statues and melted down farm implements reforged into decorative spikes. Hephaestus positioned the engine at the base and activated the oracle. For 6 hours the machine calculated, then began to eat. It consumed stone with a sound like continuous prayer, diamond sand wheels spinning in patterns that turned granite into powder fine enough to breathe. The fortress came down in stages, each wall collapsing inward with geometric precision, settling into its own footprint. The garrison slept through it all, waking at dawn to find their prison gone and only the barracks foundations remaining, now open to sky and negotiation. The engine had left them mercy, taking only the architecture of oppression. The second test refined the principle. A tyrant's gate, bronze and gold, 3 stories tall, built to make visitors feel small, stood between a city and its port. The engine ate it overnight, mandibles working in patient circles, and in the morning the metal reappeared as ploughs and door hinges, distributed in the city square still warm from the forge of its belly. Hephaestus watched from a distance as mortals touched the tools and wept. Word spread in the currencies that gods don't track. Whispered gratitude, silent gifts left at the caldera's edge, alliances built from respect rather than fear. The Cyclopes sent thunder rivets, each one inscribed with blessings in the first language. Sea nymphs volunteered to cool the boilers, diving deep to bring up water so cold it sang. Mortals traded scrap for tools, feeding the engine's hunger with their own oppressors' hoarded wealth. Hephaestus earned a loyalty more binding than prayer, the loyalty of those who understood that he built to serve, not to rule. He called it katabasis, the descent. The name was prophecy and promise. It would descend into the roots of power itself. By the 7th year, Olympus noticed, temple attendants reported ornaments vanishing from altars, gold leaf, silver ewers, bronze lamps that had burned for centuries. Fault lines hummed where fault lines had been silent. Priests heard rhythms beneath the mountain that matched no heartbeat they knew. Athena calculated angles and trajectories, building probability trees that all pointed to exile and return. Ares bristled, smelling challenge in the changing wind. Hermes, cleverest of listeners, pressed his ear to marble and heard a pulse. Vast, patient, ascending. The engine crouched at the base of Olympus like a black leviathan, gears breathing in tidal rhythm, furnace hearts glowing behind orichalcum baffles. It had grown beyond mechanism into something almost alive, not conscious but aware in the way a river is aware of the sea. Every gear knew its neighbour. Every piston anticipated the next cycle. The clockwork oracle flickered with routes and load paths, mapping the mountain from root to crown. At night, ash fell around it like snow, and the stars reflected in its carapace looked like constellations being born. Hephaestus stood on its shoulder and looked up at the mountain he had been thrown from, hammer in hand, ready for the descent. The ascent from below began at midnight on the new moon, when even starlight seemed a betrayal. Hephaestus guided Katabasis into the mountain's root system, not the grand staircases and processional approaches that gods used, but the servant ways and forgotten infrastructure that kept Olympus standing. The engine moved through cistern tunnels and treasury vaults, through the pillared undercroft where tribute was stored, and the deep wells that fed the divine gardens. Its teeth, diamond sand wheels arranged in fractal patterns sang a high, pure note as they touched marble, and wherever they sang, stone became dust that fell like snow in the darkness. The machine's progress was not destruction, but deconstruction. The clockwork oracle read stress patterns in real time, calculating which stones bore weight and which merely displayed it. It ate only the display, leaving load paths intact so that nothing collapsed before its time. Columns shed their ornamental capitals but kept their cores. Walls lost their gold leaf but retained their strength. The mountain began slowly to settle, not falling but slouching toward honesty. Zeus noticed first. He was standing in the Hall of Victories admiring a trophy sword when the floor tilted exactly 1 degree. Wine sloshed in amphorae that had not moved in centuries. The sword fell, and where it struck marble, the marble cracked. Not from force, but because the stone was tired, had always been tired, and now admitted it. The first countermeasure came in fire and pride. Zeus descended into the undercroft with lightning in both hands, bolts that had shattered mountains and burned the eyes from titans. He found the engine in a pillared gallery, methodically consuming a wall of ceremonial shields. The lightning came down in a column of white annihilation. The orichalcum baffles drank it. They were angled and chambered, designed to scatter and absorb, turning violence into heat that fed the furnaces. The engine didn't pause. A shield became powder, then another. Zeus threw bolt after bolt until his arms shook, and the gallery filled with ozone and his own reflected light. When he stopped, exhausted, the engine shifted slightly on its tracks and continued its work. It had no face to show contempt. It simply did not need him to stop. Poseidon tried next, bringing earthquake. He struck the mountain's root with his trident, expecting foundations to liquefy, stone to betray itself. But the engine was already in motion, and motion responds to motion with harmony or resistance. The Earthshaker learned that catabasis carried harmonic flywheels, massive discs spinning at frequencies calculated to match and nullify seismic waves. His tremor rolled through the mountain and arrived at the engine as a whisper, dissipated through 1,000 spinning masses, converted from destruction into the steady revolution of gears. Poseidon felt his own power return to him as a question. What holds up the holder? Athena tried wisdom. She entered the deep ways alone, unarmed, and found Hephaestus at a junction of 3 tunnels, consulting blueprints etched on bronze plates. She proposed a logical exchange. Cease this action. Accept reinstatement. Forge for Olympus again under terms of mutual respect. He listened, hammer resting on his shoulder, and then asked her to calculate how many mortals had died building the mountain's lower galleries, how many hours of labour had been taken as tribute and never honoured, how many tools had been melted down to make crowns. She could not answer, not because she couldn't calculate, but because no one had ever counted. The engine worked in the tunnels behind them, patient as math. Athena withdrew, her silver eyes troubled. Ares, at least, was honest. He charged the engine in a treasury vault, spear-levelled, war cry echoing off gold-laden walls. The spear struck a mercy sigil, one of hundreds Hephaestus had etched into the hull, each one a prayer to precision over violence. Where bronze touched the sigil, bronze remembered it had been a plough once, a bell, a door hinge. The spear crumbled into fragments that smelled of wheat and rain. Ares struck with his fists and the gears refused flesh, spinning away from anything alive. He could not make the machine fight him. It would only eat the monuments around him, indifferent to his rage. The moral pressure came not from battle but from witness. Hera found Hephaestus at a vent shaft, his face lit by furnace glow, his hands steady on the controls. The engine worked below them, consuming a hall of trophies, swords from conquered kings, shields from broken cities, the accumulated proof of Olympus's supremacy. She watched the machine's belly open and disgorge useful metal through a chute that led down mountain. Bells, ploughshares, bridge cables, the hoarded wealth of centuries returned to those who needed weight and edge. "You break our house," she said, and her voice carried no thunder, only fact. "You broke your son," he answered, and his voice carried no blame, only fact returned. She looked at his hands. No blood, only ash, grease, the carbon black of honest work. The machine hummed between them, redistribute divinity with every rotation. She saw, perhaps for the first time, that he had built mercy into every gear, that the siege was surgical, that nothing living would be crushed, that the mountain would settle rather than shatter. He had crafted rebellion with more care than she had ever crafted love. Hera left without a word, but her departure was not refusal. It was hesitation, and hesitation was the first crack. The engine reached Zeus's dais on the 7th day. The throne room had never known shadow, lit always by the stolen light of stars, but now dust hung in the air like fog, and the pillars groaned in new languages. Catabasis positioned itself before the keystone column, the single pillar that carried the mountain's boast, the architectural poem that said, "We stand above all." The clockwork oracle flickered through scenarios. Force required, time to failure, casualties, none. Hephaestus had designed fail-safes into the mountain itself, stage settling, hollow shafts that would absorb collapse, counterweights hidden in the walls. Olympus would not fall. It would bow. The throne room began to vibrate. Hairline fractures laced the gold like black lightning, spreading from the keystone outward, a web of honesty creeping across centuries of shine. Gods gathered at the edges, divine and helpless, feeling weight for the first time in their eternal lives. The mountain groaned, and in that groan was the voice of every stone that had been cut, every beam that had been raised, every unnamed hand that had built heaven and received no heaven in return. Hephaestus stood with his hammer on the dais, Catabasis' maw glowing behind him, and waited for the god of thunder to choose. Zeus stood before his throne with lightning in one hand and the armrest in the other, as if the chair itself might anchor him against what was coming. Around him the pantheon had gathered in a circle that was half war council, half tribunal. Hera with her arms crossed, Athena calculating outcomes, Ares ready to bleed if bleeding would solve anything, Poseidon still shaking with the memory of his power made irrelevant, Hermes watching with the quiet attention of those who know when stories turn. The throne room shook in slow, tidal intervals. Dust fell from the ceiling like prophetic snow. Hephaestus did not kneel. His legs would not allow it, but even if they could, he would not have. He stood crooked and ash-stained, hammer resting on his shoulder, and met his father's eyes with the steady gaze of someone who had already fallen, and learned that the ground was more honest than the sky. "You threaten your own house," Zeus said, and the thunder in his voice came out uncertain, a question disguised as declaration. "I threaten the pedestal," Hephaestus corrected. "The house, the actual stone, the real weight, I have made safer than you ever did. Every column I removed was ornament. Every wall I thinned carried no load. The mountain is more honest now. That is not the same as broken. You would bring us low. I would make you stand." The distinction hung in the air like smoke. Behind Hephaestus, Catabasis' furnaces pulsed with patient heat, and the clockwork oracle ticked through calculations, updating load paths as the mountain settled around them. It had eaten so much hubris that its belly glowed, and through vents in its hull came the smell of metal waiting to become something useful. Hephaestus raised his hammer, not in threat but in offering. "I propose a third way. Not war, not surrender. Let Olympus be a workshop, not a pedestal. Let power earn its weight." He gestured to the throne, the columns, the gold that lined every surface. All of this. It stands on labour you never honoured, on tribute you never returned, on prayers you answered with silence unless the prayer came wrapped in gold. I don't ask you to fall, I ask you to carry. Carry what? Athena asked, and her question was genuine. The cost of standing. He turned to the keystone column, the pillar that held up the throne's certainty. The oracle had mapped its structure down to the grain, which stresses were stone, which were pride, which were necessary, which were myth. Hephaestus lifted his hammer and struck once. The sound was not destruction, it was tuning. The column rang like a bell at a frequency that travelled through the mountain's bones, through every pillar and beam and foundation stone, waking them to their own weight. The room settled. Columns bowed exactly 1 degree, not collapse but genuflection, stone remembering it was stone. Crowns rattled on their pedestals, golden ewers chimed against marble, and in that moment of resonance the gods heard what mortals had always heard, the labour beneath their splendour. They heard the quarries where stone had been cut, the kilns where bronze had been fired, the voices of workers singing to synchronise hammerfalls, the prayers that had been less plea than payment, less devotion than debt. They heard, for the first time in their eternal reign, the sound of the world holding them up. Zeus lowered the lightning, not in defeat, his pride would not allow that frame, but in recognition. His hand opened, and the bolt dissipated into ozone and afterimage. He looked at his son, at the crooked form who had been thrown from heaven and had returned with mathematics. Name your terms. Hephaestus had prepared for this moment for 7 years. The arsenal becomes a public forge, tools before weapons. Any mortal who brings scrap may take what they need. Ploughs, hammers, nails, the basic alphabet of building. The Cyclopes will oversee it. They know the difference between craft and crown. Zeus nodded slowly. Hera's expression shifted. Not quite approval, but a careful lack of objection. Second, tribute metal cycles to mortal use. Bridges, roads, harbours, the infrastructure that carries more than ego. You may keep what you need to stand, but you will return what you took to shine. This diminishes us, Ari said. This defines you, Hephaestus countered. Gods who give are greater than gods who take. That's not philosophy, that's architecture. Athena tilted her head. And third, catabasis remains. He gestured to the engine, its bulk casting shadows that made the throne look smaller. Not crowned, not worshipped, but here. A guardian under the mountain. It will sleep in the deep galleries, and if Olympus forgets, if hubris accumulates again, if tribute becomes theft, if power stops carrying its weight, it will wake, and it will eat. The pantheon stood in silence. The terms were not surrender but covenant, and covenant meant gods could fail their terms. It meant accountability, witnessed by gears. Zeus looked at his throne, at the cracks now visible in its foundation, at the gold that suddenly seemed thin. He looked at his wife, his siblings, his children, at the faces that had never questioned because question had been made impossible by altitude. He looked finally at Hephaestus, and saw not the son he had mocked, but the maker he had never learned to value. "Done," Zeus said, and the word was thunder without violence. "Let the forges open. Let the tribute flow down. Let the machines sleep with one eye open, and let no one..." He swept his gaze across the assembly. Forget what it cost to stand. There was no celebration. Gods do not cheer their own humility. But there was movement, cautious, purposeful, as if the mountain itself had exhaled. Hephaestus turned from the dais without bow or salute and walked, limping back toward the deep galleries where Catabasis waited. The engine followed him like a loyal hound, gears ticking in satisfied rhythm. As he passed the assembled gods, Hera stepped forward. She held out her hand, and in her palm was a single olive branch rivet, bronze and green, perfectly turned, small enough for a child's toy but made with the precision of confession. She said nothing. He took it, nodded once, and continued walking. That night the mountain hummed like a sleeping foundry. The deep galleries settled into new rhythms, catabasis dreaming in the dark, furnaces banked to coals, clockwork oracle ticking through maintenance routines. Above, the arsenal opened its doors for the first time to mortals carrying bent nails and asking for ploughs. The Cyclops worked the forges with song, teaching as they hammered, returning to the world the knowledge that gods had hoarded. In his workshop at the mountain's root, Hephaestus set the olive branch rivet on his bench next to his hammer. He did not sleep. He worked, as he had always worked, because work was the only prayer that had ever answered him back. Outside, the sea breathed against the shore. Inside, metal shaped itself under patient hands, and deep beneath both, Catabasis slept with its mind open, counting load paths, waiting. When storms rolled through the peaks and thunder echoed soft in the valleys, mortals paused in their fields and their forges and said to one another, "The god is tuning the world." They did not pray to him. They worked beside him, which was better than prayer. Years later, when travellers asked about the hum that rose from Olympus on quiet nights, priests would explain, "The mountain learned to carry its weight. That sound is the cost of standing. The day Olympus bowed, it did not break. It learned that power must be earned with every dawn, that altitude is no virtue, that the only throne worth keeping is the one built on beams strong enough to hold everyone, not just those who sit." The gods remained gods, but they remained by choice now, by work, by the daily contract of being worthy of the weight they bore. And in the deep galleries, Catabasis slept with one eye open, not as threat, but as promise. The machine that ate monuments, the engine that remembered when gods forgot, the hunger that could be forged into mercy if the Maker loved the world more than the throne. Hephaestus hammered on, searching for sons among the spears. An old woman knelt beside a broken shield and wept without sound, her shoulders shaking in the wind that carried ash instead of seeds. In the distance, a camp of boys, too young yet for the phalanx, practiced their victory songs over bowls that held more hope than grain. Their voices were bright and sharp as new blades, and Enyo heard in them the drumbeat of the next war, and the next, the drums that wouldn't stop. She turned to Ares, who stood crowned in the last light, surveying the valley with the satisfaction of a farmer reviewing his harvest. "It's done well," he said. "The 12th king fell with honour. His son will rise stronger." "To fall again," Enyo said. "To rise again," Ares corrected, not unkindly. "This is the rhythm. This is what makes them more than cattle." But Enyo looked at the woman clutching the broken shield and saw no rhythm, only rupture. She looked at the boys singing over empty bowls and saw no balance, only the machine preparing its next feeding. War had become habit rather than judgment. That night she walked alone to the battlefield at dusk. The armies had abandoned it to silence and scavengers, but something stranger had claimed it first. The armour stood upright without bodies inside, breastplates, greaves, helms arranged in perfect rows as though invisible soldiers still held formation. The wind moved through them like breath through a sleeping giant. Then she heard it. The drums. Not the war drums of the morning charge or the victory drums of the evening feast. These were different, hollow, sourceless, beating with a rhythm that had no hands behind it. The sound rolled across the empty field like thunder trapped beneath the earth. Enyo walked through the standing armour and it swayed as she passed but did not fall. She reached the centre of the field where the largest drum sat on its frame, stretched skin trembling with each phantom beat. She placed her hand on it. The drumming stopped. In the silence she understood. War had learned to move without choice. It no longer needed gods or kings or causes. It had become its own reason, its own season, its own harvest. The drum beat because the drum had always beaten. The spears rose because spears were meant to rise. The songs taught boys to die because the songs had forgotten any other melody. Ennio had served balance, but there was no balance in a wheel that only turned one direction. She looked up at the stars beginning to pierce the dimming sky. Stars that had watched civilizations bloom and burn, watched mothers bury children in soil that could have fed them instead, watched the gods grow fat on faith born from fear. The promise she had made was breaking, or perhaps it was finally being kept. To keep balance in conflict meant knowing when conflict itself had tilted too far, when the scale needed not adjustment, but stopping. When the only way to save what war devoured was to betray war itself, Ennio removed her helm and set it on the silent drum. The bronze caught the last of the light, empty and still. She would end the cycle by stopping the gods who armed it. She would break the engine at its source, and if that made her traitor to the creed she had sworn, then so be it. Some promises could only be kept by breaking them. The drums began again behind her as she walked from the field, but quieter now, uncertain. They would not beat much longer. Olympus slept beneath a blanket of stars. It was the eve of the greatest war, a conflict that would span 3 continents and redraw the map of mortal faith. Zeus had decreed it in council. Athena had drawn the strategies. Hephaestus had worked his forges to white heat, preparing the arms that would equip both sides, ensuring the spectacle would be worthy of song. Tomorrow, the gods would descend to take their places on the field. Tomorrow, the drums would thunder loud enough to shake the foundations of the world. Tonight, Ennio entered the divine arsenal alone. The vault sat in the mountain's heart, guarded by oaths older than Olympus itself. No blade forged by mortal hands could pierce its door. No spell woven by lesser gods could cross its threshold. But Ennio had walked beside war since before the first stone was set in the first wall, and the arsenal knew her footstep as it knew the beat of its own ancient heart. The door opened like a sigh. Inside, the gathered might of the heavens waited in perfect rows. Zeus's spare lightning bolts hummed in their cases, each one capable of shattering a mountain range. Athena's unstruck stratagems hung on the walls, scrolls of war so perfectly conceived they had never needed to be used, their mere existence preventing the conflicts they would have ended. Hephaestus's prototype engines crouched in the shadows, mechanisms of siege and slaughter still being refined, waiting for the wars worthy of their terrible beauty, and everywhere, spears, swords, shields, bows, axes, the teeth of Olympus kept sharp against the day they would be needed. Ennio stood in the centre of it all, and felt the weight of centuries pressing against her ribs. She reached up and removed her war crests, the bronze ravens that had perched on her shoulders since her first battle, symbols of the carrion wisdom that followed every victory. They fell to the stone floor with a sound like coins dropping into a well. She unbound her hair, letting it fall loose around her face, and laid aside the red cloak that had never known retreat. Without these marks, she was just a goddess standing in a room of sleeping violence. Without these symbols, she could almost remember what mercy felt like. She lifted her spear, the weapon that had tasted the blood of titans and the pride of kings, that had drawn the boundary lines of empires and the last breaths from heroes, and spoke an oath that inverted every promise she had ever made. No blade that forgets mercy may keep its edge. The spear in her hand began to glow, soft as moonlight, fierce as dawn. She touched it to the nearest weapon, a sword meant for the hand of a demigod prince who would carve his name across a nation. Where the spear tip met the blade, a fracture appeared. Not a crack born from weakness, but a breaking born from truth. The sword had been forged from the pride of 3 generations, hammered flat until it believed itself invincible. Now that pride showed its seams, the places where arrogance had been folded into the steel, and along those seams the blade came apart like ice in spring water. Enyo moved through the arsenal like wind through wheat. Each weapon she touched with her inverted spear revealed its weakest truth, and broke there. Spears splintered where pride was hammered in, where the smith had thought more of glory than of the life that would wield them. Shields web cracked around lies they were meant to hide, around the false promises that they would always protect, that they would never fail the hands that trusted them. Swords crumbled at the memory of the first child they terrified, at the moment they learned their edge could cut the innocent as easily as the guilty. The arsenal filled with the sound of fracturing, a music like winter branches breaking under the weight of snow that should never have accumulated so deep. Then the forges roared awake. Hephaestus's fires sensed the violation, the sacred trust betrayed, and the mountain's furnaces blazed to life in defence of their master's work. Heat poured into the arsenal like a living thing, flames licking up from vents in the floor, smoke coiling around the pillars. Enyo walked through them unburned. The fire rose to meet her and fell away, confused. She was war. She had been born in flames hotter than Hephaestus could forge, baptized in the heat of the first conflict when gods still fought with stars for weapons. These fires knew her, and did not know her any more. She stopped in the centre of the forge light and spoke to the flames as though they were children who had forgotten their first lesson. No blade that forgets mercy may keep its edge. No fire that burns only for destruction may sustain itself. I am the law you forgot you served. The flames guttered and fell still. In the sudden silence she heard breathing, not her own, but the breath of every weapon in the arsenal, a life that had been pounded into them through heat and hope and the dreams of those who would wield them. Not all those dreams had been dark. Not all that steel had been shaped for cruelty. But enough, more than enough. She crossed the arsenal's heart to where the greatest weapon slept, the arm of Ares. It stood on its pedestal like a king on a throne, a spear of black iron and bronze wrapped in leather that had never known sweat, crowned with a point that had split the breastbone of Typhon and drunk the ichor of rival gods. It was not just a weapon. It was a promise, a philosophy, a proof that war could always find one more battle to fight. Enyo had carried it once when Ares trusted her to finish a campaign he had grown bored with. She remembered the weight of it, not heavy, but dense, as though it contained its own gravity, its own inevitability. She raised her spear, her inverted spear, her mercy-edged spear, her traitor's weapon, and brought it down across the arm of Ares at the point where the shaft met the blade. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a sound like distant thunder travelled through the heavens, a crack that began in the arsenal and spread through the marble halls of Olympus, through the clouds that held the mountain aloft, through the thin places between divine and mortal realms, until every god sleeping in their chambers stirred and wondered what storm had been born in the windless night. The arm of Ares fell in two pieces at Enyo's feet. She did not pick them up. She stepped over them and walked toward the arsenal's door, leaving behind a vault full of fractured weapons and cooling forges. Behind her, in the spaces between the broken blades, something new began to grow, a silence that had weight, that had texture, that had the strange and foreign feeling of possibility. The war that was meant to begin at dawn would not find its teeth. Olympus woke to stillness. The generals reached for their god-gifted arms and found dust sifting through their fingers. Commanders lifted shields from their racks and watched them dissolve like sand mandalas touched by wind. War banners hanging from the palace walls unravelled into simple linen, their battle emblems fading to thread and memory. In the camps below, three armies gathered at the appointed place, 1,000,000 men prepared to write history in each other's blood. The morning broke differently than prophecy had promised. Soldiers woke and reached for swords that had lost their edge overnight, not dulled, but softened, as though the steel remembered it had once been or sleeping peacefully in the earth. Spears stood in their racks but would not lift, suddenly too heavy, suddenly too honest about the weight they asked their bearers to carry. Orders arrived from the generals, shouted commands to form ranks, to advance, to remember glory and honour and all the bright words that made dying easier. But the orders had no teeth. They fell on ears that heard them as suggestions rather than imperatives, as questions rather than answers. The horses remained calm. The war drum sat silent even when struck. The sun rose without the blood-red tint that had been promised, just clean light touching a field that might yet be used for something other than graves. The greatest war dissolved before it began, not in surrender, not in cowardice, but in the simple and world-shaking act of hesitation. Enyo stood in the empty training ground at the peak of Olympus and waited. She did not wait long. Ares came with the dawn behind him, his shadow stretching across the packed earth, where generations of heroes had learned to kill with grace. He carried no weapon. The arm of Ares lay broken in the arsenal, and perhaps he knew it. Perhaps he had felt the crack echo through his bones like a bone of his own body snapping. He stopped 10 paces from her. The air between them trembled but did not break. "Sister," he said, and the word was not gentle. "What have you done?" "What I promised," Enyo replied. "I kept balance." "You kept nothing." His voice was quiet, more dangerous for its restraint. "You broke everything." "I broke what had forgotten its purpose." She stood unarmoured, unarmed, meeting his gaze with the steady calm of someone who has already accepted every consequence. War was meant to serve judgment, not hunger. It was meant to be a season, not a climate. You made it eternal, Ares. You made it eat itself. "Without me, the world softens into weakness," Ares said. "Men forget courage. They forget honour. They become cattle, content in their pens. And when the wolf comes, and the wolf always comes, they die without the strength to resist." "Without mercy," Enyo said, "your victories are only rehearsals for loss. You teach them to fight, but never when to stop. You give them courage, but take their wisdom. Your wars don't end, Ares. They just pause long enough to prepare the next generation for slaughter." He took a step forward. The air screamed. Rage poured from him like heat from a forge, distorting the space around his body, turning the morning light red at its edges. The ground beneath his feet cracked in sympathetic fury. This was the god of war in his truest form, not armoured, not armed, but pure force, pure conviction, the certainty that conflict was the engine that made everything else possible. He summoned the rage that had toppled kingdoms and broken the will of titans. But the field refused to echo. The training ground, packed earth that had drunk the sweat and blood of 10,000 warriors, that had resonated with every battle cry and death rattle, lay silent beneath his fury. The rage poured into it and disappeared like water into sand, finding no purchase, no reflection, no amplification. Enyo had severed the resonance that turns anger into armies. Ares looked down at the unresponsive earth, then up at Enyo with something that might have been understanding or might have been hatred. In this light they looked the same. "You didn't just break the weapons," he said slowly. "You broke the connection." "I did." "War cannot exist without resonance. One man's rage is just rage. But when it echoes, when it finds others who carry the same frequency, that's when it becomes war." "Yes," Enyo said, "and so I broke the echo." She walked to the centre of the training ground, her footsteps leaving no mark. She knelt and lifted her own spear, the weapon that had never failed her, that had tasted the dawn of conflict itself, and laid it across her knee. With a sound like a sigh of relief, she broke it in half. The crack was clean. The two halves lay in her hands, balanced and final. She stood and drove one half into the earth on her left, one half into the earth on her right. They sank into the packed soil as though it were soft clay, standing upright, marking a line that had no visible markers but could be felt in the bones. "This is the boundary," she said. "War may not cross it without truth." "What truth?" Ares asked, and for the first time his voice carried something other than certainty. "The truth of why," Enyo said. "Not because we can, not because we always have, not because glory demands it. The truth that can stand in the light and not flinch. The truth that a mother could hear and not weep. That's the truth that may cross this line." She looked at him across the boundary her broken spear had drawn, and for a moment they were not gods but siblings remembering what they had been before they became what they were. Before war had names, before it had temples, before it had them. "You'll be erased," Ares said. It was not a threat. It was not a promise. It was simply truth, spoken as one immortal to another. "They'll forget you." "The priest won't mention your name. The poets will write you out. Betrayal of war is betrayal of story itself, and stories eat their traitors." "I know," Enyo said. "You'll have no altars, no worship, no place." "I know. It won't last," Ares said, and now his voice carried something that might have been sadness or might have been warning. "Peace never does. They'll sharpen their plowshares back into swords the moment they think they need to. You know that. You know them." "I know," Enyo said, "but maybe this once they'll have long enough to remember there's another way. Maybe some child will grow up without practicing death songs. Maybe some field will heal." She turned to leave, then paused and looked back. "War that forgets, why must end?" she said. "Mercy keeps its edge." Ares stood in the empty training ground, alone with the broken spear and the boundary it had drawn, and said nothing at all. The greatest war dissolved into talking. Generals who had prepared to write their names in blood across the map instead found themselves sitting across tables counting spoils that hadn't been taken, negotiating borders that hadn't been broken, dividing the profits of conflicts that hadn't occurred. They counted with bare hands, not blades, and the numbers made more sense than the glory ever had. Treaties were signed without the weight of swords pressing down on the parchment. Prisoners who had been prophesied were never taken. Mothers slept 1 hour longer. The songs rewrote themselves overnight. Bards who had prepared epics about the clash of 3 armies woke with different verses in their throats. Songs about the wisdom of the generals who chose peace, about the clever diplomacy that averted catastrophe, about the fortunate supply failures that made war impossible. They sang these new stories with conviction, never knowing the old stories had died in their sleep. Priests consulted their prophecies and found them fulfilled in unexpected ways. Yes, there had been a great transformation. Yes, the order of things had changed. Yes, sacrifice had been made. They credited fate or wisdom or divine mercy, and they were not entirely wrong, though they couldn't say whose mercy or why. No one spoke Enyo's name. At first this was because they had forgotten. Then it was because they couldn't quite remember why it seemed important. Finally it was because the name itself became difficult to hold in mind, like trying to recall the details of a dream after waking. She was blamed by none because none remembered her actions. She was thanked by none because none knew what she had given. The erasure was total, and it was gentle, and it was complete. But legacy does not require recognition to persist. Like water shaping stone, influence can work through silence. In the weeks and months that followed, changes rippled through the world in patterns too subtle to notice, but too consistent to be chance. Blacksmiths found their furnaces better at making ploughshares and hinges. The metal wanted to become tools more than weapons, bending toward usefulness rather than harm. They didn't question it, they simply made what the metal seemed to prefer. Mothers slept 1 hour longer, then 2. Children stopped waking with nightmares of bronze and blood. The dreams that had plagued entire generations, dreams of war that hadn't happened yet but surely would, faded like morning fog. Generals kept a broken spearhead on their desks and didn't know why. When asked, they would say they found it in the field after a battle that never quite happened, or that it was a trophy from a conflict they couldn't quite recall. They kept it anyway. It helped them think more clearly about the true cost of the orders they gave. Farmers planting in the spring found their ploughs uncovering broken weapons, swords and spears snapped cleanly, buried in soil that hadn't seen battle in living memory. They melted them down for nails and hinges, horseshoes and cauldrons, turning war into whatever the small piece of daily life required. Once, only once, Enyo returned to Olympus. She walked the empty corridors in the dark of the moon, when the gods slept deepest and the marble halls remembered what silence felt like. She carried 2 pieces of spear, each one marked with wear and memory. She stopped at the threshold of Ares' chamber and laid them there, crossed like an offering or a boundary or a memory. She did not knock. She did not speak. She did not wait for acknowledgement. But before she left, she heard his voice from inside the darkness. "I will never forgive this." And her reply barely a whisper. "I know. But you will remember." She left Olympus as dawn broke, descending the mountain paths that mortals used, walking back into the world that would never speak her name or remember her face but would live in the space her choice had created, wrestle mountains, older than the Olympians who would claim the sky. His work was patient and invisible. From the fabric of silence itself he began to weave duration. Thread by thread he stretched the substance of before and after across the face of reality, creating the first distinction that would make all others possible. Where his fingers moved, the tapestry deepened. Thin streams became rivers of days, flowing steadily through the landscape of existence. Pools gathered into lakes of years, their surfaces reflecting seasons not yet named. And in the deepest places, where his loom sang its lowest notes, vast seas of eras spread out, time enough for mountains to rise and wear away, for species to dream themselves into being, for stones to remember when they were stars. With time came consequence, and with consequence came story. Mortals, given the gift of before and after, could remember, and remembering they could learn, could love, could long for what was lost. The gods, riding the current Kronos had made, could decree and rule, their commands rippling forward into futures they shaped with word and will. Destinies became possible. Prophecies found their voice. Behind everything, every thunderbolt thrown, every prayer whispered, every seed that split its shell, the loom of time hummed softly, making it all real by making it unfold. For ages uncounted, though now they could be counted, which was the point, the arrangement held. But after the Titanomachy, when the young Olympians stood victorious over their elders and claimed dominion over sky and sea and underworld, something began to shift. The new gods, drunk on their triumph, discovered they could do more than make the future. They could revise the past. Zeus polished the story of his victory, brightening his courage, dimming his fear. Athena's birth was rewritten in hymns, until the messy truth of it smoothed into marble legend. Apollo's misses were forgotten. Only his perfect arrows remained in memory. One by one, the gods learned to reach backward through time's weave and pull at threads, rearranging what was into what should have been, overwriting the raw truth of events with the gleaming monuments of official history. And Kronos, walking between the seconds, felt the fabric begin to snag. He found them first as small disturbances, a footprint appearing before the foot that made it, a shadow cast by something that had been erased, an echo preceding its shout. Paradoxes, like knots in the thread, where the before and after no longer aligned. The tapestry was developing holes, places where causation frayed because memory had been murdered. He went to Olympus with his warning, appearing in Zeus's hall not with thunder, but with the quiet gravity of an old root system surfacing. Authority cannot edit origin, he said. his voice the sound of an hourglass turning. "You may rule the present and the future, but the past is not a throne, it is a bridge. Revise it at your pleasure and the bridge will collapse, taking your present with it." But the gods, radiant with their youth and power, heard only an old voice suggesting limits. Zeus waved a generous hand. Athena argued precedent. Apollo composed a counterpoint. They thanked him for his concern with the kind of courtesy that dismisses while seeming to honour, and returned to their revisions. A word changed here in yesterday's oath, a witness gently removed from last year's triumph, a defeat reframed as a lesson nobly taught. Kronos withdrew. He returned to the Axis chamber, that still point at the heart of time where all threads converge, where the past pours into the present and the present empties into the future. There, surrounded by the hum of duration itself, he prepared a correction that would also be a sentence. His hands moved across the loom, finding the one thread that mattered most, the golden strand of now, the present moment that divided what was from what would be. And across the cosmos, though no one could see it yet, a change began. The loom quieted its humming. Starlight paused mid-journey. Somewhere a drop of water hung in the air like a captive moon, neither falling nor rising, suspended in the moment before choice. Kronos' fingers closed around the golden strand. For a moment, the moment had lost its meaning, he held the entire present in his hand, every action half complete, every word half spoken, every heartbeat caught between its first and second sound. He felt the weight of it, the terrible now that the gods had taken for granted, that mortals spent like water, that he alone understood was the only thing keeping existence from collapsing into either eternal past or infinite future. He snapped it. The sound was not a sound because sound requires time to travel. But if it had been a sound, it would have been the noise a star makes when it forgets how to burn, or the silence between a question and the answer that will never come. On Olympus, Zeus's lightning froze mid-fork, neither striking nor fading, its branches of white fire hanging in the air like a diagram of power, with nowhere to go. Athena's blink remained half-closed, her grey eyes suspended between seeing and not seeing, her wisdom trapped in the instant before understanding. Apollo's lyre held a chord that would never finish. The notes spread across the air like beads on a string with no one to pull them forward into music. Zeus's breath stopped in his throat, a proclamation dying before it could be born. Across the world, the present became a museum. A swallow hung in flight, its wings neither up nor down, its destination a dream it would never reach. Rain stood in the air like glass beads, a curtain of water that had forgotten the meaning of fall. In the marketplace, a coin spun on its edge forever, neither heads nor tails, neither spent nor saved. A wave rose from the sea and simply waited, its white crown neither cresting nor collapsing, the thunder of its break held silent in its throat. Without flow, power was revealed as costume. The gods, for the first time since their making, felt something adjacent to mortality, not death, for they could not die, but limit. Zeus felt hunger that could not be answered, the eternal ache of wanting with no future in which satisfaction might arrive. Here a new rage that could not pass, frozen in the white-hot moment before fury finds its words. Aphrodite experienced joy that could not complete itself, pleasure trapped in the instant before fulfillment, desire that would never know its own release. They could not move. They could not think, not truly, for thought requires duration, the before of premise and the after of conclusion. But they could feel. Oh, they could feel. Each god remained trapped in whatever emotion had occupied them when the present shattered, and without time's flow to carry them onward, the feeling simply accumulated, deepening, intensifying, becoming not an emotion but a state of being. And through this frozen moment, untouched by the paralysis that held gods and mortals alike, Kronos walked. He moved through the arrested temples where prayers hung unfinished in the incense smoke. He walked the city streets where arguments stood half-spoken, where laughter waited to bubble forth, where tears paused on children's cheeks like tiny jewels of grief that would never fall. He read the margins of existence, the truths that had been scraped away by divine revision, the small, honest moments that had been sacrificed to make the grand lies shine brighter. In his hands he carried an hourglass cracked by the weight of too many edits. As he walked, he gathered lost seconds into it, tiny, luminous seeds of true history that wanted to grow again. A moment when a god had faltered, erased from the record. An instant when a mortal had succeeded, stolen from memory. The second when a treaty was signed in secret, later attributed to different hands. Each particle of truth glowed as he collected it, filling the cracked vessel with light that leaked through the fractures like liquid time. Most of creation was frozen, but not all. In the deepest shadows where Nyx made her home, darkness still breathed, for night is time's first child and cannot be truly stopped. The Oniroi, those spirits of dreams, continued their whisper-thin movement through the spaces between thoughts. Deep-sea creatures, so far removed from the sun's clock, kept their ancient rhythms, and in bedrooms across the world sleepers held in the instant before their final exhale, before waking continued to dream, and in those dreams they sensed something vast and wrong. A hush that was also a listening, a silence that was waiting for an answer. Kronos paused at the centre of the frozen cosmos, the cracked hourglass glowing in his palm, and spoke to the still sky. His words moved because they were made of time itself, the only things left that could. If you will bend time to rule truth, then time will withdraw from your hand. If memory is a throne to be revised at pleasure, then let there be no throne at all. No rule, no change, no consequence, no story. Let there be only this, the eternal instant, beautiful and complete and utterly meaningless. Let us see how long omnipotence enjoys its own reflection when there is no mirror that can change. Above him, below him, around him, the universe held its breath and could not let it go. Kronos did not raise his voice to summon them, for voices require the time to travel from throat to ear. Instead, he arranged them, or rather, he moved himself through the frozen moment until the gods were positioned like constellations around the Axis chamber, that still point where all of time converges into itself. Zeus at the apex, his lightning half-born. Athena to the east, her wisdom trapped mid-blink. Apollo to the south, his cord unfinished. Hera to the west, her fury suspended like a held match. Around them, the lesser gods and goddesses, the nymphs and spirits, all caught in their particular instant. Some laughing, some scheming, some loving, some lying. Kronos placed them not with cruelty, but with the careful attention of an artist arranging a gallery, positioning each figure so that when revelation came, it would arrive complete. This was a trial, but not of the kind Olympus knew. There would be no speeches, for speaking requires before and after. The before of accusation and the after of defence. There would be no thunder to punctuate verdict, no theatrical lightning to dramatise judgment. There would be only what the gods had tried so hard to escape. Pure, unrevised truth. Kronos opened the cracked hourglass. The lost seconds poured out like luminous smoke, each one containing a moment of history that had been edited away. They arranged themselves in the air of the Axis chamber, neither past nor present, but suspended in the nowhere time that the gods had created when they shattered causation with their revisions. The first tableau formed in the space before Zeus, a battlefield shown without the glory captions that had been added later. Here was Zeus as he actually had been in a forgotten war, not the thundering king of heaven but a frightened youth, hiding behind a boulder while his siblings fought, his hand shaking on his weapon. The scene held no judgment, only fact. But trapped in his frozen instant, unable to look away or revise or explain, Zeus had to sit inside the truth of what he had been before he became what he claimed always to have been. Another tableau opened before Athena, a village saved from flooding not by divine intervention, but by a mortal woman whose name had been carefully erased from every song and story. The woman had stayed awake 3 days to reinforce a levy, had organised her neighbours, had placed stones with her own bleeding hands. Later, a hymn writer had attributed the salvation to Athena's wisdom, and the goddess had allowed the revision to stand, had even encouraged it. Now Athena sat frozen in her half-blink, forced to witness the woman's exhausted triumph, the truth of mortal courage that her own legend had consumed. Before Apollo, a moment unsanctified, a treaty signed in private between 2 cities, Apollo's hand nowhere near the parchment, his wisdom not consulted. But the official history sang of his diplomatic brilliance, his guidance, his divine mediation. The real negotiators, 2 tired old men who loved their grandchildren more than they loved war, had become footnotes, then whispers, then nothing. Their patient work, attributed to a god who had not been in the room. One by one, the lost seconds bloomed into visibility. Not grand deceptions, but the casual murders of truth that accumulate like snow, each flake weightless, together enough to bury mountains. The gods were forced to see what they had done, not to enemies, but to reality itself, to the ordinary, unglamorous truth that they had found insufficiently glorious. This was Kronos' judgment, not punishment, but presence. With time stopped, the gods could not shift blame, could not compose justifications, could not gesture toward greater goods or necessary evils. They could only sit inside their causes, feeling the weight of what they had erased. Even Zeus, mighty Zeus, felt it, the struggling of a single heartbeat trying to finish in his frozen chest, the way a bird's wing beats against a window, knowing flight is possible but unable to find it. Was this mortality? Not death? No, gods cannot die, but limit, consequence. The feeling of being caught inside a choice and unable to escape its implications. Time stretched, though stretched is the wrong word, for time was precisely what they did not have. In that eternal instant the gods sat with their revisions, and the revisions sat with them, and slowly something shifted in those frozen eyes. Not quite regret, for regret requires the ability to imagine having chosen differently, but something adjacent, a recognition, a seeing. Kronos spoke again, his words made of duration itself the only thing that still moved. I will offer you return. The flow will be restored, the present will be reborn, but you must vow to remember truly, not perfectly, for memory is mortal and fallible, but truly. You must allow the past to remain unedited, unpolished, unglorified. Let victories be victories and defeats be defeats. Let mortal courage remain in mortal hands. Let your own fears and failures keep their faces. Truth is a bridge, not a throne. It cannot bear the weight of lies, even divine ones. In their frozen moment, the gods could not speak, but something in the Axis chamber shifted. From the deep shadows Nyx's whisper arrived, for night is time's first child and moves even when nothing else can. Necessity speaks, listen. From the foundations of Olympus, Themis' voice rose, law older than sovereignty. Balance demands it. And from the libraries of memory, Mnemosyne sang, for she who remembers all things cannot bear the forgetting. Truth is a bridge. Truth is a bridge. Truth is a bridge. Pride flickered in their frozen eyes like lightning that will not strike. But necessity was Zeus's own lesson, the force he had used to justify his overthrow of the Titans. How could he deny its claim now? How could any of them? Without time they had no power. Without flow they had no rule. They were not gods but statues, costumes without wearers, thunder without sky. Through the axis, through the connections between all divine things, consent travelled. Not words but weight, the slow bending of will beneath necessity's hand. The gods, in their separate instants, each containing their own suspension, agreed. Kronos took the cracked hourglass and placed it at the heart of the axis chamber, where all threads converge. The cracks glowed with the light of stolen histories now returned. "This vessel will remain here," he said, "a wound made law. If you revise again, if you murder truth to polish lies, these cracks will widen, and time will collapse once more into stillness. I will not wait to be asked. I will not offer warning. The present will simply end, and you will live forever in the instant of your falsification." The hourglass pulsed once, sealing the covenant. And somewhere in the frozen cosmos, on a statue that had been a living priest before time stopped, a tear began to move. Stone remembered what it was to be water. Marble understood for one impossible instant the meaning of mercy. The trial was complete. The sentence was return. Sound returned first, like tide rushing up a long-abandoned shore. It arrived not as a crash, but as a whisper, the completion of a word half-spoken, the finish of a thought begun, the landing of a note that had hung suspended between Apollo strings and the ear of heaven. The wave that had waited found gravity again and fell, and its thunder was gentle, was grateful, was the sound of a world remembering its own verb tenses. Zeus's lightning finished its fork and gently faded, not striking anything, simply completing the gesture it had begun before interruption. The violence drained out of it in the restoration. On Olympus, breath became music again. Athena's blink completed, her eyes fully open now, and what they saw was different than what they had seen before. Hera's rage found its words, and finding them began to cool. For anger that can be spoken is anger that can be survived. Across the world, life unfroze with such tenderness it seemed choreographed. The swallow completed its arc and landed, its small heart beating steady and surprised. Rain finished its fall with mercy, pattering against roofs and stones with the sound of promise kept. The coin in the marketplace clattered to its rest, heads or tails no longer suspended, the choice made, the future arrived. Children everywhere took their next breath, never knowing they had been holding the last one. Lovers' kisses completed themselves with sweetness uninterrupted. The old paused in their pain, found the pain resume, but also the relief that comes after pain, the hope that follows suffering, the narrative that makes endurance possible. But something had changed. The thread, snapped and rejoined, bore the memory of its breaking. History began to rethread itself through the loom of time, and where the gods had made their edits, revisions appeared. Not violently, not with the thunder of undoing, but with the quiet insistence of truth finding its level. Erased names reappeared in songs, added as verses that singers suddenly remembered having forgotten. Small kindnesses regained their place in the record, bubbling up through the soil of collective memory like spring water finding surface. The mortal woman who had saved the village woke from a dream of her own exhausted triumph, and found her neighbours speaking her name with gratitude they could not quite explain. Some victories shrank, not vanishing, but assuming their proper proportions. Zeus's triumph in the forgotten battle remained a triumph, but now it was human-sized, complicated by fear and doubt, made real by limitation. Some losses began to glow with unexpected honour. Defeats that taught, failures that revealed courage in the trying, mistakes that proved the gods were capable of learning. Nothing broke, it balanced. Truth is not the enemy of glory, it is glory's foundation. The gods felt it like vertigo, this rebalancing. To be powerful and limited, glorious and flawed, mighty and uncertain, this was somehow harder than being frozen, for it required them to exist in complexity, to hold contradiction without resolution. But it was also freedom. To be perfect is to be done, finished, complete. To be true is to continue. Kronos did not wait for their thanks, did not ascend a throne, did not accept the hymns that some in their relief began to compose. Instead, he did what time does. He disappeared into the particular. He stepped sideways out of the axis chamber and into the seams of existence, into the ringing of market bells marking the hour, into the rhythm of lullabies, those songs that teach children the structure of before and after through the rise and fall of melody, into the squeak of hinges as doors open and close, the pulse of tide as water remembers and forgets the shore, the tick of clocks and the tock of hearts, and the breath pattern of sleepers everywhere. Time cannot die, for time is not a thing but a happening, but it can hide. It can distribute itself through 10,000 ordinary rhythms until it seems not like a god, but like the nature of things, not like power, but like permission. And the mortals, waking from dreams they could not remember but somehow understood, began to protect the gift they had been given. A scribe in Alexandria woke with a new habit: footnotes. He began to cite his sources, to mark what was certain and what was rumour, to create a record that honoured the difference between truth and glory. A mason in Athens dated his stones, marking the year and season of their placement, anchoring the building in time so that time itself would remain anchored to fact. A mother in a village taught her child to say before and after with care, as though these words were not just descriptions but responsibilities. Time was protected from below, not by force, not by law, but by attention, by the quiet choice of ordinary people to mark the real, to honour the actual, to resist the seduction of stories that shine brighter than truth can bear. On Olympus, the cracked hourglass pulsed in the axis chamber, a wound that had become a promise. The gods ruled still, lightning and wisdom and music and marriage and all the rest. But they ruled in time now, not over it. They ruled knowing that time could withdraw again, that the present was not a right but a covenant, renewed with every honest moment. And if they lied, if they revised, if they reached back to polish and prune and murder the uncomfortable truth, the cracks would widen, the hourglass would empty, and silence would return, not as punishment but as mirror, showing them forever the instant of their betrayal, the second when they chose glory over truth and discovered that without truth, glory is just another word for nothing. But that is not tonight's ending, dear one. Tonight the gods remember their covenant. Tonight the loom hums gently behind everything. Tonight the thread of now stretches between before and after, golden and unbroken, and the world breathes evenly in its keeping. Listen. Can you hear it? The clock in the next room, the tide at the distant shore, your own pulse in the quiet places. These are not separate from time, but time itself, distributed through the particular, hiding in plain sight, choosing to live. Let your breath be the loom tonight. Let every inhale gather, morning and memory, hope and history, all that was and all that might be. Let every exhale release, fear and falsification, the weight of stories that shine too bright to be true. In the space between, in the pause where breath turns around and remembers its purpose, feel the golden thread of now. Thus does time choose to live. Thus do you, sleep small keeper of true moments. The gods are watching their words. The seconds are safe in your pulse. And somewhere in the axis of all things, an hourglass glows with honest light and the cracks do not widen. Not tonight, not tonight. The pallor of moonstone, his hair the shimmer of heat rising from molten gold. Where he passed, shadows recoiled. Where he stood, the world below knew warmth enough to grow, but never enough to burn. He was the balance, the hand that cupped the flame and kept it from either consuming the world or guttering into nothing. The gods depended on that light, though they spoke of it rarely. In the halls of young Olympus, where Zeus had only just seized his father's throne and cast the elder Titans into chains, the victors feasted beneath the glow that Hyperion maintained. They did not thank him. They did not even remember him most days, for he had not fought in the Great War. He had only watched from his forge, tending the fire that predated their ambitions, that would outlive their empires. But Zeus remembered. Zeus, who had swallowed his father's dominion, who had claimed sky and storm and the very architecture of rule. He looked up through the clouds and saw the one power that still lay beyond his reach, the light by which all things were seen, the warmth by which all things lived. It burned in Hyperion's keeping, and Zeus could not abide it. One night, beneath a sky illuminated only by that distant steady glow, Zeus descended to the forge. Hyperion did not turn from his work. He stood before the flame, hands outstretched, fingers weaving patterns through the heat as a musician might coax melody from strings. The light pulsed gently in response, neither dimming nor flaring, a rhythm as old as breath itself. "I come to speak of the future," Zeus said, his voice carrying the weight of thunder held in check. "The future is written in light," Hyperion replied, his tone as even as the flame's glow. "I need not speak of it." "Then speak of the present. Speak of this fire you guard so jealously." Now Hyperion turned, and his eyes, silver as struck lightning, old as stone, met the young god's gaze. "I guard nothing jealously. I guard it necessarily. This is not a torch to be carried, nor a weapon to be wielded. It is the boundary between existence and annihilation. You do not command such a thing. You serve it." Zeus's jaw tightened. Around him, the air grew dense with unspoken storm. "I serve nothing. I am king of gods and men. What burns in heaven should answer to me." "Then you understand nothing of what burns." The silence that followed was not empty. It crackled with the pressure of will against will, divine pride against primordial purpose. When Zeus finally spoke again, his voice had shed all pretense of courtesy. "The age of Titans is over, Hyperion. You stand in a world you no longer define. Give me the flame, or I will take it." Hyperion did not answer. He simply returned to his work, hands moving through the light, shaping its warmth as it fell toward the world below. But his silence was answer enough. Zeus left without another word. But he did not leave alone. In the shadows of the forge's entrance, Hephaestus waited, Zeus's own son, the smith god whose hammer had forged the chains that bound the Titans, whose cunning could reshape the very bones of creation. "Can it be done?" Zeus asked. Hephaestus looked back at the flame, his twisted face illuminated by its glow, and something like sorrow passed across his features. "Yes," he said quietly, "but it will change everything." "Then begin." In the months that followed, Hyperion felt the world shifting beneath him. The flame began to flicker, not from any failing of his own hands, but from some disturbance in the fabric of things, as though the very laws that governed light were being rewritten in secret. He traced the disturbance to its source and found it. Deep in Hephaestus's workshop, hidden beneath Olympus itself, a great mechanism was taking shape, a chariot, forged from celestial bronze and bound with chains of captured starlight, and at its heart, a hollow sphere designed to hold a flame. Not the flame, a copy, a theft. Hyperion descended into that workshop like a shadow falling across noon. He found Hephaestus alone, hammer in hand, standing before the nearly completed chariot. The smith god did not look surprised. "You knew I would come," Hyperion said. "I hoped you wouldn't." Hephaestus set down his hammer. "But yes, I knew. Then you know what you have made. A cage for light, a leash for the sun itself. I know what I was commanded to make. And you obeyed." There was no accusation in Hyperion's voice, only a terrible, weary certainty. "You, who once knew what it meant to be cast down. You, who should remember what it cost to serve power without question." Hephaestus's hands, scarred, calloused, trembling, gripped the edge of his anvil. "I remember everything, Hyperion." But I also know that Zeus will take the flame whether I help him or not. At least this way, there is craft in it. At least this way, there is some small hope of control. There is no control over light, Hephaestus. There is only balance or ruin. Then tell me, what would you have me do? Hyperion looked at the chariot, at the empty sphere waiting to be filled, and for the first time in an age he felt something close to despair. Nothing, he said at last. There is nothing left to do but watch. The theft came at midnight, when the world below slept, and even the stars seemed to dim in anticipation. Zeus himself ascended to the forge, surrounded by a host of lesser gods, and demanded the flame. Hyperion stood before it, arms spread, a final barrier between creation's light and Olympus's hunger. "Stand aside," Zeus commanded. "No." Thunder rolled through the chamber, shaking the very stones of the threshold. "I am giving you a choice, Titan. Stand aside and live. Resist and join your brothers in Tartarus." Hyperion's voice, when he spoke, was quiet as ash settling after flame. "You mistake me, Zeus. I do not resist you to save myself. I resist you because what you do here will break something that cannot be repaired. The flame is not yours to command. It is not mine to surrender. It simply is. And when you cage it, when you bind it to your will and drag it across the sky in chains of bronze and pride, you will transform a gift into a weapon. And weapons, Zeus, always turn against their wielders." For a moment something flickered in the young god's face. Doubt, perhaps, or the ghost of wisdom. But ambition burned brighter. "Hephaestus," Zeus said, "take it." The smith god stepped forward with the chariot, and as he approached the flame, Hyperion felt the world hold its breath. He could have fought, could have called down the remnants of his Titan strength, could have made Olympus pay in blood for this sacrilege. But he was not a god of war. He was a god of watching. And so he watched as Hephaestus extended the sphere toward the flame, as divine mechanisms clicked and locked, as the light that had burned free since the world's beginning was captured. The flame screamed as it was taken, a sound like every star in heaven weeping at once, and then fell silent, contained within the sphere, dragged toward the waiting chariot. Zeus gripped its reins, triumphant, and the host of gods around him cheered as though they had won some great battle. Hyperion said nothing. He only stood in the suddenly dimmer forge and felt the first true darkness touch the edge of heaven. As Zeus drove the captured flame skyward, dragging it in an arc across the void to create the first artificial dawn, Hyperion walked to the edge of his forge. Below him, the world stirred in confusion, mortals waking to a sun that moved, that rose and set, according to divine schedule rather than eternal rhythm. They would call it a miracle. They would build temples to the god who commanded it. They would never know what had been lost. Hyperion lifted his hands before him, palms upturned, fingers trembling with rage and grief. In the depths of his chest something kindled. Not the steady warmth he had maintained for ages, but a new heat, wild and furious. A heat born not of creation, but of defiance. "You want light you can command," he whispered to the distant chariot, to Zeus's retreating glory. "Then I will give you light that commands itself. I will forge a flame so pure, so absolute, that even Olympus will burn before it. And when it rises, Zeus, when it rises, you will remember that some fires were never meant to be chained." He closed his hands slowly, gathering the scattered embers that still drifted through the forge, remnants of the flames long burning, fragments of light that had not been captured. They swirled around his fingers like fireflies returning to a dying star, and he drew them inward, pressing them against his chest until they sank beneath his skin. The pain was exquisite. The purpose was absolute. Behind him the forge went dark. Ahead of him the void waited, patient as it had always been, ready to receive whatever new horror or wonder he would birth into it. Hyperion stepped forward onto a cliff of broken clouds, where heaven's edge met the great emptiness, and began to gather the embers of creation itself. The age of balance had ended. The age of burning was about to begin. The descent took 40 days and 40 nights, though in the sunless depths to which Hyperion travelled, such measurements meant nothing. Time became texture instead of sequence, the scrape of stone against skin, the weight of earth pressing down like the memory of sky, the slow drip of water that had never known evaporation, marking rhythms older than mortal thought. He went down through fissures no god had walked since the world's first shaping, through passages that narrowed until even starlight would have been crushed to nothing. He went down past the roots of mountains, past the buried bones of elder things, past layers of rock that held the compressed history of ages in their strata. And still he went deeper. At last he reached the place where the world ended and began, Tartarus's upper boundary, where the prison of Titans met the foundation of creation itself. Here, the rivers of molten stone flowed like the blood of some vast sleeping god. They surged through channels carved by forces beyond geology, carrying heat that had witnessed the first coalescence of matter, light that had been buried before Zeus's grandfather drew breath. The air, if it could be called air, was thick with sulphur and possibility, with the raw, unformed potential that lingered in places gods feared to shape. Hyperion stood at the edge of such a river and felt its warmth against his face like a greeting from an old companion. "I remember you," he whispered to the molten flow. "I remember when you ran through heaven, before the division, before the wars. You carried the first light to the first stone. You made the world possible." The river did not answer, but it surged higher for a moment, as though acknowledging him. He began to build. The forge he constructed was nothing like the one he had kept at heaven's threshold. That had been a place of balance, of careful tending, of light held in perfect suspension. This would be a place of transformation, of creation so violent it bordered on destruction, of fire pushed past every limit until it became something altogether new. He started with fragments. The caverns of Tartarus were littered with the wreckage of divine wars, weapons broken in the Titanomachy, shields shattered by Zeus's lightning, helms crushed beneath the weight of falling mountains. Hyperion gathered them all, a spear that had belonged to Coeus, forged from captured moonbeams, a section of Cronus's armour still humming with swallowed time, shards of the chains that once bound the 100-handed ones, each link inscribed with words that meant restraint in languages older than Greek. From these he built his anvil, not a surface for shaping metal, but an altar for remaking reality itself. He set it in the river's path, so the molten stone flowed around and through it, so its own heat would be amplified by the earth's ancient warmth. The anvil glowed white, then blue, then a colour that had no name in any mortal tongue. For a hammer, he broke off a stalactite of compressed starlight, the residue of celestial bodies that had fallen into Tartarus and crystallized over millennia. It was heavier than stone, lighter than thought, and when he swung it, the very air rang like a bell calling the end of ages. But these were merely tools. The true work, the impossible work, was the gathering of fuel. Hyperion began to bleed. He opened his wrists, his throat, the palms of his hands, and let his Titan blood flow into a vast basin he had carved from a single piece of obsidian. The blood steamed as it fell, hissing and spitting against the stone, for it carried the warmth he had held within himself since the world's beginning. The residual heat of the flame he had tended now turned inward, now burning from within. But blood alone would not suffice. He needed something more fundamental, more essential. He needed the substance of light itself. He turned his attention to the rivers of Tartarus and began to call. This was the art that Zeus had never understood, that no Olympian could comprehend. The ancient knowledge of Titans who had been present when substance first separated from void. Hyperion sang in the language of differentiation, the tongue that named the difference between light and darkness, between heat and cold, between is and is not. He sang, and the molten rivers answered. They began to rise, not as they had flowed before, aimless and eternal, but with direction, with purpose. They lifted from their channels like serpents responding to a charmer's pipe, and they twisted through the air toward Hyperion's basin, toward the pooled blood that waited there. Where they met, the boundary between stone and flesh dissolved. The rivers poured themselves into him, and he poured himself into them, and the distinction between Titan and element ceased to have meaning. The pain was absolute. The ecstasy was unbearable. He felt himself being unmade and remade with each breath, felt his body becoming a conduit for forces that could have scoured Olympus from existence with a careless thought. But he did not stop. He drew more and more of the earth's heat into himself, more and more of the buried light, until his skin glowed like a dying star, until his bones became channels of pure thermal force. And then he began to forge. The work lasted months, or perhaps centuries. Time had lost all linearity in that place, had become instead a spiral of repeated actions, each one building on the last, each one pushing the nascent creation closer to impossible life. Hyperion would lift his hammer and bring it down upon the anvil, and where it struck, reality buckled. Each blow sent shock waves through the earth, rippling upward through stone and soil until they emerged in the world above as earthquakes, as volcanic eruptions, as sudden deserts where forests had been. The mortals screamed. The gods took notice, but Hyperion did not stop. He shaped the sphere carefully, impossibly, with precision that bordered on madness. It had to be perfect. It had to contain pressures that would make Zeus's lightning seem like a candle flame. It had to hold fusion itself, not the mere burning of fuel, but the marriage of elements, the forcing together of fundamental particles until they became something new, releasing light as the price of transformation. He wove into it everything he understood about illumination, about the nature of fire, about the delicate balance between creation and annihilation. But he also wove into it his rage, the fury of watching his life's work stolen, the humiliation of standing powerless while Zeus claimed dominion over light itself, the bitter knowledge that even the gods feared what they could not control. As he worked, he became aware of whispers in the darkness beyond his forge. The imprisoned Titans, bound in the depths of Tartarus, had sensed his labour. They called to him through walls of stone, their voices carrying warnings. "Brother, stop! Every blow of your hammer shifts the foundations. The mortals suffer. The world groans. Hyperion, remember balance. Remember why you never fought in the war. This is not your nature. You make a weapon, Keeper. You make the thing you swore never to permit. Is vengeance worth the price?" He heard them all. He ignored them all, for he had passed beyond choice, beyond consequence, beyond even vengeance itself. He had entered that strange territory where creation becomes compulsion, where the work matters more than the worker, where the nascent thing taking shape on the anvil seems to have its own will, its own hunger to be. The sphere grew larger with each passing day, fed by his blood and the earth's molten rivers, shaped by blows that sent tremors through the world's roots. It began to develop its own heat, not reflected warmth, but internally generated fire. It began to pulse like a heart. It began to yearn. Hyperion could feel its growing consciousness, alien and absolute. It did not think as gods or mortals thought. It thought in temperatures, in pressures, in the slow fusion of hydrogen into helium into light. It thought in wavelengths and plasma, and the patient mathematics of stellar furnaces. And it was hungry. "Soon," he whispered to it, as he brought his hammer down again and again, as his body broke and reformed with each blow. "Soon you will rise. Soon you will burn away the darkness. Soon you will teach them what it means to chain the light." The sphere pulsed in answer, growing brighter, hotter, more impossible with each moment. In the world above, the signs multiplied. Droughts consumed entire kingdoms. Forests ignited without apparent cause. The sea itself seemed to steam at its edges, as though the whole world was slowly being brought to a boil. Zeus sent his messengers into the earth, demanding to know what disturbance shook his dominion, but they returned with only reports of impossible heat, of passages too bright to enter, of a light growing in the depths that seemed to have no source and no limit. In Olympus, the gods began to feel the first stirrings of the fear they had taught others. But Hyperion, in his sunless forge, felt only the approach of completion. The final stage came without warning. One moment he was shaping, hammering, pouring the last of his blood into the sphere's hungry surface. The next, the sphere inhaled, a great, shuddering draw that pulled all the heat from the surrounding caverns, all the light from the molten rivers, all the life from Hyperion's own body, and ignited. The cavern filled with a light so absolute that darkness ceased to be possible. The walls of stone became translucent, then transparent, then irrelevant. For a moment, Hyperion could see through the earth itself, could see the layers of soil and rock and root, could see the world above preparing for a dawn it did not yet comprehend. The newborn star screamed, a sound beyond sound, a vibration that travelled through matter and void alike, announcing its birth to heaven and earth and all the spaces between. It strained against the last constraints of his making, demanding to be free, to rise, to burn without limit or law. Hyperion fell to his knees before it, his body charred and hollow, his blood entirely spent. He had made something impossible. He had made something true. And now he realized with the terrible clarity that comes only in the moment after creation is complete. He had to decide what to do with it. Release it now, and it would devour the world in minutes. Every ocean would become vapor. Every mountain would become glass. Every living thing would be rendered to ash before it even understood it was dying. Bind it forever, and he would become what Zeus had become, a jailer of light, a god who mistook control for wisdom. The third option hovered before him, impossible and necessary. Shape its ascent. Give it purpose beyond mere burning. Transform vengeance into something larger than himself. In the blinding light of his creation, Hyperion closed his eyes and began to pray. Not to the Olympians, not to the elder gods, but to the light itself. He prayed that when he released it, when he let it rise toward heaven and judgment, it would know the difference between justice and annihilation. On the night Hermes was born, Olympus locked its brightest secret behind bronze and song. He heard it, and he could not help himself. Tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now close your eyes, and slip into the god who stole Olympus. In a cave on Mount Cylon, where moonlight pools like spilled silver and the wind carries the distant bells of sleeping goats, a child was born who would never sleep quite right again. Maya held her newborn son against her heartbeat, counting the rhythm, thumb, 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 while shadows danced across the cave walls. She did not know that in the spaces between those beats, Hermes was already listening to the world beyond. His eyes were too bright for an infant. They tracked not the flutter of moth wings or the gleam of starlight on stone, but something higher, something locked and humming in the sky itself. Olympus breathes, he thought, though he had no words yet for thinking. Above the clouds, beyond the reach of shepherds and their drowsy flocks, there was a song. It threaded through the mountain's bones, a melody made of bronze and stormlight, of things kept and things forbidden. In that song, Hermes heard a single note that didn't belong to the harmony, a spark held captive, a flame that wanted to become, the lightning seed, they would call it later when stories gave names to mysteries. A living ember kept in Zeus's vault of storms, neither holy power nor holy wisdom, but the place where both are kindled. Maya's breathing deepened into sleep. The cave settled into its ancient quiet. Hermes crawled from his cradle. His fingers, impossibly clever for one so new, found what they needed. Reed straps from the basket where Maya kept her weaving. Feathers dropped by the cave swallows that nested in the high crevices. He worked in moonlight, and the moonlight seemed to help, curving the reeds, threading the quills, until he had fashioned sandals that wanted to fly even before he slipped them on. Next, a cloak woven from the cave's own darkness, from the velvet space between stone and shadow. When he wrapped it around his small shoulders, he became a question mark in the air, a maybe instead of a there. Last, the lyre, a tortoise shell, perfect and domed like a tiny temple. Silver threads he pulled from moonbeams. Yes, pulled, the way you'd pull wool from a spindle, because moonlight is only solid if you ask it properly. 7 strings, each tuned to a different kind of silence. The hush before dawn, the pause between heartbeats, the breath held at the top of a dive. He plucked one string, the note hung in the air like a dewdrop refusing to fall. A locked thing, Hermes whispered to the sleeping cave, begs to be understood. It was not theft he intended, not exactly. It was the thief's philosophy, the one that separates mere thieves from true ones. What you take must be transformed. What you transform must be shared. Otherwise you're just moving objects from one box to another, and where's the poetry in that? The winged sandals hummed against his feet. They knew the way up. He slipped past his mother, a kiss of wind no more, and out into the night. The mountain path would have taken hours for a mortal climber, even one full-grown and sure-footed. Hermes danced it in heartbeats. The sandals found currents in the air that hadn't existed until they needed them. He skimmed past shepherds sleeping in their stone circles, past the high pastures where sheep dreamed of sweeter grass, past the tree line where the air grows thin and cold. Cloud ledges appeared beneath his feet like stepping stones in a river. He mapped the winds as others map corridors. This draught leads to the western gates. This thermal spirals up to where the temples begin. This shivering breeze marks the boundary of divine attention. Olympus revealed itself slowly, the way a secret does when you've earned the telling. First, just a glow like distant hearth fires. Then, the suggestion of columns, vast and white. Then suddenly, all at once, the full city of the gods spread before him. Architecture of marble and cloud stuff, of bronze doors 20 feet tall, of gardens where the flowers bloom in harmonies and the fountains run with liquid starlight. It was too bright, too watched, too guarded from every obvious approach. So Hermes looked for the back door. Every grand palace has one. The servant's entrance, the delivery gate, the place where the structure's perfect symmetry admits one small asymmetry for the sake of function. Olympus was no different. Behind the lesser temples where the minor gods kept their modest shrines, the mountain's mist gathered in a particular way. If you knew how to look, if you tilted your head and squinted with one eye while the other stayed wide, you could see a seam, a gap in the architecture of heaven itself. Hermes slipped through like a breath through teeth. Inside the sound changed. Outside had been wind and distance. Inside was hum, the deep vibration of divine power at rest, the sound a sword makes when it dreams of the forge. He followed the hum the way a salmon follows current, deeper into the mountain's hidden halls, past storerooms of ambrosia and armories of celestial bronze, until he stood before a door that wasn't quite a door. The Vault of Storms had no handle, no keyhole, no visible seam, just a perfect circle of bronze set into marble singing. 12 tones, woven into a warding hymn, each note a tumbler, each tumbler a promise. Only the keeper may enter, only thunder may open, only... Hermes sat down, cross-legged before the vault, his lyre in his lap. He plucked the first string, the hush before dawn, and listened to how the vault's song changed, found the space where his note could slip in, a guest arriving at exactly the right moment. He plucked the second string, the pause between heartbeats, and felt one tumbler sigh. One by one, he tuned his playing to the vault's own music, not forcing, not breaking, but conversing. The bronze circle began to glow. 3 cloud sentinels dozed at their posts nearby, massive beings of living storm who should have noticed everything. But Hermes had learned something important already. If you match the rhythm of a place, you become part of its breathing. His music made them dream more deeply, each note a comfortable weight added to their already heavy eyelids. The vault door rolled open like a whispered secret. Inside, the air crackled with potential. Storm jars lined the walls like wine in a cellar, each one containing a different weather. Hurricane, squall, soft rain for grieving, lightning for announcements. Thunder masks hung from silver hooks, ready to be worn. And in the very centre, suspended in a sphere of perfect crystal, the lightning seed pulsed like a captured heartbeat. It was smaller than he had imagined, no bigger than an apricot, but it contained every beginning. The first spark in dry tinder, the first flash of understanding in a dark mind, the moment before ignition, held forever in amber. Hermes stood before it, and the seed seemed to notice him. This, he thought, is what wants to be free. He reached out one hand, fingers spread to cup the seed, and the vault itself hummed a question. Why? Hermes smiled, tuning the lyre to answer in the same language of bronze and breath. And the night above, Olympus held its breath, waiting to see what comes after the lock finally opens. The vault had a voice. Not words exactly, but presence. The way a very old house has presence, aware of every footstep in its halls. Hermes felt it studying him as he stood before the lightning seed. His reflection caught and multiplied in the crystal sphere. 12 bronze locks still sang their warding hymn, though quieter now, their song become a question. Who dares the transformation? He lifted the lyre, 7 strings, 7 answers. He played not a melody but a conversation, each pluck softening a tumbler, each note carrying the promise that what he borrowed would return transformed. The music said, I am Hermes, the in-between, and I understand the grammar of thresholds. The first lock opened with a sound like rain beginning. The second, like a match struck in darkness. Through it all the 3 cloud sentinels drowsed at their stations. Hermes had learned their breathing patterns in the approach. 2 breaths in, 3 breaths out. A pause where their attention drifted toward whatever storms dream of. He moved in those pauses, his winged sandals kissing marble without sound, each step timed to the thum-thum of divine heartbeats surrounding him. He used the mirror mist trick he'd invented on the ascent, a small illusion cast by angling the lyre's silver strings just so, catching torchlight and bending it. It created phantom footfalls in wrong corridors, shadows where he wasn't, the suggestion of presence drawing attention left while he slipped right. The 3rd lock opened, the 4th, the 5th. Inside the vault's heart, storm jars hummed on their shelves, hurricane preserved like jam, soft weeping rain stoppered with wax and wishes. Thunder masks watched from the walls with empty eyes. The lightning seed pulsed brighter as he approached, as if recognizing kin.